I just want to say Hotep, Henu to SABA. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first one-on-one, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle of my whole life. I just feel so different now. My dejed been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Yeah, so I just want to say with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam and, and it's definitely not a scam. I could say SABA scammed me in the good way, you know what I mean? So, I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and Henu to SABA, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua. So peace and love.
Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. Tua Saba Tehuti, Amen. Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, Glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your podcast and guidance. Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite netterts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
If you're to take,
but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. Y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. With the blood seed, Lord.
You brought out the holy tablets.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M HERU.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the NETERU, Kemet and the origins of Ma'at, meanings and symbolisms of Medu-Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti, press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti PODCLASS on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
stand on
that's
a
not
demand.
the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this
Okay,
is why
then.
you upset.
I'm gonna say what's up to JJ. Stepped on the screen for a moment. JJ, how you doing, good brother? You doing well?
Hey, how you doing? Hotep, brother. This is JJ 7000 from the Mandinka Hage clan from Mali. You know what I'm saying? Tehuti, I did my roots. Yeah, I found out my people from Mali. Yeah, from the Mandinka tribe. Hey, check it out.
Nice.
Hey, there's a Hage clan. You know, I found out that they took my family from Mali to Charleston, South Carolina, and they was on the Hayes plantation. Yeah, I went deep, man. But I want to join the House of ATTON, man. So I'm just here to learn. Peace.
correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about HERU and the same about Assad.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So it's the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The brother Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, or was that a name?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a myth, a mythological NETERU, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Ankset has? Everybody, can you see that sun, Etta?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Ankset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait, let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari, you need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because, you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal, when Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are, that's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. I wanted you to say to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible. That's why that is symbolism. Anksenamun and Ankset were real.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it?
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Let me quick.
Yes, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a son on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a son on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Son of the TV House of Consciousness. Y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, brother Jabari. Most people in the got brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Chat, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comment. They say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I was going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the son. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the son. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, he took some jabs, And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the Brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka almost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Upmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kamuse.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes,
was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on Senator TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it were the NETERU real, and then Jabari came in, and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Senator TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my PODCLASS, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping, and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I've never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, sometimes we got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone.
Maybe I think so. You do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that because I already done came out and said you won that. So I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
Although he did disappear.
Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Did Barack Obama meet Spider-Man?
If he want to talk about Batman and Robin, brother, he can do that. It's his time to speak. Right. See? Even though Batman and Robin ain't got nothing to do with it, if he bring that up, then how many times Jabari brought up Spider-Man in a debate? He brought up Spider-Man.
I discovered Tehuti on Senator TV. He was at the Jabari debate. He was a brutal one, very brutal. And I was one of the Jabari followers, and Tehuti won me over. I couldn't believe that somebody that I call a teacher, master teacher, was making stuff up.
Tehuti Erakuti, I overheard you While I was in the background, you said that you were would you say your heart was broken when you saw your math teacher making things up? Was that Jabari?
Yes, sir.
Somebody's making something up. When you went in to see the debate, did you go in saying, "Oh, Jabari's gonna wipe this guy off the scene"? Did you know that you had faith in him? Like, hey, every Jabari debate on Sonnet, he blows everybody away. So here, just another one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw all his debate. You know, they claim him as the Floyd Mayweather. That time, I mean, it was just unbelievable. I was like, they need to give you the title, and until today, I'm still waiting. They still don't give you no title. I mean, in the same time, I feel this title is too little for you. It really was not a match.
Hey, Mary Sekhmet, while I'm getting this ready for you, because I'm trying to fix something here. Were you once an Israelite? Is that why your name was Israel?
Yes, that's correct. For many years.
How long did you come out of it before you came across me?
Just recently. It's not even been a month, sir, since I've had a full understanding thanks to you. So do I.
Oh, so you coming out of the Israelite is a part of you attending the podcast. Oh wow. Were you in it over 5 years?
Yes, a few decades since I was a young adult.
Wow. Give her a round of applause, please, Annie. That's oh, you're on mute, by the way. We didn't hear anything. Say it again.
I'm grateful. I am really grateful.
Wow, thank you for that. That's a great decades in Hebrew Israelite. Comes and watches the. And let me ask you this one other thing. How did you come across the PODCLASS? How did you even know about this? Come across it?
It was the debate with Jabari. I was following Jabari, and there was a debate that I found out about you, and it was going through old PODCLASS classes that the matrix was broken as far as Hebrew Israelite in the Bible.
You were a Hebrew Israelite also following Jabari?
Yes, I was still a Hebrew Israelite when I was listening to Jabari. Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. That's wonderful. You're a Hebrew Israelite while you were listening to Jabari come to the PODCLASS, and boom, now you're married Sekhmet. Wonderful. That's great to hear. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Everybody, go out there, do your job, hit the people, break the matrix, bring them here to the PODCLASS, save people's lives. Imagine dedicating yourself for decades to something, and then it's like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, this isn't true?
I have learned to understand how you teach. So you're a very directed person. So you put up, how can I say, every time you speak, there's a sword and there's a shield, right? So there's something behind that, right? It's very directed. So you have very controlled thought process. So I see a lot of people fall into hell when they have conversations with you because of your they don't see that you have a war pose like aha. So you have a sword and a shield, and you're going to block and you're going to stab them because you already understand what is directed speech. So I've learned that from you. So.
We were a great young group of brothers and sisters moving. You know what I mean? It just that things sort of went different, and we went to different black movements as we grew up. You understand what I'm saying? But right now I bear witness that Tehuti's been consistent with the truth this whole time. This whole time, I can't lie about that. That's a fact. I would say he was a bit disappointed when he came back, because when he came back, we was all 5%ers, and that wasn't his plan. At the same time, it was just how things moved, and it just how things grew, right? So today, I'm just glad that we still building, we still here. You know, I still bear witness to the teachings that he was teaching back in the day. The thing is, too, what you're hearing right now, we was building about this like 30 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So it's amazing. It's amazing, and I never thought it would be like this. You know.
Let me know if you're here, whether it's on here or whether it's in the message system. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Definitely, Dome Daily, you can stay on if you want. Build with the people. The people rarely get to see somebody who knew me from what was it? Was it 90? What year was that? 89?
It was like 89, 88 to 92. Yeah, it was just a long time ago.
89. And what were you doing in 89?
I was doing that to hurt.
Oxafek, where were you built on in 89? What were you teaching on?
I was a sperm. I was in my father's area.
Swimming in my daddy's big. Okay, maybe Primordial. I know he was the Primordial. He's gonna give up his age now. What were you doing in '89, brother? What spells were you breaking? What were you doing in '89?
Man, I was only 3 years old, running around acting whatever.
Yo, we were Yeah, we'll have to go through the details. But now, man, I'm just amazed, man. You're incredible, bro. You stand before us. Yo, Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
Check, mic check. Everyone here? Mic check. Sound check, mic check. Video check, visual check. And all of the above. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me, and we shall get started. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Let's see if there's any 9s in the room. Rasa Tut Maka Ox Effect presses a 9. Tiffany put the peace and a green heart. Okay. Peace and a green heart. We got 1 9. We got Betty Moon presses a 9. Okay, wonderful. Hotep Ma'at, Pure Saba. It is an honor to be your student too for your service. This is what I am. This is truly a service that's happening. We got Amun Ka. We got Maharu. We got Nook Nook. Tiffy Universe with a 9. VRI with a 9. Wonderful. We can get started. Where are the moderators? Can the moderators hear me? The House of a 10. Can the moderators press a 9? Okay, let's get started, everybody. We're going to start with the right proper frequency, as we always do. And then let's get started properly, so that everybody can hear me well. We're going to start with the affirmation, because that is the sound frequency that we always start with. It's a sound frequency that I start everything important with. And of course, the podcast to me is important. It's important to the House of a 10. And all the great followers, all the great students, and all the great ones of disciplinary. To the Ka and Ba for the focus of Pekka M. Ku, which is the removal of negative conscious thoughts from the mind for the purity of the Ebe. And we shall start, as we start all things of importance, with the affirmation. For the new people watching, we'll put it on the screen, and you can read it along with us. If you have any questions, live questions, feel free to send it in to the bottom to Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. That is where the support system is. That is where the questions are sent in. We do not do questions in the chat room. We do questions with support, supporting it what it is that you see us doing here. And let's go ahead and do the affirmation. Start off with the proper frequency. Are you ready? Are you ready, Shadow Body? Are you ready? I'm ready. I am ready. Is the audience ready? Let us start it off with focus. 1, 2, 3. Onki en ma'at, un en es, nin tet aset en ma'at, min habapet en ma'at, her en hu kiyui, her ikut. I live for ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. And I will let that marinate on the screen for a moment. 1. Breath. 2. Breath. And 3. Welcome everyone to this beautiful event. Once again, we are here. Another week has passed by and you are a part of this wonderful, great phenomenon. Some people may be wondering, what phenomenon have they walked into? Well, you've walked into the Tehuti PODCLASS, the House of Atten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the NETERU. The last two represent the indigenous cultural teachings of the NETERU from the wars of the indigenous people, because all others in this modern day and time are unfortunately ashamed to actually represent what the writings actually say. The consciousness that existed when there was a certain people that lived along the Nile Valley that were uncolonized. The number one fear of the New Age conscious movement, and definitely the number one fear of Christians, Muslims, Jews, and all, is what are the words of the people prior to colonization? What are the actual teachings? What is the reflection of the mind set prior to colonization? Because that is where you'll get the pure thoughts. That is where you get the uncolonized thoughts. That is where you get the mind state of the people demonstrating their true intellect, true science, true cultural thoughts, true spiritual activities and expressions, is to get the mind state of the people prior to invasion. And this is why you that are watching on the screen, and most people that are watching, have been through or still are in some type of religious system that comes after colonization. What is this date of colonization? When did colonization actually begin? When did a group of people move in and start altering the words of the ancestors? When did it take place? Did it take place with Alexander the Great? The first colonization did take place with Alexander the Great, but Alexander the Great changed his name to Makhemet. He was the so-called colonizer, but came in taking the responsibilities and taking the culture of the people. When he went into Persia, he didn't do that. When he went conquering through the Indian areas, when he went conquering through different areas, that was not done. When he came into Ma'at, he started converting over. He started changing. The Ptolemies started dressing as the Par-ee. They started having issued per-em-herus for their own personal self, not for the control of people, for their own personal self, that they did not let the people read. The people were not allowed to read the personal per-em-herus for the Ptolemies. So when the Ptolemies had the per-em-herus made and the translations made, they were not making it for the control of the people. That was their personal belief system, of which they had to announce before they could even become a Ptolemy. After which, when other Romans came in and started colonizing, after the era of Cleopatra, then transformation started taking place with the influence of another culture superimposed upon the indigenous culture. A little bit around 1st century is when it all began, coincidentally landing upon the origin of the so-called birth of a Jesus Christ. That little cute baby in the background. Not so cute, but it'll be cute for today. So around the 1st century, around when the Romans started coming in, this began the colonization, which meant the suppression of the belief system of indigenous people. Prior to that, there wasn't suppression of the indigenous belief system. The Ptolemies and Alexander came in and started worshiping the NETERU, started getting personal per-em-herus for themselves, started doing rituals, practices, worshiping Amun, doing things that was not suppressing the religion, but trying to interacting with it and demonstrating it in their personal lives, not in the control of the people, but each individual per-em-heru that they had their name in it, and no one else was allowed to read it, which means that was their personal belief in the afterlife, which came from the scribes of Ma'at. Then afterwards, the colonization started. When the colonization started, the meshing of different cultures, the superimposing and the forcing of different cultures started altering indigenous mind states. After that time period, that is where most of everyone watching comes in. When anyone claims whatever spiritual system they are in, can they date through archaeology that spiritual system prior to Roman invasion, prior to later Greek invasion? Can they even predate it prior to Alexander the Great? When someone teaches you spirituality, are they pulling out something that can be archaeologically tested coming from before the time of Alexander the Great or before the time of the Romans in the first century, or right around the first century BC, as they call it, when this BC was invented and this AD was invented, because prior to that there was no BC or AD, because BC is before Christ, AD is Anno Domini. So before anybody believed in a Christ, these dating systems didn't even exist. So once that calendar came in also, of course, colonization, because in order to tell time, you had to make a declaration that Jesus existed. Christian era, before Christ, after Christ, Anno Domini. So you watching the screen right now, are you a part of a belief system or a truth system that comes from the writings of indigenous people before invasions? And that is what you have to sit and think on. Most of the people are embarrassed of such, so therefore, when they teach you what the spirit is, what the soul is, what transcendental meditation is, what all those things are, they don't teach you from any indigenous writings. They teach you from memes, or they teach you from thoughts from the top of their head, Facebook, different colorations and cartoons that are drawn in modern day time. Or they may take you back to an Indian system, or they may take you back to something, but they never take you back to any writing that dates before the Ptolemies. And I want you to really stop and think about that. Did the indigenous people have sense and logic enough to know what spirituality is? Because that is actually the matrix. The matrix is to have you convinced that indigenous people of this planet Earth were actually demonic and savage, and they had no means and no ways to communicate the ways of God. They had no means and no ways to communicate any form of spirituality, because they are of the darkness. They are of the evil. So therefore, we can't quote them. And because of slavery, modern day people are following that same tradition, never actually quoting what the ancestors say, but in actuality, only quoting commentary, or quoting top of the head thought, New Age, Gaia channel, this channel, ancient this, that, quoting things from pictures and memes. Because the psyops is to make you believe that indigenous people had no say-so in spirituality. That's why none of your teachers quote them word for word from what they say. I brought this back into existence, as far as internet is concerned, about 4 years ago. Prior to that, I've been teaching since 1993. Some of your popular teachers that are on YouTube today descend from that, but I was not on the YouTube era until I came to the YouTube era. For that introduction, you can watch the last 150 PODCLASSes. For this introduction, I will say that by this time, if you're watching now, if you're not new watching, then by this time, you should understand what type of phenomenon that you are in right now. You're in the phenomenon of a servant and a master at the same time, because a master is a servant, and a servant is also supposed to be a master. But the servant has to work to become a master while he still sustains being the servant. And this is what I've become over the years, which is a master servant. Similar to a genie, similar to someone who does the bidding of other people's wills. So I created a system that reflects the master servant system, which is actually what the word SABA means. And that's why people call me SABA. SABA is the pupil and the teacher simultaneously. The pupil and the teacher simultaneously. I am the servant and the master teacher simultaneously. And how does this work? By putting me to the test, meaning that I set up a system that represents what we do here. And if you're wondering, where is here? Here is the House of ATTON, the ancient Tehuti teachings of the NETERU. That is the name of the movement. That is the name of the organization. The House of ATTON, a name that existed over 3,400 years, minimally. It existed before that, but minimally and conventionally, 3,400 years. The indigenous people prior to the invasions of Alexander the Great consider themselves the House of ATTON. The House of ATTON, I've actually made an attribute that reflects what it is that we do, which is the ancient Tehutian teachings of the NETERU. You see? Because in order to have teachings of the NETERU, then the NETERU had to have existed. And that's what the ancients teach. And that's what we continue to teach, because the laws of Ma'at say, copy the works of your ancestors. Continue on, because if you continue something and you're practicing something, then it's no longer ancient. It is ongoing. The Psyop is to make you think that something is ancient. That means that something stopped and is no longer continuing. So they say, you're practicing those ancient ways. No, I'm still practicing. You're still drinking Heineken. You're still drinking Budweiser. Look on the back of the bottle of Heinz and that. Been around since 1857. Been around since, so you're still practicing that ritual, those practices. You're still doing that, and that is of the ancient ways of 200 years ago, and you're still doing Halloween that is from 2,000 years ago. So every time you practice Halloween, you're practicing the ancient ways, but nobody calls Halloween ancient. Nobody calls it that. Why? Because last October, your children were doing it. Thus, it's not ancient. It's a common and modern practice today. But yet it's 2,000 years old. All of those practices you do. Is July 4th ancient? Is it an ancient practice? Is Christmas an ancient practice, or did it just come around last week? But when it comes to practicing the so-called ancient practices before colonization, that's when it becomes a subconscious problem to everybody. Because we can only practice, we're only allowed to practice the ancient ways after colonization. Because Christianity is never called an ancient practice. Did your mother ever call it that to you? Did your mother ever say, let's go to the church and do these ancient practices? No. Why? Because it's after colonization. Anything after colonization, for some reason, isn't considered ancient, even though that happened over 2,000 years ago. But if you bring up an ancient Kemetic artifact 2,000 years ago, that's ancient. Because they want you to stop the continuation of the flow of the frequency. Thus, if it's cut off and it's stopped, then you're looking back, and that's ancient. But if you're a continuation of it, then you're a reflection of it today. Unless it's not ancient, it's ongoing. Less ancient than the DNA in your fingernail. So, we represent what the ancestors say. And as a SABA, which is a master servant, I placed myself in front of the people to do the will of the people. And the will of the people is to be able to get a quest going. Their quest is their mission, their path. They're just seeking the truth. Everyone is seeking some type of truth and are on different levels on this quest. And from quest, you get the word question. But questions are denounced in this day and time, because once you ask a question that is from fringe knowledge or not of the religion, you're insulted and you're called different types of names, or you're made to feel uncomfortable because your particular quest doesn't match the quest of the person that you're asking. And that's why they make you feel bad, because you and that person have two different agendas. And only someone of a different agenda can make you feel that your quest is irrelevant or your question is irrelevant. So as a master servant, what I've done is I've set up a system where you put the master servant to the test, which means over all the 30 years plus, is 1992, isn't that over 30 years? Of all the 30 years plus that I've been teaching, what I've been doing from then till now is answering questions. But it wasn't popular on YouTube to do so. What was popular was to put out clickbait titles and to put out controversy, contention type titles where everything is based on an argument. Everything is based on what you're not doing. You're exposing this person. And I decided, what about all these people that have questions out there? What about all these people that need guidance? Not individualism, because that is of the matrix. When you see the other YouTube channels and other people that say they're conscious, they unify for the goal of becoming the best individual. That is what they unify for. So if you see them all together on a panel or all together at meetings or all together doing something, they're actually unifying to compete to see who is the best individual. So it's a unification, disunification mission, constantly going in this contention up and down, swirling vortex that never ends, because the unification is only to see who's the best individual. And that's when you walk up to a conscious person that claims to be of Kemet or a Hebrew Israelite, and you say, what is your ranking system as a Hebrew Israelite? What is your position? Because when I look in the Bible, King David had a position. Then there were scribes. Then there were treasurers. There was priests. There were people with positions. There were warriors. There were people with positions in this spiritual system. When I look at Kemet, I see even more. Everybody had a ranking system. When I looked at the ants, they have a ranking system. The bees have a ranking system. The lions have a ranking system. Everything has a structure and an order, and the word for order is ma'at, is one of its definitions. There's a ranking system, because when there is a ranking system and there's discipline, and you're observed by the masses, then you have to be accountable for your position in that discipline. When there's individuality, then you can sit on your couch and type from behind a keyboard anything that you wish, and anything that you wish, and another anything that you wish, and then after you type it in the room, you close the computer down, and you're back to going and watching the Avengers, eating Twizzlers and popcorn and smoking weed. And nobody can see you because you're unaccountable, because there is no structured movement, organization, or culture that you're a part of where there's a higher rank looking at you saying, no, that is not what we do. A fireman has a ranking system, and you love that. And the police force has a ranking system, and you love that. So does the CIA, so does the private investigator, and your lawyer system, your legal system, legal aid and everything has a ranking system that keeps you very comfortable sitting in your house. But you know, if a burglar breaks in, you don't call Starbucks. The ranking system says call 911. You don't even call the police. Do you know the police's number? No, you don't call the police. You call 911, and they contact the police. What's your situation? That is a structured system. So you never call Lieutenant Buck. You never call. I'm calling Lieutenant Williams. Yo, Lieutenant. Yo, there's a thief in my house. Sergeant. You have the sergeant's number? No. You have 911's number. Because the system that's set up. You don't get to call the sergeant. You call 911, and they contact the police based on the ranking system of the importance of the crime and what area that you're in, because it's a structured system. And you're very cozy in your living room knowing that you're protected by that structured system. When you walk into the store, may I speak to the manager, please? Not you, pizza man. Not you, burger flipper. Not you, shoe salesman. I want to speak to the manager because I want to go up in the ranking system to get something done. And that is how you live every single day of your life. And that is why you working are not the CEO, but there is a CEO of the company. You may be the CEO. Then there's other people ranked under you. And thus in your structured ranking system business, the people that are under you cannot behave like the CEO. And the CEO does not behave like the people that are under them. And everyone is happy with this. Until it comes to a cultural, spiritual system. Then it's individualism. I'm the best. I beat this person, so therefore I'm better than this person. What's your system? I don't have nothing. What's your structure? I don't have nothing. What's your discipline? I can do anything I want. But I'm the best, and I can do anything that I want. So then, what culture are you following? When you say Sankofa, let's get back to our roots. Is it the Dogons? The Dogons have a ranking system. Is it the Ifa? The Ifa has a ranking system. Is it the ancient Sumerian? Sumeria has a ranking system. Is it ancient Ma'ad? The ancient followers of Ma'ad have a ranking system, has a program, has a disciplined, structured system that keeps discipline in your life. Is it Kung Fu? They have a ranking system. So everything has a ranking system except for you, Mr. and Mrs. Individual. who just types in the comments, and then another types in the comments, and then another types in the comments, and then goes back and watches Spider-Man and Wolverine, smoking weed and eating Doritos and hanging out watching the next game, because that is your actual culture that you respect. So I set myself up to put myself in a position where questions can be asked, not the questions that I design. That would be very easy to do. But can you put yourself to the test where you can put yourself in front of the masses so that each class you have to reprove yourself and reprove yourself and prove yourself again? This means in the Tehuti PODCLASS in the House of a 10, I do not set up lectures. I do not set up topics on what I want to talk to you about, although they end up what I want to talk to you about, because I want to talk to you about what you want to know about. But I do not set up lectures and say, today's class is on the Ankh. Today's class is on the New World Order. Today's, and put up all those clickbait image thumbnails and the titles and such is coming down and taking out all those. No. We do this at the Tehuti PODCLASS. We set up what's called a reciprocity system to see if people are truly serious about their path. Well, what type of questions can we send in, Tehuti? Anything that has to do with the upliftment of your consciousness, the origins of spirituality, even physical diet. Here's $100 send in for bodybuilding nutrition. Now that person that sent in bodybuilding nutrition has a before and after picture where their physical body has changed due to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Meanwhile, this person may say, well, I don't want to really know about the bodybuilding. I want to know about, can you break down the 666 mark of the beast and its actual origins? Can you break down the psyops in it? Can you break down the origins of it? And this $99 sent in for that, and that was one of the most explosive classes ever. Do these two topics have anything to do with each other? Have you ever seen a place where you can go to, whether it's a YouTube channel or a movement, and you can send in a question about bodybuilding and get a thorough nutrition diet program based on calorie, recessive and additive calories, based on citrulline, malates, and the best vasodilation and how the stomach and intestines work. And at the same time, right beside you is another person sending in a question on 666, the mark of the beast, while somebody else right beside that person sends in a question on libation, while somebody right beside that person, the Dr. MD, sends in a question on algebra and its origin, while this person says, I don't really want to know about algebra and its origin. What about toothpaste? Hey, what are we doing to Tehuti's mind here? Hold on a second. He has to go from algebra origin to libations to bodybuilding to 666 mark of the beast. Oh, let me throw toothpaste at him and the best toothpaste. Well, I don't want to know about toothpaste. I want to know about feng shui. So while you're organizing that answer about toothpaste, hey, Tehuti, here's something about feng shui. Well, hey, I'm not into toothpaste, feng shui, or bodybuilding, but last night I saw the never-ending story. So let me while Tehuti, the servant, is putting together the answer on feng shui, the Ark of the Covenant, libations, and bodybuilding, and 666 mark of the beast. Well, me, I'm want to know about this movie. And Tehuti says, I never saw that movie. It doesn't matter. Tehuti, you're the SABA. Can you please answer the question? The never-ending story. I never saw the never-ending story. That's not relevant. The relevancy is, can I break it down and build it up? And the answer was, if the person is in the room, absolutely 100% yes. This person may say, I like the never-ending story. It's my favorite movie. This person may say, I can't even watch movies that much because it's damaging to my eyes. I actually have an eyesight issue. So maybe I'm not going to waste my time sitting in front of a movie theater. So shout out to the person who loves a never-ending story. But I want to know about eyesight, Tehuti. And the question came in with the support. And the question came in about eyesight. And that answer was, go back and watch the class on eyesight. This person may say, my eyesight is 100% beautiful, but I've been suffering as a child from hyperhidrosis. Tehuti SABA. I can't seem to ask the debaters and the people on the other YouTube channel who are arguing back and forth. They're arguing. I go to those channels. They're yelling at each other, cussing each other out. They seem to say their religion is right and everything. Listen, man, I'm having hyperhidrosis issues since I was 9. And when I ask them, they tell me to go to the doctor. They don't seem to have an answer for me. You get a personalized, customized, documentary type answer with videos, on-screen images, sources, PhD sources, meta sources, ancient sources on eyesight, here and only here at the Tehuti PODCLASS. And somebody else may say, well, I don't have hyperhidrosis. My eyesight is fine. I'm not really into feng shui. I know you've never met me before, Tehuti, but I happen to have a name. Could you break down the name, my personal name, that I chose before I met you? Could you do that for me, Tehuti? I know you never gave me this name, but I have a personal name that I chose that you had nothing to do with. And could you please elaborate on the origins, the function, the frequency, and everything of my personal name that I chose that had nothing to do with you? Could you do that for me, please? Right after I'm doing the never-ending bodybuilding eyesight story of Gnosticism while moving these chairs for feng shui. Yeah, okay, yeah. Time for your name breakdown. I don't care about a name breakdown because I'm wanting to know about heart stroke. Actually, you know what? I want to know about the Orion Star Constellation. Actually, I want to change that question from the Orion Star Constellation to recovering from a heart stroke. Not only recovering from a heart stroke, but I want to know about ancient therapeutic approaches, the origin of it. Forget my Orion situation. This other person is saying, well, I don't have any heart stroke problems, but what about Native Americans? That, you know, never-ending story, hyperhidrosis, all that is fine and dandy. That's all cool. I like the never-ending story. It's a cool movie. Algebra is cool. But let's jump over to the Americas. Can you please break down? This is not your culture, Tehuti, but can you please do a whole class on the Navajo skinwalkers? If you all have seen this happen, this phenomenon happen anywhere else, just please. Our moderators will allow you to put the YouTube channel, the book, timestamp, the movement that does this. If not, then what you've answered into is a phenomenon. And this phenomenon that you're in is called the Tehuti PODCLASS, which is under the House of ATTON, of which I am the SABA of, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the NETERU. The NETERU, which are the original concept of spiritual gods, as people say. They're not gods, they're beyond that, but spiritual concepts of gods. And this is what your teacher, your rabbi, your minister taught you. Knock and the door shall be open. Ask and you shall receive. Seek and you shall find. And that was actually a Masonic thing. Ask and you shall receive. Knock and the door shall be open. Seek and you shall find. It's actually an acronym. That's ASK. That's actually the word ask, which is the code behind that. But that is the attribute of what you're supposed to do to a God. That is what you're supposed to do. God, I'm praying for this. I have a problem with this. God, I have a problem with this. God, I have a problem with that. That is what you're only supposed to do to a God, a neter. And I'm teaching that the neter exists, and we are that. And let me show you the first one. Let me show you an example of what a neter does. Each neter has its own, his own skill factor. That's why there were so many neters. That's why there wasn't one God concept that had them all. No, Ptah did something completely different from Tehuti. Tehuti did something different from Shesh. Shesh did something different from Aset. Aset had a skill that was not Nuns, and Nuns had a skill that was not Sobek, and all of them were frequency and energies that all came together for the conglomeration of the creative energy. When they came together, they were the NETERU, plural, all together, working in frequency harmony. There wasn't one neter. There was plenty of them that worked together as the one. But in order to work together, you have to have accountability. You have to have unification. That's mental. That works with the Khan, the bond, that's spiritual. So me as this neter, as Tehuti the Saba, my ability is to lead the quest and to answer the knock. That's my ability, which I've been doing since '92. Changing people's lives to make you the best neter that you can be, of which we'll be talking about today after this first question, because there's someone that I'm working on building up to be the best neter that he can be, and his name is Ani Patah Tehuti's Scribe, and I'm working in the background building him up and getting his name out and getting something done for him, which will be announced in the class today. I actually worked on it a couple of days ago, if it was not just yesterday, maybe two days ago or so. And this is what we do for each other as neters. is the support system, reciprocity, because we support everything that kills us. You have bought popcorn. Yes, you have. I know I wasn't there, but maybe I was, but I wasn't, but maybe I was. But you bought the popcorn. You drank the Sprite. You drank the pop. You went to the amusement parks, all the roller coasters. Screaming the haunted. Everyone knows who Jason Voorhees is. Everyone knows who Michael Myers is. If I ask you about Batman, you actually know his first and his last name. We've all supported Chucky. We've all supported every Nike sweatshirt, shoe, every show that came on. We supported every bubblegum candy bar, every show, news, whatever the sports channel is, the signed t-shirt. We all supported all the things that were the detriment of the culture that was here prior to colonization. And now what we're saying here is, if a brother has a skill that you've never seen before, and has nothing to do with dribbling a basketball, it has nothing to do with playing the actor of the favorite movie you like, that you don't even know if the person can act. But we've paid to go see the movie. You don't know if the man who played Jason can act. What's his acting skill? Is that what Jason? What's the actor that plays Michael Myers? What is his acting skill? Could you not do the same? The guy that played Saw 3 that we've all seen and supported, could you not play that? Is that some skill? But all of those people I named are millionaires. They're all millionaires. Because of a reciprocity based on Isfed murder and bloodshed. Who is the actor that plays Chucky? Is that even an actor, or is it a toy moving in front of you that you like and you support? Is Chucky actually a good actor? Is Chucky even an actor? But the voice behind and the controller behind Chucky is a millionaire. Is Carrie a good actor? Are they actually good actors? But they're all millionaires because the Matrix makes sure they set up a reciprocity system that we support that is based on our death, and we do support them. Jack Nicholson plays roles of your death. Silence of the Lambs, all those movies that you like have nothing to do with your culture, but they're all millionaires. And we support them. So I set up a system. What if I displayed what it is that you want, because you wanted something before Chucky was invented. Your soul wanted something. Before there was a Batman, and after there was a Batman, you had a quest, and it had nothing to do with Batman. It had nothing to do with the Avengers. It had nothing to do with WWE, WWF. It had nothing to do with the latest Nike shoe. You had a quest that existed in your car prior to that, prior to all of that. And that was the distraction to get you away from all of that. So now you don't even know what the quest is. But if you still remember your questions, if you still appreciate a brother doing that, if that to you is better than what Shaq does, I'm not sure what Shaq does. I am not sure because I do not watch these things. I'm not sure what this and that is. That's something maybe. I just never grew up with that. I grew up with these, so I never even touched a basketball until a few years ago. I don't even know what these things. I was never into those things, but I guess this is an ultimate art to do this that deserves millions and millions of dollars. It's $6,000 every time a certain basketball player, a certain one, shoots into the hoop. It's $6,000. If he does it 3 times, $18,000 more than you got paid in how long? And he went like this. And if that's a skill that deserves reciprocity, I want to switch that consciousness. So with all that understood, welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. This is a phenomenon that you are partaking in. We are going to show the first question. I'm going to put the link in the room for the family to come in, the supportive family. When I say the supportive family, this is not a link for people to just jump in and chime in and chit-chat and talk. This is a link for the supporters, the supportive family to come in. Because if Starbucks did this, all of you would come in. Why? If they said this Starbucks link is only for those who have ever bought Starbucks and support Starbucks. This is for only those who have bought pizza and the double Whopper with cheese. This is only for those who support. If you've ever supported popcorn, you can click the link. Everybody would be able to come on because we've all supported those things. Sometimes people wait in the box when they try to come in the link, and they're like, how come you're not letting me in? I'm like, I don't recognize the name matching a Cash App or a PayPal. What is your support system? And as you're doing that, you definitely have your pack of weed in your back pocket. You have that. That man is supported well. You have that ready. So this link is for the supporters of the Tutsi PODCLASS. We are a family because we respect each other, hopefully more than the people respect and more than you respect Heinz Ketchup and Dunkin' Donuts and Krispy Kreme, of which we've all supported. This is a support system. Each of us have our skill and our talent, and we support each other's skill and talent. This skill and talent that I have, if you don't know it by now, it will be demonstrated with this beautiful question that was sent in by the brother Maharu. I'm going to put the link in the room. And by the way, people are wondering, who is this? This is Shadow Body, a Salawasi boega, venomous. Usually the species is extremely always angry, and it is a very uncomfortable envenomated bite if you ever get one. And this is a Shadow Body, pure black, iridescent Shadow Body, who's a boega, Sulawesi, only from one place in the world. And he represents the black shadow body called the Kaibet in the Metanetter, the pure black body or the shadow body, which I'm sure I've done a class. Person 9, if you can hear me. Am I on? I don't even know if I'm on here. To the chat. Pressing 9. Okay, good. Oh, AD is here. I didn't even see this. I quit coffee. That's. I remember those talks, AD. I remember those talks. Yeah, this is up. But by the way, this is AD Ross. AD Ross is the great engineer. If you don't know who he is, he's the great engineer of the Killer Priest Podcraft. And without AD, without AD, there would not be a Killer Priest Podcraft. Everything that you see in the videos, the audios, the way the show is, everything. We were all there behind the scenes to see AD's work. All you all see is a pretty show in front of you, but the work of AD is extraordinary. And by the way, this is also the very first person that at that time that gave me reciprocity, that dumped his wallet in my hands. The Killer Priest pre-show because of the explosive classes that I was doing. So shout out to AD Ross. I was just having a memory. Oh, did I put the link in the room though for the supporters? I put the link in the room for the great supporters. I was bumped off for a little bit, so I don't know. I'm not sure what happened after that, but the link should be coming into the room. And let me see. Let me go down. It may be bumped. AD says, "Thank you, brother. Blessings." Okay, good. You all are seeing. I'm on. Okay, thank you, AD. I'm on. Okay, good. Press see the 9s now. Now they're coming in, so I can see everything. Wonderful. So peace to the new people. I always give shout outs to the new people. Oh, this is Pata. That must be Annie. All right, shout out to Annie. Shout out to the new people. So I put the link in the room for the people to jump in the room, the supporters. Then I'm going to step off for just a minute. When I come back, I'm going to make an announcement. The announcement actually is going to be about Annie. So team, jump in the room. Oh, good. AD quit weed too. Wonderful. And AD says, I don't watch twists in movies like so. Okay, good. AD is active in the room today. I didn't even see all these things. Okay, wonderful. So team, jump in the room. VRI, you can jump in. You're a great supporter. He says, thank you, Pata. Wonderful. Okay, VRI, the team can jump in the room. And then we're going to go over what the question is sent in by P. Get Leisure. Let me sip some water in the meantime. And next week we're gonna go over. There was a question sent in by Tanya 23 Experience about Asar and Aset being. She clarified the question when I had the question for several weeks and it wasn't clarified. She sent in an email which clarified it. It was about Asar and Aset. Are they depicted as brothers and sisters and as incest through a misunderstanding or an agenda of the Egyptologists trying to bring in Isfet? To that effect, we're going to go over that and a couple other things also next week. Wonderful. Nicholas says, hey, Nicholas. Haven't seen Nicholas in a while here. Hope he's doing good. Hope his health is great. Hotep, Saba, great to see you. Great to see you too, Brother Nicholas. Wonderful. Okay, so until the team jumps on, I'm going to let me go ahead and pull up, refresh the page and pull up some of the support just to show the people the support that comes in to the Tehuti PODCLASS. The recent support that's coming to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Let me so for example, there's Patan right there. Wonderful. So for example, I did a class on so what we do here also is while I teach, or right before I answer, or even right after I answer, and I say, Hotep, I'm done, people send us support for the class that they're actually watching and observing if they benefited from it, or they could go back to YouTube and also have seen something prior to and send support for that. And that is a very honorable thing because obviously I don't know who's watching what on YouTube. You could watch all the shows for free on YouTube and not support once, and just suck in the information and never give reciprocity. And I would never ever know. But beautiful sisters like this, let me watch the class, and this class here was on family, anti-family psyops, and this is the beautiful sister Angela Gates sent in the support here. So Pata, if you're there, give her a round of applause, hand clap. One of the first donation tips support that we're showing, which was from a class from last week or the week before, and it is the anti-family class. Give her a round of applause if you are there, Pata. Pata is here. Maybe I have some mic problems. So I'm going to go ahead and give this beautiful sister, Angela Gates, a round of applause for the support of $25 for anti-family psyops. Thank you, Angela Gates. Appreciate the support. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And there is Basa Tut. Basa Tut, can you hear me, good brother? Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me? I'm not sure if anybody.
Oh,
I
can hear you.
Okay, good. Did you give sound effects and I couldn't hear it, or were you muted or something?
No, it takes a few minutes for my sound effects to load up.
Oh, okay. Okay, wonderful. Okay. Basa Tut, can you hear me? Maybe not. Robert Williams says, HTMT and peace to the Tuti Pod class and the Per Am ATTON. Hand claps. I'm on the road, present and listening. Music and the letter I. Shout out to you. Wonderful. Okay, let me turn it down a little bit. Wonderful. All right, and I'll show one more person. Who is this? Oh, this is I'll show that afterwards. Who is this? Shout out to the good brother who you may see on the screen with one name, which is going to be there's going to be Israel Hoyle. But the real name, let me get on the screen. So we're going to give, starting off already, we're going to give big noises, transformer noises. Israel Hoyle, that you see is Watermelon TV, is really now Medu Seneb. If he's in the room, you'll see Medu Seneb. That is his new name, his new Ren. Give him some big noise. Starting off already with the $50. Give him some noise, Pata. Okay, shout out to that. Where'd it go? Shout out to that great brother right there. His name is Medu Seneb. Okay, wonderful. We'll read the rest of the support later, but I'm gonna hand the mic over to Pata. Pata, how you doing today, good brother?
Hotep Saba, did you say something? I took my headphone out for
I said I'm handing mic over to you, Pata.
How you doing today, good brother? You doing well?
Yes, I am Acker. I'm doing excellent, great SABA. Doing wealthy and strong. Yes, how are you?
I'm very, very well, very, very busy. A lot of magic took place last night, which created a night. It's actually been going on for the last 2 nights, created a very, very busy night, which is why there was another question of the podcast that I was going to answer today, but I have to put that aside because yesterday was complete hectic chaos. But the beautiful thing about it is it's a magic that brought forth a lot of magical animals were involved in setting a great future. So I'm doing very, very well. Thank you for asking.
Yes, you're welcome. I love to hear that. Work.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
Wonderful, wonderful, excellent. And VRI, who looks like the Annie of the Perm Heru. He looks like VRI. He doesn't turn sideways, and he looks like the Annie of the Perm Heru. How you doing, good brother? All the way from London, UK. Whatever the difference is between those things, but how you doing, brother?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. Yeah, I'm just like about an hour away, about half an hour train away from London, so that's probably the easiest way to explain it.
Okay. Wonderful. What is the name of the place you're in? That's not London.
The place I'm in is a town called, well, city called Milton Keynes.
Milton Keynes?
Milton Keynes, like Key.
Okay, Milton Keynes. Okay, sounds like an actor. All right.
Yeah.
Glad you're safe out there. All right, let me go to the brother. Always at work. He comes to the podcast. He's at work. Dedicated, loyal. Some people would say, "Well, I have to work too. I can't come to the podcast. I'll just listen in." He's at work on the screen. He's I don't know if that's I ask him every time at a bodega. I don't know if he's in the back of Walmart. I'm not sure where he is, but how you doing, Basatut?
What's up, Saba? I'm doing very good, very well. I'm here in the Matrix. Whatever. Yeah. Bodega, corner store, whatever you want to call it, it's just the Matrix. It's something to help me, get through this, revenue and whatnot. But yes, I'm doing very well. So
what's the last thing you said? You said get through the revenue, and then you faded out. What did you say?
I said like whatever else it is.
Oh.
Yeah, no. But I'm doing very well. So getting over being under the weather, but I'm doing well.
Wonderful. Glad you're doing well. And the beautiful thing about that Matrix is that most people don't get to enjoy the Matrix in the podcast. So you're there at the Matrix, but it's beautiful because your back is actually turned to it, and your face is here with us. So as far as your brain's concerned, you're actually here with us, and I really appreciate that you are putting yourself through whatever Matrix you have to support yourself, be a great supporter. You're one of the greatest consistent supporters, and you're putting yourself through the Matrix in order to get to an end goal. So I appreciate that, and keep the hard work up, whether you're working in the Matrix, out of the Matrix. It just proves that you're a disciplined worker, which is the best thing that anybody could be, actually.
You are for saying that.
Nini Uk. People may say, what is Tehuti saying? Being a worker is the best thing you could be. Yeah, just go to the podcast and look up what the word work means, and you'll see what it is. And everything is work. Work is from org. Org, it means energy. Anything that you put energy into to come to an end goal is work. Even if you're playing tennis, you're still working. Ask Serena Williams. All right, so we're going to say peace to the chat. Peace and love to everybody watching. I'm glad everyone is enjoying. I'm going to put the question Ibetsi Moon put up
Everybody's putting up three. It's just Nook. I bet they put up 3 hearts. Nook put up 3 fires. Nook put up 3 axes. A lot of 3s. 3. I don't know what those things are. 3 party symbols. Shout out to everybody. I'm going to show the first question here that was sent in by the brother Maharu. And let me ask Maharu. Maharu, from where you are you able to click onto the live stream? I'll look out for that answer. Let me go ahead and put the question that was asked today. The question that's going to be answered today. The question is going to be answered today. Oh, good. Click on, brother. Click on. This is your question. This is for you. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So here it is. Okay. Where is he? Where is he? Where's the question? Okay, coming from Maharu. Let me go ahead and my computer is moving slow. I'm going to scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. Is this it here? So Maharu had sent in a beautiful question a few weeks ago that was answered here at the Tuti PODCLASS. And the question was about Kenya. And he's witnessing some things out in Kenya that doesn't represent that he is, it doesn't represent that the culture knows much of anything about itself. It seems to be a Christian culture, and how could this be? And so Maharu also sent in a similar question. But this one was about Ethiopia. Let me go ahead and see if I can, I'm not seeing it here, but maybe it is December Ethiopia Psyop. Is it in here? Yeah, here it is. Okay, good. So here's his question right here. We're going to give him some big noise. He's one of the greatest supporters of the PODCLASS. And we're going to give him some big noise, and then he can actually vocalize. There he is right there, the man, the legend, this walking ka. He's a ka with legs. He's Maharu, the great pure spirit. The great pure spirit. I'm going to have to go into a laboratory and make him a mate, because no woman walking the planet is pure enough to walk in his presence. He's just a pure soul. This man here is just, he's all about the other realm. How you doing, Maharu?
Hotep, SABA.
Hotep. How's the sun?
Sun?
New York.
Excuse me?
How's the sun compared to New York?
Oh, it's always warm out here. Always warm.
No high building smog and trains everywhere. None of that.
No rats running around, and roaches. Yeah.
Good. Wonderful. We're gonna put your question up on the screen. We're gonna give you the adoration and respect for this beautiful question and consistent support. Every by the way, he's the winner of what? He won something, right, Scribe? What was that he won last week?
Yes, he is the winner of the raffle that we did for the 1 year, or the 3rd year anniversary of the Tehuti PODCLASS, and he won a $50 gift card to the houseofatton.org, which was sent to you, great brother. Did you receive the notification and the email for that?
Yes, I did receive it. Batar. Any Batar. Cool.
Okay,
Wonderful. And also thank you, Batar. Tua. And also right beside Patar is the other man who won, Basatud. What did he win? He won too, right?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He also won a $50 gift card to the houseofatton.org and two classes of the Ma'at Fundamental Friday HERU classes.
Excellent, wonderful. Okay, so we're gonna put up, and congratulations to both of you for winning similar things, and I'm so happy that both of you won. You were the only enterers, and both of you came out as winners. So congratulations for that. So here is the Good Brothers question. Maharu. Let me see if I have it here. And Nook for Nook, I hope you that's still Israel Hoyley. I hope you fix your computer situation, because you are definitely a pleasure to have up on the screen. It's another pure soul right there. Pure Ka. All right, there it is. So Big at Leisure, Maharu, could you go ahead and read this for us, please?
Yeah, yes, SABA. Saket SABA Tehuti. Currently.
Wait, sorry. Oh, go ahead. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, brothers. Pardon that. Go ahead.
Beget Leisure Center sent you $100 USD. Saket SABA Tehuti. I'm currently in so-called Ethiopia. According to the history, the country was never colonized. But again, like Kenya, I'm seeing Greek terms that are so-called uncolonized land as adopted, man-made religious terms after the mythical story of Solomon and the biblical name Cush. Saba, please weld us back. Tehuti, is Ethiopia supposed to be the original gateway of the gods? Babylon. So how does it reach to Iraq? To our Saba, to our the Ispet brainwashing is heavier over here.
Okay, wonderful. Let's give this man some big noise, please.
Yo, let's go.
Humans have asked us to play by their rules.
Some of y'all think I'm an alien?
Thank you, and beautiful inquiry. So I take it what made you ask this question is you're in an area that's supposed to be apparently of an original culture, but it doesn't seem to what you're seeing doesn't reflect that at all, does it?
No, it does not. And I'm surprised of how even the stuff that's sold in the stores and stuff like that is it's all man-made. I mean, in the area that I was in, most of the stuff was in the stores were man-made.
And when you say man-made, what's an example of man-made?
I mean, like most of the stuff in the area that I was in was Addis Ababa, and most of the stuff was in boxes, sold in boxes. I didn't see a lot of fresh produce and stuff like that in the area that I was in. Then that was like the main strip.
Okay, and what did you see as far as religion, or what seemed to be the most popular religion you see or saw around there?
Well, the most popular religion is Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. I thought it was Islam because the way that they dress, but it's Christianity.
Wow, so interesting. So it seems to be people say Ethiopia is one of the cradles of, well, it's the cradles of the MRCA, the most common recent ancestor. There's a reason why it's confused with Babylon, Iraq, and we'll be getting into that, but we won't be getting into that in detail. But I will say, because there is an area that I spoke about with the Kenya breakdown buildup in that area. They try to shift that area to the Iran, Saudi Arabian area. They try to shift it there, but I showed in the Kenya class that it's actually down there by Ethiopia, and down there by Kenya, it's actually encompasses that area. So we're going to get into all of that. We're going to get into is Ethiopia, has it been colonized? Because if not, if Ethiopia has not been colonized according to what we consider colonization, then that means that everything they're doing over there should be of the original. There should be no colonization. Everything should be what's always been going on. Because one of the things that people brag about when they say an area has never been colonized is the fact that it's not touched by foreigners. It's not, there's no foreign invasion that came in that controls the place. We're independent. We're not colonized. So that means that Christianity must be the original way of life there. Ethiopia must be the indigenous name. The dress code must be indigenous. The language. What language did you come across? Did you come across anything called Geese or?
It was I'm not gonna if I'm pronouncing it right, but Amharic language, right?
Amharic, Geese, and all that should be original. That means that Christianity, Amharic, Geese, Ethiopia, all should go back to the same origin because there's no outside control. Everything's coming from the indigenous people. So we're going to find out today. For those who just tuned in that are wondering what we are talking about, one of the questions that were sent in, going to cover a few questions, but the main donation topic: Africa, Ethiopia, Christian psyops. What are you talking about, Tehuti? Why is Africa in quotations? Why is Ethiopia in quotations? I'm a proud Ethiopian. We have the first Bible. We have the oldest Bible. We have the Falasha Jews. We have the oldest. We're the oldest Christians. We descend from King Solomon. Has Ethiopia ever been colonized? And then a special announcement for one of Tehuti's students, and I'm sure everybody can guess who the student is because the picture of him is right under the announcement. So yes, one of Tehuti's students. It will be an announcement about him this evening. So let's find out. Is there a psyops going on, or is really there's Addis Ababa? You see it right. I put Addis Ababa there, right on the right there on the image. Well, I put the image of Addis Ababa there, and then you'll notice that it's surrounded by Sudan, Eritrea, Yemen, Somalia, Kenya. These two areas here, Somalia and Kenya, we discussed and I taught on about the false border and what this really was to the indigenous people. So here's the Ethiopians, proud Falasha Jews. There we go. You see? Descendants of Solomon. People are very, very proud of this. Ethiopia, the descendants of Solomon, King Menelik. And we're very, very, people are very, very proud of this. So we're going to, what did you say, Maharu, unweld us? What did you say? Welding?
Yeah, I was putting in with what you broke down in at that time in the last class, in the last Tehuti class.
Okay, so it's weld us. Well, let me see what it says. Weld us back. Yes, absolutely. That's what we're going to cover, everybody. I shall be back. Maharu, talk to the people. VRI, talk to the people. Basatut, talk to the people. Talk to each other. Talk to the people. Let them know what type of phenomenon they are watching. Why they should support the Tehuti PODCLASS. Why they are in the House of ATTON, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the NETERU, the testimonies you have, and what actually keeps this PODCLASS moving, what keeps the answers going, and what type of answers you've received. I shall be right back in a moment to answer the question. I will let the family build. Hotep, Ma'at, for those that are wondering, excuse me. For those that are wondering how to support, there's the AI scrolling there at the bottom, but it is Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal, @RockSV. Send in your support, and you will get the highest quality of answers you've ever gotten and the most life-changing experience that you've ever gotten. In this class today will reflect that. And after this class, I'll be making an announcement, and the announcement will lead to me explaining what I try to do for people to change their their lives. There's several people that are very popular to you all. Brother Polite is very popular to everybody. He's one of the children of. He was a child. He was a child back when I was teaching his family, his parents, and those who were around that area. But he was one of the children running around. Now he's one of the most popular. Was the most popular. There's brothers like to the Hebrews. There's Captain Tazariak. There's several popular people that are very popular, and they are very popular because they go onto a channel called SONETER TV. I'll be making an announcement about that. I am not one of them. I'm not one of the people that are popular because of that, but there are several people that nobody knew who they were. Then they went on SONETER. The good brother SONETER promoted them, went on the streets with them, and now they have channels that are generating 47,000 views, 67,000 views. Some of the people that are extremely popular to you actually were debuted on that channel. So we'll be talking about that later today. I will be back in a few moments, and we'll get into it. Support the podcast. Hotep for now. I'll be right back.
Hotep, my peace and love, everyone. Be sure that you all have hit the like button. If you are here watching the live, hit the like button and support. The support links are pinned to the top of the chat for those who would like to send in a question to the great SABA and receive the wonderful teachings that he brings forward in the way that he does it here at the Tehuti PODCLASS. So utilize those links and definitely hit the like button. But yes, Hotep Henu, peace and love, everyone. Glad to see you all here again in the Tehuti PODCLASS. Peace and love to all the consistent, wonderful students of the great Tehuti PODCLASS and those who appreciate and support this. So houseofatton.org is where everything exists that you can find in one space. All the classes that we have at the House of Atton, all of our items, merch. We have so many fantastic items, shirts, long sleeves. It's getting into the winter. Aside from great Maharu, who says it's always hot. So some of you may need some hoodies. Some of you may need some short sleeves. We have everything for anyone who needs any particular thing. Many new things coming soon to the House of Atton. And to everyone who has supported us there and received any item, whether it's a notebook, a Hotep mat, whether it's any type of bathroom items, all that we have there. And for everyone who leaves reviews. The reviews definitely assist in the promotion of the product. So definitely to everyone who supports that. So yes, I'm extremely excited for this PODCLASS and getting into these teachings, dealing with what we know today as Ethiopia and the colonization of that area as well. So it's interesting, Maharu, to hear that that the people that are there don't know, right? They don't know. So and so this was something that I recognized early, where a lot of people would say, have you been to this particular area? When you're speaking about a place, have you been there? And with where we are located in the tools that we have at our disposal to utilize and dig into, study, and there's a lot of things that we can come across more so than others elsewhere. And so, we are doing the works here, and with that, we can take it and place them where it needs to be to begin to break the matrix of those people who are within these lands and bring them back to the source. So wonderful question, great Maharu. Looking forward to that. It's great to see you on the panel, great brother. It's been a long time since I've seen you on the panel. So it's good to see you, Orson. So yes, we'll go around. We will go around and we'll let everyone speak hear everyone's everyone's voice, everyone's ebe, and yeah. So we'll start with the great Basa Tut Maka Aksa Effect, great brother Hotep Inu.
Hotep Inu, Hotep Marie, peace to everyone in the pod. Welcome to the podcast. Wait for this class every Saturday. I look forward to it, even though, as Saba said, I'm in the matrix. I'm outside of it. My mind is outside of it. As long as I'm tuned into this podcast, I'm learning immensely from Saba's privilege and his classes. I'm excited also for class Ethiopia and the Psyop behind the colonization of it, and interested in getting into the origin of it, because I always love when Saba goes into the origin of things. So definitely gonna be a fire class. I encourage everyone to support PODCLASS. If you enjoy what you see and what you're learning, and just support that what you love, right? But yes, I'm excited also as well for Saba's announcement. I caught some of the sonneter Saba was on yesterday. So yeah, that was enough for teaching. Saba was trying to give the people over there and everything, but we know what happened on sonneter. But yeah, we won't get into that too much. But yes, definitely happy, healthy. So everything is wonderful in my world. So as long as I'm within my, yeah. What's up, peace and love to everybody.
Yes, Hotep Henu to you, great brother. Tua for that, and yeah, this great brother here is the greatest supporter. He supports everything that we do at the House of ATTON. Anything that we bring forward, he supports. So Tua, great brother, for leading by example and doing your part to assist in the growth of the movement, great brother. So Tua to you. All right, let's go to the great Ma HERU.
Hotep, Uncle and Ma. Yeah, that's another side as well. When they think that Africa is so hot. I mean, I'm been here for a few months now, and it hasn't been over 80 degrees. It's always under in the 70s or in the early 80s, and especially at night, it gets cold at night as well. And when I was in Ethiopia, I hope Tehuti Saba explains that as well. Why is it called Ethiopia? Because that's a Greek term. What was the original Ren, the name of that so-called the land, the tar, the land. I'm so glad to be here again. To be a part of the House of ATTON, to express that the NETERU do exist, and that's what we are representing. And yeah, when I was in Ethiopia, I got sick over there. I don't know, as soon as like a few days when I arrived, I got really sick. I think it might have been there was a thing going around called the Mpox. So it looked like I was shedding like a reptile. I was breaking out with hives all over my body and everything. My mouth was swelling. But for all of that, the ancestor still was able to come to me through Ufeshes and dream. And so that was hopefully people could send in the questions in regards to what's going on right now in Jersey, that I saw in one of my Ufeshes. It was a great time over there though. I thought to be first time experiencing being over there in my car, in my body, over there in so-called Ethiopia. So just like and subscribe to the PODCLASS. like the prelude to when it started. I first started. I know about Tehuti from Sarnetta as well. That when Tehuti was on Sarnetta's class, but it didn't make sense. It didn't make sense to me that you believing in Kemet and you're saying that the NETERU don't. The NETERU are just principles. It didn't make sense. So whenever people was coming to me with it, I just brushed it away until SABA came and explained it thoroughly when he with his standards in my art. So Tua and Annie Patar for holding it down. Tua.
Yes, Nini, a great brother. Tua to you, for your consistency and such a wonderful supporter. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. So it's an honor to stand alongside you, great brother. So peace and love to you. And yes, now we'll go to the great VRI Hotep, good brother.
Hotep, peace and love. I'd just like to say thank you to the podcast and thank you to the House of Atton. There's nothing else going on like this in the world right now, especially with SABA's teachings and the fact that they are just so unique and it is a phenomenon. Like it is a unique experience. It's great, and I'm just very proud to be a part of it and to study under the House of Atton and the PODCLASS and SABA, because it's changed my life and it's provided a discipline to years of just scattered thought, and it's provided actual teachings and something to implement into my daily life and being rather than guessing, and that's what I'm thankful for. So Tua.
Okay, wonderful. Yes, it's also good to see you on the panel. Good brother and another great supporter of the Tehuti PODCLASS. So Tua for being up on the panel with me, great brothers. Appreciate that. And yes, everyone. Again, the support links are pinned to the top. Support the great SABA, support these PODCLASSes, and what all goes into it to bring this forward and what all has transpired within SABA Tehuti's Ankh prior to coming online that allows him to come forward as he does. So support the journey, support the works that are taking place. And yes, houseofatton.org. I'm not sure if there are any moderators. I haven't seen. So let me put the link to the website for everyone, which is also pinned in the bio for those who are watching on the playback. All right, there it is, houseofatton.org. And yes, again, there are many things that are taking place and transpiring at this current time, and it's important for us each to play our individual parts within the body of the movement, and something as simple as liking the video and sharing this to your social media does more than what most people understand. And so, we do have our social medias, Instagram, TikTok, where we also post short form clips. So follow us there. And yeah, I'll show that and walk everyone through it. Because I do want everyone to participate within this here. So hearhouseofatton.org. When you go to social media, we have a Discord as well. So everyone join the Discord. This is where the Ma'at Fundamental Friday SEBA classes, where I teach on the instruction literature that was brought forth by the scribes of Ma'at. It's a very powerful class, and I bring forward some Seba'it that may not be popularized or known to most. And that is where a lot of very powerful gems are. And there's a lot. There's a lot that is not brought to the forefront. So this is a class I bring forward to the HERU, to those who are within the House of Atton, which again, you can do here. You see House of Atton membership at the top. And it's a wonderful platform for everyone to communicate outside of just the classes, right? To build relationship and to communicate. And this is, the Tehuti PODCLASS, what we do at the House of Atton during our Sunday classes as well. Subscribe to House of Atton if you're not subscribed there. Peace and love, great brother Tefrim Kim Ma'at. Hotep to you, one of the great moderators. If you could, great brother, put the link for the House of Atton YouTube channel in the chat for everyone, and go subscribe there as well. We do wonderful classes. We have audio readings. The great Tefrim Kim Ma'at creates these visuals to the literature of the Remetu, what people know as the ancient Egyptians. So taking the stories and putting them in visual form for everyone to enjoy. The Jed Sajem is putting together wonderful mini films based on Ma'at and the Seba'it as well. Very powerful. The great Menku Ara, Mary Ma'at, is putting together some powerful classes and teachings on many topics. So subscribe to our YouTube as well. But yes, this is where you want to join the Discord. And we have public meetings the last Friday of every month. So for this month, it'll be December 27th, which is just another great opportunity to come together and communicate things that you all would like to see, things that you all would like to be a part of, as we're always looking to bring in those who want to assist in the evolution of the House of Atton, the Keperu of the House of Atton. So if you have a particular skill set or something that you just enjoy doing and you want to apply it towards Ma'at, House of Atton is always looking for those who want to be a part of this. So very nefer and tua to those who do assist within the inner workings of the House of Atton, all the great brothers that you see as the moderators, and the great Aminet, who runs our social media platform as far as taking the clips and scheduling them out to reach our Instagram and TikTok and all those great places of infinite opportunity. All it takes is one, and you can double the amount of eyes that are on you. And so this is why I then begin to create the social platforms for us and create a system and to then teach Aminet how to run it, because she came forward and she said, this is where I can assist. I would like to assist. What can I do? And so now she is the manager of the social media side of the House of Atton. And I definitely want everyone to come here and support. So here is, I guess it won't let me do it here online, but if you go on your phones, you can go to the House of ATTON Instagram, and as well as the Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, which is now X, and so and Tua Maharu, while you're up here, good brother, Tua, for also utilizing your platforms. I see you, recording the podcast and posting it, and it gets good motion. So Tua, great brother for that, and assisting, because if every person in the podcast right now just created an account and just start posting on it, we will see these numbers exponentially grow. So Tua, good brother, for doing your part.
New York.
Yes, and so what else do we have up here? Spotify. We also turn the video PODCLASSes to audio form for those who just like to listen audibly, and we cut a lot out and just stick to what the teachings are. So if you want to listen to it in audio form and just have it consolidated, Spotify is where you want to go to, and that is ran by the great Nefertatan Saket of the House of ATTON. And so the great sisters are doing wonderful, and they come forward and say, hey, how can I help? And so that's what they are doing. So Tua to Nefertatan Saket for putting together the Spotify, and also when you come back to these classes that you see are 8, 9, 10, 11 hours long, and they have timestamps that you can just click and it'll take you directly to a specific part of the video. That is also thanks to Nefertatan Saket. So Dua for doing that for us here at the House of ATTON. And so, yeah, everything is here. And Tua to everyone who utilizes this. We have the apparel, again, for everyone to support and represent the NETERU. A super easy way to start conversation. So Tua to everyone who has purchased the House of ATTON merch, and there are new designs in the works and things that are coming forward that I'm excited to bring to the forefront for everyone and continuously expand. So that's wonderful. And here at the PODCLASS section, everything is organized for you all. So this is the PODCLASS we're in right now that you see up here. And here is the playlist for you all to go through, find the classes that you would like to be a part of here. And so here is I don't know if y'all just seen what I did, but if you're on any type of computer, there's a shortcut that you can use. If you hit Control F, it'll pull up this search thing here, and you can just type in, if you're looking for a particular topic, say we're looking for, never-ending stories. So it'll pull it up here for you, and it'll take you right to it. So you can then watch the class, sign in to confirm you're not a bot. So Dua. And so, yes, everything is in order for everyone here, as well as the House of ATTON classes that we have on Sundays. Here, everything is just organized for you all, for your convenience. My classes that I give, the Seka'u sessions, the Scribal sessions, where every class is bringing forth and putting forward the scribes of Ma'at and bringing you the rens of many of the scribes that are not spoken about. So everything is in alignment here for you all and extremely organized. So Tua to everyone who supports us. here at the House of ATTON, continuously find new and creative ways to expand. Links are pinned to the top of the chat. Again, everyone hit the like button on your way in. And I think I hear SABA, so let me come back to the screen here. Oh, yes, Hotep, and I will close there so we can begin. Okay, Hotep, Great SABA, welcome back.
Hotep, good to be back. Good to be back. Peace and love, everyone. Back here, I see some new names. I see Young Cheetah. Shout out to Young Cheetah. Shout out VRI Homie. Put me on to SABA and the Wisdom. All right. All right. Yeah, I'm sure you know him, VRI. He says you put him on. Okay, good. Shout out to Professor X. Professor X is a moderator at the SONETER channel. Peace and love to Professor X. And shout out to you. Master K is here. Shout out to Master K. Hotep. Anki Ma'at. Okay, wonderful. Okay, everybody, we are here. We're about to get started. Thank you, Annie Patah, for your rundown on the latest with the House of Attend and keeping everybody up to date. To everybody for letting the crowd know to support the Tehuti PODCLASS. Those who are wondering, those who are new, you can come to the Tehuti PODCLASS, which you are right now, and you can send in questions, you can support, and you can get the highest level of guidance that I'm sure you've ever seen. And you'll be the judge of that after you see the first answer done. And when you send in your personal question, you will definitely be the judge of that for sure. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to get into it. Peace and love. Press a 9 if you can hear me in the chat. And then I'm going to make where is the team? Where is everybody? Where's Saddam? Where's the Jed? Amenkura sent me a message. So he's getting some kind of work done. He can't he won't be at the PODCLASS. But shout out to the rest of the team, wherever they may be. Can everybody hear me? Press A9. Shout out to Minty Hotep. Minty Hotep says, Hotep, Henu, Sabatuti, House of Attend. Who is here? Master K, are you there? Professor X, are you there? Young Cheetah, are you there? All the people who just recently spoke, are you there? Press a 9 if you can hear me. Maharu, press a 9. Nukpana presses his name, 9 to the 9th power of 9. Bijan Pharaoh, shout out to him. Shout out to Bijan Pharaoh. Peace and love to you. And Pu Ma'at, I believe I saw him afterwards when I went to the SONETER channel. I saw him afterwards in the chat. I don't read the chat while I'm on this SONETER show. Shout out to Tiffy Universe. Shout out to Tiffy Universe. Tiffy, peace and love to you. It's the brand new sister coming through. I think Tiffy now comes here more than RPM, the one who brought her. RPM, where are you, good brother? Represent. Hotep and love. I hope you're watching in the background somewhere. Shout out to Tiffy. Shout out to Amunet Khan. Okay, good. And everybody, I will. Bijan Vero says, Hotep House of Attend. LMAO. Okay. Tiffy's here. More than RPM. Okay, everybody, get your pen, your pads out, get ready. We're gonna go through this answer, this question, this beautiful demonstration, and then afterwards we're gonna go through the. We're gonna take one mid break, and then either in that mid break or after the second break, I'm gonna make the announcement. And you all look forward to that because that announcement is going to manifest in a few hours from when the PODCLASS ends. If everything goes through okay, you will hear it after this. So everybody, get ready. Get your pen, your pads out. I got the timer out. The brother Maharu said the beautiful question about Ethiopia. And how long were you there, Maharu? How long were you in what they call Ethiopia? How long were you there?
10 days. 10 days, Saba.
10 days. And while you were there in 10 days, You see anybody with Purim Herus and some of the coffins?
No, I just bumped into a young man. He's about 15, 16 years old, and me and him had a great conversation about your class and the House of Atton, and he had someone that he was speaking to in America. So he was glad meeting me, bumping into me, because everybody was saying he was crazy, and I confirmed to him that it's not true, that my art is real, and the NETERU are real beings, and we have a class every Saturday and Sunday, and a movement.
Beautiful, beautiful. When you say he was speaking to somebody in America, somebody he was getting higher level information from than the regular stuff that was going on in Addis, or just
No, in regards to Kemet and stuff like that, information about Kemet.
Oh yeah, okay. So higher information than what he's getting in Addis, because in Addis they don't teach about Kemet, right?
No.
Okay. Okay, here we go, everybody. We're about to get started. Tiffy has confirmed that RPM, he'll be here. So RPM will be here. Shout out to RPM. Everybody get ready to support. While you're watching this answer, everybody, while you're watching this demonstration, it's going to be in 2 parts tonight, because I'm going to have to take I will take a break, and if this goes on beyond 45 minutes, I take a break. While you're watching this answer, if you appreciate what you're getting, if anything hits you, support the Tehuti PODCLASS, Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal, at Rocky SV. Those are the big ones right there. The QRT code, however that's pronounced. It's PayPal, Cash App. You support, send a tip, send appreciation, say I enjoyed the class, I benefited, and the class that we're about to teach on, or the question that's about to be one of the questions, because I'm going to address a few things within here, but one of the questions, the main question that was sent in is this right here, which is the Africa-Ethiopia Christian Psyops. Africa-Ethiopia Christian Psyops. Has Ethiopia been colonized? And then there will be a special announcement for one of Tehuti's, it's supposed to say student there. Supposed to say a special announcement for one of Tehuti's students' debut. The word student is not there, but it's one of Tehuti's students' debut somewhere. So I'll ask this question before I begin. And I'll start off with Annie Pataten Tehuti. From what you've heard, Annie Pataten Tehuti, have you ever heard anybody brag or be proud of or state that Ethiopia has never been colonized? When the Italians, Roman came in, they did not succeed. Have you ever heard that before?
Yes, I have heard that.
Okay. Ethiopia has never been colonized. Okay. And Master Tut, have you heard this before? Ethiopia has never been colonized.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. And of course, Maharu heard it, because he's the one that sent in the question. I don't know if this information got all the way up to the UK, but have you heard all the way up in the UK, VRI, anything about Ethiopia has never been colonized?
Yes.
Was anybody who's saying it, were they kind of proud to say it?
I recall I was just searching on YouTube, and this was like during that phase of Christianity, and I was just personally searching for whatever I was searching for, and there's probably some person on YouTube saying it, and that was one of the reasons why I stayed in Christianity, because I thought, oh, there was an uncolonized place, and this must be, it must be stemming from Africa, and that was the guys I that was the lens I viewed everything from. Like if someone was saying it originated in Africa, then I was more lenient to trust them rather than not.
The YouTube video succeeded its goal. Okay. That is the purpose. That is exactly. And where there's one VRI, best believe there's 35 million others. So just like this young man saw a YouTube video, or maybe somebody saw a book or something, and they see something and it says Ethiopia has never been colonized, we have this thing called illogical association or logical fallacy association, which automatically puts two facts together. It is logical if it's never been colonized, and that means that what is there is untampered with. It that is logical to the mind. Colonization introduces a tampering of culture, a moving in of another culture, superimposing itself on top of another culture. Therefore, colonization, one culture gets suppressed, the colonizers take over, and then that culture continues the way of life, the dress code, the speech, the language, the religion, the spirituality of the other culture. Thus, colonization has fully taken place. They've moved in, they're there, their presence is there, their spirit, especially if they control the government. If there's any governmental control, anything where there's an indigenous people and then someone else comes in, moves in, and takes over the area and has now control over the way of life, the thinking, the government, the religion, the spirituality, the language system of the indigenous people, that is colonization. Is that right? What everybody's heard? Annie, is that what you've heard as the definition of colonization?
Yes.
Okay. Basa Tud, have you heard, does that match what you've heard of what colonization is, what results in colonization?
Yeah, yeah.
And Maharu, is that what you've heard colonization is?
Yes.
Okay. VRI, has London been colonized? I don't know, but have you heard? No, they're the that's where it came from, right? they left from there. Hold on. Was there indigenous tribes in London? And no, wait a minute. Oh, the colonizers are the guys from the UK. Okay. So have you heard that's what colonization is what have you heard colonization is?
Yeah, yes, like almost the replacement of a culture, or like, yeah.
Okay, wonderful, everybody. We're gonna get into it. Get your seatbelts ready. Get everything ready. Jamie OX says, heard they drove away Italy. Wonderful, they drove it away. There should be no Italy's out of the area. Wonderful, excellent. That is actually one of the top things that Rastafarians brag about. Anyone who follows Haile Selassie, well, actually not even following Haile Selassie, which is hilarious, but anybody that promotes Haile Selassie, but I have yet to see a person give me the instructions of Haile Selassie. So I'm looking for the way of life in the book of Haile Selassie that I can say that I can read and follow his instructions. But those who claim they promote Haile Selassie, Rastafarianism, that's one of the first things they say. We drove out the Italians. Ethiopia has never been colonized. We are the original, the Falasha Jews. We have the oldest Bible, all of that. Yes, we are the original people. Rastafari, Jah, Rasta weed. So we're going to go through this and walk through this step by step, everybody. So we're going to start right now. So I'm going to say peace to Bata. Jump in the chat. Peace and love to you. Peace to Basa Tut. Peace and love to you. Jump in the chat. Peace to the person who sent the question. Maharu. Peace and love to you. Jump in the chat. Peace to VRI, who's living in the land where they colonized from. Tell those guys, get out of here. No, stay there, actually, because that's where they're from. Peace and love to VRI. Now we're going to get into it. We're going to put the timer on, and let's get into it, everybody. Press the 9 if you can hear me. I'm going to do a test screen share right now. Here is a test screen share right now. You should see it start to echo. And if it echoes and you see that mirror type effect, that means my screen share is being seen. Press a 9 if you can hear me and see the screen share, because we are about to get started. If I see 3 9s, I'm going to get started. So press a 9. Peace to Jamie OX. Shout out to you and the support that you do give, and everybody who supports the Tehuti PODCLASS. How do you support? Cash App, TT and Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Support the Tehuti PODCLASS for all that you've seen. If you've seen me do anything, if you've seen any lives change, if your life have changed, if you've advanced, if anything has happened where you've been able to take these conversations, these PODCLASSes, this movement to anyone, and it's assisted and enhanced what you're doing at home, what you're doing outside of the home, bringing it to anybody, support the Tehuti PODCLASS, Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Let us support this more than we support Nathan's Hot Dog, Heinz Ketchup, Duncan Hines Donuts, Starbucks, and the latest sports jersey that you buy for your son on Christmas, or whatever you buy, fireworks, of the haunted house. We're about to get started, everybody. I think I see the 9s. Let me go back to the comments. Do I see a 9 yet? Now they're rolling and good. We got Basa Tut Maka Aksafek. I love saying that name. He has the 9. Who else is here? Mintiotep has the 9. Nook Banuk Banuk has the 9. 9. The 9th power of 9. Maharu has the 9. Who else is here? Professor X has the 9. Professor X has the 9. Who else is here? Ibeti Amun has 9. Serpent in a baby bottle. Okay. There's Amun, Ka, Tut, Tehuti, and there's Amunet Kat. That's Unk Tut, Tehuti. Wherever this person is, and vice versa. This person, they're echo of each other. And there is Medu Seneb. Shout out to you. I read one of your donations earlier. And actually, you are one of the ones that I just mentioned. If you've ever brought this information and discussed this with your family, support the Tutti PODCLASS. Let's get into it, everybody. As far as Shadow Body, I put Shadow Body down somewhere while I took a break. When I came back, Shadow Body's in the house somewhere, so that black snake is somewhere roaming the house. He'll pop up somewhere. When he does, he'll go back. But for now, that's why I don't have Shadow Body. He's moving out and about. So we have animals running around the house as well. So shout out to Medu Seneb. Shout out to Amunet Kat. That's Unctut Tehuti, who puts a heart, red heart, black heart. What's that? Oh, the hat, of course. Okay, everybody, let's get started. Welcome, everybody, to the Tutti PODCLASS. We are about to get started with this first question, answer, breakdown, build up. Let me adjust everything. Make sure you all can see me. Make sure you all can see the screen. And let's get started, everyone. Are you ready? Here we go. Ready? I'm ready. You ready? I'm ready. Let's go. Something's popping up on the screen. Let me get that off the screen. And here we go. All right. I'm going to go for about 35 minutes and then take a break and then finish it off. If it goes over 45 minutes, here we go. Boom. And boom. Where's the next one? Okay, let me get these off the screen, because once I start going, let me get all these what are they called? Chrome bars or browsers off the screen, because they slow down the movement of the PODCLASS. We're gonna go like this. What's all this new stuff? Open with? This is different. Oh, interesting. I have new features. Don't know where these came from, but there. Boom. Let me go ahead and pull this up. We're pulling it up, making sure everything is there. Let me scroll down, make sure everything is here. Everything is there. Let me expand it so you all can see this. Boom. Are you ready? I'm ready. Are you ready? Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. It is 6:52. Bam, bam, bam. Is it showing the screen? Here we go. Timer on. And there we are. 1, 2, 3. Welcome to the Tutti PODCLASS, the question and answer class of the House of ATTON, due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity being stolen. Millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists. What are the original languages of spirituality? What are the original languages in general? Who are the NETERU? What about my physical health? Mental purity? Is there purity detoxification processes? What about out of body? Is that just something new age, or are there any ancient reference sources for that? Are there government psyops? Is the government watching us? Is there any government conspiracies taking place? Any government tracking system taking place? Or all these situations that we see on the news, are they real or are they false? What's happening? How about telepathy? Is there quantum entangled consciousness? Is the ability to speak or communicate information back and forth without physically contacting someone? Is that true? Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now hidden and disguised, is infiltrated in the form of
black consciousness and any form of new consciousness. Atheists disguise themselves as Kemetic teachers in the agenda of the Matrix to just focus on the knowledge, but not the spiritual discipline. Also, what has happened is you have now escaped out of the first Matrix, and the first Matrix is, of course, the Bible, the Quran, and all of these things that you escape out of, and now you're out of religion. And now where do you go to? Conscious communities. You go to the Kemet groups. You go to the Moors. You go to all these different people, not knowing that you have entered another matrix. You've entered another matrix because once you enter into that one, thinking you've escaped the one that you came out of, those people are just about unification of individualism. They go by no indigenous writings, and now you're stuck in another matrix. And in actuality, they all end up being atheists, disguising themselves as Moors, conscious teachers, such and such. In the agenda of the matrix, what they do is they have you focus on what's just called knowledge, but not the actual discipline of the ancients. They will not have classes on the actual teaching disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs. They just wear ancient symbols for fashion, egotistical self-gratification. They do not live by any written culture, thus they can do whatever they want. They teach from memes. There's no accountability, because once you don't have any culture that you live by, then anything goes, and thus you can't be held accountable for anything, and thus you cannot be trusted, because there's no right or wrong that you have to stick to. There's no discipline. You can do whatever you want, and if someone catches you doing something off, you can say, well, I don't go by that culture fully anyways. What they do is they have what's called meme teaching. They teach from memes, or they do what's called counter teaching. They just go against what someone else teaches. They only do debate, debunk, I expose you videos, challenge videos to others' beliefs. Their topics only cover things like the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are white, the Egyptians are Arabs, they're not this or that. The pyramids in America are older than the ones in Egypt. Everything is a contention. Every topic is a contention argument. We are the Abos. We are not African. They say things like, let me tell you why you're wrong. What you fail to recognize, everything is about attacking, but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place of what they actually adhere to on a daily discipline that they and their family actually practice when the computer system shuts down. They never show you what they actually believe in, because in truth, family, the so-called conscious teachers, they actually don't believe in anything. They don't adhere to any one thing, but they just have the urge to argue, have discussions based on contention, thus to hide that they cannot answer the questions because they don't actually live by anything. They have made you feel uncomfortable to want to even ask any of these questions, and you're laughed off of the stage. You're insulted for the above inquiries. That's the only platform class movement that exists on the planet where you can send in these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized, documentary type of answer, customized. And then on top of all that, you get a book written for you, and then it's taught live with each answer. You get subconscious matrices broken for you and your family is here at the Tehuti PODCLASS. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer this evening? Sent in by Beacon Leisure, which we already read, but we're going to read again. Saket, which means memory. Saket, Hotep. Saket, Saba, Tehuti. There's no Hotep. It's Saket, which is memory. Saket, Saba, Tehuti. I'm currently in so-called Ethiopia. He's actually there on the ground. You know how people say, hey, listen, you're teaching about this, but have you ever been there? So he went there. According to the history, the country has never been colonized. But again, like Kenya, I'm seeing Greek terms that so-called uncolonized land has adopted. Man-made religions, terms after mythological stories of Solomon, biblical name Cush. Saba, please weld us back. Tehuti, is Ethiopia supposed to be the original gateway of God, Babylon? So how does it reach to Iraq or Tua? Saba, Tehuti, Isfet brainwashing is heavier over here than where he came from, which was New York. He said the Isfet brainwashing is heavier in the Ethiopian area than it is where he came from. It's heavier. So is Ethiopia colonized land? Was there a psyops in that? Is it true? What's going on? Let's as he said, what did he say? Let's weld us back.
got that from the class where I taught about the welding of chromosome 2. So here we go, everybody. This is a wonderful question, and we will see this class. What about these claims are an actual psyops? And what is actually true? Is it true that Ethiopia has never been colonized? And does the way of life of Ethiopia, is it untampered with? Is it a reflection of the indigenous culture we see many books, YouTube videos, and websites with this proud claim? So we go look at this and what we see. We see the UK flag. There's the British flag. Where VRI is, there's the UK. Why wasn't Ethiopia colonized? The next one. Why wasn't Ethiopia colonized? Over here. Why Ethiopia was never colonized? And we see the imagery of what appears to be what the Ethiopians were supposed to look like, and the image of the common image of colonizers. So here we see this image right here, and then of course what you see, I want you to, you see the flag with the pentagram pointed down. Is this the way? Is this the flag of these people? Is this the dress code? Is this the original dress? There's no colonization. Are they representing an uncolonized area? Why Ethiopia was not colonized? Why it was not colonized? African History Blog 2. Ethiopia, Liberia, the two African countries that were never colonized. There's Liberia. Okay. Ethiopia, never been colonized. We see a man on the horse here with the proud Ethiopian flag. Never been colonized. Okay, wonderful. Why is there a focus on the land never being colonized? Because we know what happens to colonized lands. They lose their indigenous teaching. They lose their indigenous language. They lose their indigenous way of life. They're controlled by other people. That is the unfortunate response or repercussion of colonization. So if you're yelling that you've never been colonized, then thus you represent the opposite of all that, because colonization is not just somebody from another culture visiting you and then leaving. When you visit another culture, and if you visit and appreciate it and you leave, that's not colonization. Colonization is when your presence manipulates and takes over the consciousness of the people that are there. Your presence of culture is now overpowering the indigenous way that was there. Colonization. So, what is the top religion? What is the top religion of this non-colonized area called Ethiopia? Let me take you to World Atlas percentage survey. So here is the major religion of this non-colonized area, which should represent the indigenous way of life, because this place has never been colonized, so they're living their indigenous way. Religious beliefs in Ethiopia: Ethiopian Orthodox Christianity, 43.5%, Islam 33.9%, Protestant Christianity, add another 18% of that, and then add another 0.7%, because we got Christianity. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Even though Christianity is the highest percentage rate in Ethiopia, Christianity has such a high percentage rate that it actually covers 3 sections on the percentage chart. Christianity is so high in Ethiopia that it gets individual types of Christianity. Whereas when you see Islam, it's Islam. Islam is there. You see? But Christianity has 1, 2, 3 sections all for itself. What happens when you add them up? Here we go. Okay, good. So we see the main religion in this uncolonized area called Ethiopia is Christian. And this is also backed by the NSESC Geographic Frequently Asked Questions, updated as recently as this year. Here's the latest update. This is this year, everybody. This is just a few months ago. Okay? A few months ago. This is in June. This is just 6 months ago. Here we go. So which religion is the largest in Ethiopia? This is NCESC.com, Geographic Frequently Asked Questions. Which religion is the largest in Ethiopia? Okay, June 22nd, 2024. Which religion is the largest in Ethiopia? The largest religion in Ethiopia is Christianity, specifically the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. Approximately 67.3% of the population follows Christianity, including the Ethiopian Orthodox, Protestant, and Roman Catholic denominations. Islam is the second largest religion in Ethiopia. So look at what Islam has to compete with. Islam, that includes all the sects of Islam. They say mainly Sunni, but Islam that has about 500 sects is all compounded into just the word Islam, whereas Christianity gets Ethiopian Orthodox Christianity, Roman Catholic Christianity, Ethiopian Orthodox Christianity, Protestant Christianity, and Roman Catholic Christianity. So Islam second largest, Ethiopia with about 31.3%. So Islam is the second largest in Ethiopia with about 31.3% of the population practicing the faith. There is also a small Ethiopian Jewish community in the country. So if you actually go back to the chart and add up the Judaism to it, because if we're talking about biblical beliefs, which would include the different sects of Christianity and Judaism, the number actually rises. If you actually include Jews, Protestants, Ethiopian Orthodox, and Roman Catholics and put them all in a lump, the number actually rises above 67.3%. What is the main religion of Ethiopia? The main religion of Ethiopia is Christianity. The majority of Ethiopians following the teachings of Ethiopian Orthodox Church. More than 2/5 of the population identify as followers of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. While in addition, so more than 2/5 of the population identify as followers of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, while an additional 1/5 adhere to other Christian faith, primarily Protestant denominations. Islam is also practiced about 1/3 of the population. If you actually add Islam to this, so this population 67, it's actually over 67 if you add the Judaism to it, and then if you add Islam to it, you actually get over 100. You get 100% or more, because Islam and Christianity clump together as biblical beliefs. There's no Islam without biblical beliefs. So the followers of Islam are also Bible believers. So you can add that's about 100%. So 100% of the country are Bible believers. You can split it up into Roman Catholic, Protestant, Ethiopian Orthodox, Islam. All these different names are all names that cover people who believe in Abraham as the patriarch, Noah as the second Adam, responsible for saving us from the flood, Adam, the first man on the planet, and all of these, Islam, Christianity, Judaism, all believe in Jesus Christ. So that is now added up, 100% of the population of Ethiopia are biblical patriarch believers. Okay, but if we just take Christianity and add the numbers up, this gives you 63,248,149. Okay. And what else does Ethiopia have that seems to compound its original culture as an uncolonized land? The typo there says colonized, but it says colonized, but uncolonized land. What else do they have? So it's 100% Bible believing place, about 100%. Then they have, here it is, remember the Orthodox Christian laity. What do the Orthodox Christians say? Ethiopian Bible is the oldest and complete Bible on earth. This is a very popular image of this man. You gotta love this image here. You see this this man looks like a lovable old man full of knowledge and wisdom. Look at the pages of the book. The pages of the book, brown, I don't know if they're burnt,
It looks like he's holding the document that he looks like Jesus gave him this. Jesus gave him this document. That's how old this looks. Books don't even look like this in the library. Books, papyruses don't look like this in museums. Look at this. He's holding. It feels like this is it. This is the book that the disciples were reading. This is it. Look at him with a smile. How can you go against this guy? How can you go against him? Ethiopia holds the oldest and complete Bible on earth. And it is information like this that had VRI stay as a Christian. Mission accomplished. So nice. Okay, this is nice. So great. Ethiopia, very proud of you. Ethiopia, not only can the people claim to be uncolonized, they also have one of the highest Christian populations, actually the highest. Actually, if we look at it, it's the highest Christian population because Islam and Christianity are the same patriarchs, the same Mother Mary, the same Jesus, Esau, Abraham, Jeremiah, Daniel, David. None of them believe in Ankh Sheshank. None of them believe in Ptahhotep. None of them believe in Krishna. It is all Bible. So of any area in the world, this is actually the one area where it is a 100% biblical patriarch believing place. So not only that, but they can be proud that they're the highest percentage of Christian population wise in Ethiopia. On top of all of that, on top of being the highest population Christian wise is in Ethiopia, on top of all that, they can claim to have the oldest Bible. This compounds as a religion of Christianity that is indigenous to Ethiopia, apparently. So no, of course, if the area is uncolonized and these are the indigenous people continuing on a tradition, and of course the name Ethiopia would have to have originated from the indigenous people and go back to their original king. Well, let us see if they have that also. Imagine that. They have the biggest population, one of the oldest churches, the oldest Bible. They claim to descend from King Solomon. Being that they're uncolonized, did they also have their indigenous name, the Ethiopians? Gotta be, because there could be no oppressor coming in saying change the name of your whole country. If somebody changes the name of your whole country, you're definitely been colonized. But if you hold the indigenous name, so let's see. I'm going to take you now. Some Ethiopia, what's called to Ethiopia, some historical reflections on the origin of the word Ethiopia. This is an Ethiopian studies by Ayeli Bekari. Ready, everybody? Let's go. If you want to know where the book is, pick it up yourself to read it yourself. Here it is right here. Here's what it looks like here. This is Ethiopian studies. Ethiopian studies by Ayeli Bekari. Here it is. What does it say in here? Boom. Ethiopica. Oh, Ethiopica. Some historical reflections on the origin of the word Ethiopia. So let's go to the origin by Ayeli Bekari. And let's see. Here it is. The name Ethiopia invokes a unique identity and congruent with Africa. The name presumably was coined by outsiders to lavish Ethiopians with praises and blamelessness. So presumably, thereby in the process, extrapolating an external source for the origin of Ethiopia's history and culture. So, allegedly, or as they say, presumably, Ethiopia was coined by outsiders, lavish Ethiopians with praises and blamelessness. I want you to remember this term, blamelessness. We're going to get to where this came from. So remember that. Outsiders, we're calling this place blameless. Okay, these feel blameless. Therefore, in the process, extrapolating an external source for the origin of Ethiopia's history and culture. According to an Ethiopian tradition, though, so according to the Ethiopians themselves, the term Ethiopia is derived from the word Ethiopis. Ethiopis, a name of an Ethiopian king. So it's not derived
from outsiders that call the place blameless. It's actually from an Ethiopian king, okay, called Ethiopus. The Ethiopians, okay? So an Ethiopian king, the Ethiopian book of AKSUM, oh, they have a book of AKSUM identifies Ethiopius as the 12th king of Ethiopia and the father of AKSUM. Here's where we get the word AKSUM now, the father of Aksumawi. Ethiopia's rich, varied, and original history forms a tangible center not only in self-naming of the Ethiopians, but also in affirming Africa's contribution to world history. So Ethiopia is a culture that self-named itself. Remember? No colonization, no influence. Because if you're not colonized, then of course your name must come from yourself. So the Ethiopian tradition is, yes, the name comes from ourselves, from King Ethiopus. And King Ethiopus was the 12th king of Ethiopia, and he was the father of AKSUM, Aksumawi. Okay, good. This is great, Ethiopia. So, in the morning of the world, when fingers of love swept aside the curtains of time, our dusky mother Ethiopia held the stage. It was she who wove civilization and gave birth to nations. Egypt was her firstborn. Okay. So not only is Ethiopia an uncolonized area that's named after its own indigenous king, but Egypt seems to be the firstborn of Ethiopia. Wonderful. What pride we should have, what pride the Ethiopians should have. This is beautiful. They have everything. Everything spiritual originates over there. And there we have it, Ethiopia. Beautiful. A typo. Beautiful, untampered with, uncolonized land that seems to be continuing the original culture of God and holding the oldest Bible apparently. And its name originated with the indigenous people from the name Ethiopus, the indigenous king. Everything thus far seems to match. These ancient Ethiopians are carrying on the tradition even to the name. But of course, you know that there's more to it than that. That is, Christianity's original religion. Is all this correct information or just surface information? And of course, we have to go to the next level. So this is beautiful. There you have it. There you have it, good brother. Boom, Ethiopia, uncolonized, holds the oldest Bible. They're the people of God. The name Ethiopia comes from an indigenous Ethiopian king, Ethiopus, who's actually the father of AKSUM, the 12th generational king, holding the oldest Bible. They descend from the original holy people. Uncolonized, pure, untampered with. Everything is there. So there it is, everybody. I guess that is the answer to the question. And now we know, Ethiopians, be very proud of yourself, because everything you have over there is of your indigenous way. Everything is, it's uncolonized. There's no tampering. Your name came from indigenous kings, the 12th king. Everything is wonderful. Everything, you hold the oldest Bible. You're definitely the people of God. Everything is beautiful. But of course, you know, it's time to get into let's dig a little bit past the surface. Let's just dig a little bit. That's what Tehuti's name is, the Kam, that which digs. That's what the word Kemet means, actually, that which digs deep, the Kam. Let's dig a little bit deeper. Let's see if anything pops up if we dig a little bit deeper. And of course, if we dig a little bit deeper, we're going to have to get into let's get into Tehuti Overdrive. Let's see if that's it. If that the end of the answer, is that it? Let's get into Tehuti Overdrive. Ready, everybody? Boom, let's go. Here we are. So the claim is that the word Ethiopia derived from the Ethiopian king Ethiopus on the AKSUM Empire. What is the date of this, though? So, what's the date? Let's deal with some dates. So, Ethiopian came from Ethiopius, from the AKSUM Empire. What's the date of this, though? Okay, what's the date? Let's see. I don't know. We gotta check out the date. Let's go to the what. When you look up AKSUM Empire, what do we get? Hey, we get after that date that I spoke about of the colonization. We get AKSUM Empire rising in 100 AD. 100 AD. What's the AD? Anno Domini. Okay, this is after the Romans. So we got the AKSUM Empire popping up now after the after Romans. So here we go. So we know that this goes back about 100 in the ADs. It's going back to the ADs. Now we get into 200 AD now. The currency is created around 300 AD. And now this place called AKSUM takes over Kush. Now we're in the 400 ADs. And then what is this? AKSUM Christianity. Wait a minute. This is 451 AD. No. You're the indigenous. Wait, hold on. We started. This is in the 100 AD. AKSUM Christianity has a date of 451 AD. What does AD stand for? After the death of Jesus? Is that 420 years after Jesus? Then Christianity comes. Let's continue, everybody. So now we're into 600 AD, 700 AD, and then the decline takes place around 700 to 900 AD. Wonderful. Okay, good. Okay. So, 2nd century and 1st century AD, the actual mentioning of the word AKSUM goes to a later date, to the stela, such as the stela of Esna and the stela writing around the stela of AKSUM, which are around 330 to 500 AD. Here we go. Boom. Here's the Esna or Esana stone stela. And then we're going to go over here to the Met Museum, the monumental stela of AKSUM, 3rd and 4th century. What does it look like, though? What does the monumental stela of AKSUM actually look like? What does the date goes by? It says this. It's in an expansive field on AKSUM, northern edge, stand the ancient city's most renowned surviving monuments. A group of memorial obelisks. Interesting. Well, they should have obelisks because they claim, Ethiopia is the mother of Egypt. So yes, we should have obelisks there that definitely predate Egypt. So we're going to find what this is. Wait a minute. We're in the Wait a minute. What is 4th AD? 4th century. 4th century. What is it? An expansive field on AKSUM's northern edge stands the ancient city's most renowned surviving monuments, a group of memorial obelisks or stelae erected between the 3rd and 4th century AD. Although other AKSUMite stela fields, such as the Godet field, are known, none possess the great variety of form and scale presented here, ranging from relatively rough-hewn stone blocks of 3 feet in length to now fallen tour de force, intended to lower to tower 97 feet. The stelae were carved mainly from solid blocks of anepheline, selenite, and it continues. So what does it look like? Boom. There we go. So there we are. We're in 3rd and 4th century AD. Now we have some writing of AKSUM. Okay. Wonderful. Excellent. So here we go. So 300 to 500 AD. Let me shrink this a little bit lower, a little bit smaller. So 300 to 500 AD. We have the earliest traditional writings of the empire, and we see it is called AKSUM. Not Ethiopia, though. It doesn't seem to be called Ethiopia in the writings, okay? But wait a minute, hold on. Let's go back here. Remember, I'm just a little bit curious. Remember, remember Ethiopius? Remember our friend Ethiopius? What does it say about Ethiopius? Ethiopius, so the name came from an Ethiopian king. Ethiopian, Book of AKSUM identifies Ethiopius as the 12th king of Ethiopia.
So he's the 12th king of Ethiopia. He's the father of AKSUM. The 12th king of Ethiopia is the father of AKSUM. When we go back to the empire of AKSUM, AKSUM is in 100 AD. Remember, AKSUM is the son's name. But we don't have a record before 100 AD in this area of Ethiopia. But remember, Ethiopia came from the father, right? It came from the father of AKSUM. We have record of AKSUM in the STELAE. We have record of AKSUM, which is the son. So was it AKSUM first, and then after? Remember, AKSUM ended in the decline 940 AD. So the name Ethiopia came from was the 12th king, and then AKSUM comes. So did they name it Ethiopia? Then when his son was born, they took the name Ethiopia away and then named it AKSUM, and they called it AKSUM for 840 years. And then after 940 AD, they said, you know what, man? You know what we got to do? We have to do something, man. We got to do some, the 12th king in the early days, that was Ethiopia. So this name Ethiopia comes from him. So we're going to call it Ethiopia. He has a son named AKSUM. So, scratch him off. Scratch that word off, Ethiopia. It's not going to call, let's name it after the son. And then we're going to call that for 840 years. And then after 840 years, AKSUM's had children too, right? But we're not going to name the place after his son to follow the tradition of naming it Ethiopia, then naming it after AKSUM, which was Ethiopia's son. We're going to actually forget AKSUM's sons, and we're going to go right back and scratch AKSUM's name off after 840 years. And let's name it back from the original father. That's it. For 940 years, we're going to forget about, remember that Ethiopia guy? He's just a father. We're going to forget about him for about 840 years. AKSUM. And then, oh man, AKSUM's declining. It declined. So it's declined now. So AKSUM is declined now. Now that we're declined and it's over, let's name it back Ethiopia. we're already going. We're in our down. We're declining. Ethiopia. Remember Ethiopia? That was the father declining, but we forgot about him for 840 years. But now we're going to be proud of him. Is that what happened? That's the chain of events, time-wise. Named after the son for 840 years, and then when it declines, let's forget the son. Scratch him. Let's call it back Ethiopia, because that's where the name came from. But where's the writing of Ethiopia before AKSUM? It doesn't exist because it is the oral. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti PODCLASS. Let's break this matrix. Let's find out what's actually happening here, because it seems like things are going in backwards. The story that's told to us seems to be backward, because the name Ethiopia seems to exist as the name of the area after it's called AKSUM. Not that Ethiopia is supposed to be the father of AKSUM. It's named after him. He's the father, and then his son came. But according to actual recorded history in the area, it was called AKSUM for 940 years, 840 years. And now it's called Ethiopia. Who did that? Was it AKSUM on his... Who did that? Here we go, everybody. Let's welcome you to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Let's break this matrix. So here it is. Ethiopia seems to come after the word AKSUM in the stela. 2nd century and 1st century AD on the actual 2nd century and 1st century AD. The actual mentioning of the word AKSUM goes to a later date. The stela, such as the S and the stela, and around the stela of writing around the stela of AKSUM, which is around 330 to 500 AD, which are these right here. 4th century, boom, no Ethiopia mentioned here. It's AKSUM, that's the son, right? But it was named after the father, but there's no mention of the father for 940 years, 840 years. There we go, boom. So 300 to 500 AD, we have the earliest traditional writing of the empire. We see it's called AKSUM, not Ethiopia. Then within the AKSUM culture, a 12th generational king, because now that it's AKSUM, now AKSUM has a culture from the father. A 12th generational king named Ethiopia derives, and it's supposedly the word Ethiopia derives supposedly the word Ethiopia. This record is all in the AD era, after Christianity and after Ethiopia, the king. Was he a ruling king with no language? A king and no scribe and no language is a king.
You're just talking to the people. They're talking in the back. We couldn't read or write. We were illiterate. We're too savage to write. We couldn't write under Ethiopia. He has no scribes. We learned how to write after Christianity. Here we go. So now, interesting. The typo, not, but now interesting. When we go to Africa, African History Fountain, we see that the proud claim in African heritage about Ethiopia, that Ethiopians is called the blameless. Remember that, everybody? Remember that. Let's go back. Remember, it says, what did it say? Presumably, Ethiopia presumably was coined by outsiders who lavished Ethiopians with praises and blamelessness. See how it's quoted? So where's the blamelessness coming from? So now when we go back to see where this blameless quotation is coming from, so now we're going to go to the African History Fountain. We see the proud claim. It's a proud claim in African heritage about Ethiopia, that Ethiopians and Ethiopians were called blameless. There's a typo there. Ethiopians, not Ethiopians, but Ethiopians were blameless, and Ethiopia was the blameless place. Okay, wonderful. Here we are right here. If you want to go take a look, there's actually a video done on it. This is African History Fountain, and this video was done. It's 16 minutes long. So here it is. Africa's divine legacy, the blameless Ethiopians. Notice it's in quotations. Who called it the blameless? Anybody know? Who called the blameless? Okay, here we go, everybody. Boom, very good. This quote is used on multiple occasions by multiple Ethiopians. There's a sense of pride from another culture calling them blameless. Let me source you where that is actually from, which is actually in line 424 of a book called the Iliad. Uh-oh. Let's source. Where's this blameless from? Here we are. Hey, here's the Iliad. What do we got here? The thunderbolt. I will myself go to snowy Olympus and hope that he may be persuaded. This is line 420. But remain by your swift seafaring ships and continue your wrath against the Achaeans, and refrain utterly from battle, for Zeus went yesterday to Oceanus. Here it is, everybody. To the blameless Ethiopians. That's where the quote comes from. For a feast. And all the gods followed with him. But on the 12th day, he will come back again to Olympus. And then I will go to the house of Zeus with a threshold of bronze, and I will clasp his knees in prayer. And I think I shall win him. So here it is. So where does this concept come from? The blameless. Where is this quote from? Where is this quote from? See, presumably it was coined by outsiders. Presumably, but that's not really true according to the tradition. But blameless Ethiopians. It was called blameless. So as time goes on, there's pride in this, and now videos and books come out about the blameless, always in quotation, blameless Ethiopians of antiquity. Okay? And where does this come from? Where's the quote from? Directly from the Iliad. Interesting. Here it is, everybody. Beautiful. An attestation of Ethiopians, with Ethiopians in capitals, from the translator, connotating that this is not just a description, but it appears to be a specific group of people, attesting from another culture, discussing how pure-hearted they are. And oh wait, what is the date of the Iliad? What is the date of the Iliad? Wait, the date, the Iliad. Hold on, blameless Ethiopians, Ethiopia, AKSUM, 100 AD, the 12th son, Ethiopius. Then AKSUM is born. and this is where the name comes from. But we're proud because outsiders call us the blameless Ethiopians, in quotation. The quote comes from the Iliad. So the Iliad must be about, has to be around 100 AD, maybe, because Ethiopians was first, and then they call them blameless, but that's not. Okay, good. Let's get to the date of the Iliad. Let's try to figure this out, because the Iliad, let's get to this date and try to figure this out. Let's find out what's actually happening. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Here it is. So here's the author of the Iliad. We'll go to World Encyclopedia. Homer, 750 BC. Huh? No. That can't be. No, it can't. No. What do you mean 750? There's no Ethiopians hasn't been born yet. What's happening here? Hold on, 750 BC. 750 BC is perhaps the greatest of all epic poets, and his legendary status as well, established by the time of classical Athens. He composed, not wrote, since the poems were created, transmitted orally. They were not written down until much later. Two more works, Iliad and Odyssey, other works attributed to Homer. So this is in the BC. This is the Iliad in the BC's 15,693 hexameters, lines, verses, divided into 24 books, and it's corresponding each letter to the Greek alphabet, alpha to omega. A system was already in place in the time of Herodotus. Iliad traces the anger of Achilles. Okay, wonderful. 750 BC is the time of Homer. 750 BC. Boom. This predates AKSUM and its writings with the word Ethiopians by 1,000 years. Thus, this claim is not only false, but also simultaneously the declaration of the word in existence in the language that is not indigenous to that area, that the people call Ethiopia. The word originates in Greece factually. Yes, I am here to walk you through step by step without the popularity hypnosis agenda driven psyops to recreate your reality through the lies of the matrix. So 750 AD, the blameless Ethiopians, that they all quote, saying that presumably this comes from them calling them the blameless Ethiopians, which means that, according to tradition, the Ethiopians existed. They didn't have a name until the 12th son, Ethiopius, was born, and they named it after him. This is right around 100 AD. Why? Because his son is AKSUM. His son is AKSUM, and then from AKSUM, it gets named after the son. Ethiopius can only be as far back as maybe 80 years before the son. Maybe he had a child at 90. He can only be around 100. He has to be in the ADs. AKSUM came about in the ADs, and AKSUM's named after the son. This is 750 BC. There is no place called Ethiopian. There's no indigenous writings of anybody calling themselves Ethiopia. This is these people, Greece, seeing these people and calling them Ethiopians. That's factual history. Now the traditional psyops. Now let me show here what is side by side with Ethiopia, that in modern day it's separated by an imaginary line. Here it is. What's side by side with Ethiopia? Sudan. What's the difference between Sudan and Ethiopia? This line. A line exists. This line that God made. There's a line that exists. Somebody drew a line. When I'm walking past that line, I feel the vibrational energy. I feel the force field of this line. It's a natural line.
that exists between Sudan and Ethiopia. God, the angels did it. God did it. Did Sudan do it? Did Ethiopia do it? Who made this line? And when this line was made, I hope Ethiopians was there to confirm this. Because if this is the area called Ethiopia and it's named after him, he has the authority to make the line. I hope AKSUM, King AKSUM, confirmed this line. I hope there's documented writings that AKSUM made this line. Ethiopians made this line because, remember, it's named after him. He must know his territorial boundaries. The king should know. If anybody knows, it should be the king. So there is one landmass that is quote-unquote Ethiopia that was decided by Ethiopian people. So was there one landmass called Ethiopia that was decided by the Ethiopian people? Let me walk you through, because once I show you that this imaginary borderline continue to change every few years, everyone will understand that these two places, Ethiopia and Sudan, are actually one area, which will lead us to the oldest indigenous attestation of that area and what it was really called before the Greek influence created the word Ethiopia and Ethiopis. You notice something, everybody? You know something interesting that the Greeks do with the language, and that is HERU, Horus, Oset, Osiris, Senuseret, Zoroastrius, Nebtet, Neptis. You notice a pattern there? So we find Ethiopia going back 750 BC. The tradition, or to be Christian, who say they're Christian, but they say our oldest king is our oldest king, even though this place is called Ethiopia, the oldest king is Ethiopis. Make note of that. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti PODCLASS. Let's break the matrix. Here we go. I'm still looking for the papyrus on Ethiopis. I'm looking. I'm gonna find it one day. I know Ethiopius had a scribe that wrote about him. Had to. He's the first king, the most important person. Gotta have a scribe. We're gonna find it. We're on the look. Ethiopius, you're out there somewhere. We're gonna find you. Like Takori said when he wanted to debate me, one day or another, I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna get you. Here we go, everybody. We're gonna find Ethiopius. Here we go, because I know he was responsible for this line that created the territory, or maybe AKSUM was responsible. Some indigenous person has to be responsible for this line, borderline, that this is Ethiopia, and if you cross that line, that is Sudan. We're the indigenous people. We did this because we're intelligent enough to control our own landmass. Let's find out, everybody. Welcome to the PODCLASS. Here we go, everybody. So, Ethiopia, here we go. Nice little line there, man. We know you did it because it wasn't colonized. The colonizers didn't do it. Here we go. Boom. So, AKSUM Empire, here it is. Watch this. AKSUM Empire, take a look at this. AKSUM Empire between the 1st and 7th century set up what are called fluid borders. They were unformalized in the area that covered, they covered, we're going to get to later in class. So these were fluid borders. They were unformalized borders. There was fluid borders from that 1st century to the 7th century of the time that AKSUM existed. There were fluid borders. Okay, here we go. What happens now? Menelik II comes in. This is much afterwards. This is over 1,000 years later. Here comes Menelik. Hey, Menelik, let me get a good look at you, my good brother. There you are, Menelik. What did you do, King Menelik? Menelik II from 1889 AD to 1913 started to shape. And after the expansion of the 7th century borders, he started to reshape after the expansion of and started to do the expansion of the 7th century borders. What is close to what you know are the Ethiopian borders today by expanding the area's territory southward, eastward, westward, interregional distributions, which included Somalia. Oh no! What do you mean included Somalia? Somalia is a different place. Ethiopia is one. Wait, the map tells me. Wait, hold on. Somalia is down here. Wait, Ethiopia is here. Sudan is here. Not according to Menelik. Not according. No, Menelik. Nope. So here we are. So here it is. Unless you want to outspeak or you have more authority than King Menelik II. King Menelik II. His Ethiopia included Somalia. Here we go. Here's Menelik's Ethiopia. That's including Somalia. So are you the Ethiopian that's Somalian, or Somalian separate from Ethiopia? Well, it will depend on whether you're born in Menelik's time. If you're born 2 years before Menelik's, that doesn't exist. But if you're born a couple years after Menelik, Somalians and Ethiopians are the same. So was there an actual border? Menelik says no. There was a fluid border. My border as the king is going to include Somalia. Here we go. So Ethiopia and Somalia are the same place in Menelik's time. So this and none of this is the same as AKSUM's Ethiopia. You see this Ethiopia here? None of this is AKSUM's Ethiopia, which you'll see shortly. You're going to see AKSUM's Ethiopia is not even this area. Here we go. And guess what the next changes are called? You know what the next changes are called? You'll never guess. The colonial borders. What happened? No. There can't be colonial. It was never colonized. No. Wait a minute. Colonial borders in Africa, improper design, and its impact on African borderline communities. I know Ethiopia is not one of these. It can't be because it was never colonial. No. Colonial borders in Africa, improper design, and its impact on African borderland communities. What does that mean? What do you mean, man? Boom. European colonial borders. But don't worry, since you've been told that Ethiopia was never colonized, and of course, they should be nowhere in this article. Ethiopia is not in this article because Ethiopia has never been colonized. What does the article say? We're in Africa close up, November 17th, 2017. European powers completed. Who? What? No! European powers completed cartographic surveys of territories through boundary commissions from 1900 to 1930, which allowed for a total control of colonies. Huh? What happened? However, these surveys focused solely on land control and disregarded the impacts of partitioning the ethnic groups. Who partitioned the ethnic groups? The colonizers? Artificial borders split. Artificial borders split many closely related ethnic groups. Who's artificial borders? King Menelik? King Ethiopius? It was AKSUM. No, AKSUM wasn't there in 1930. No. Artificial borders split many closely related ethnic groups into different colonial regions. Colonial regions. What does that say? Colonial regions. In the Horn of Africa, for instance, they split Somalias into French Somaliland, British Somalia, Italian Somalia, Ethiopian Somalia, and the Somalia region of northern Kenya. Such colonial borders had massive effects on Somali people. It can't have massive effects because there are no colonial borders. We've never been colonized. Colonial borders had massive effects on Somali people. I have to do a Hitman Holler style. Remix it. Here we go. Massive effects. Colonial borders had massive effects on Somali people who share a common culture, way of life, and religion, but live as separate citizens of Ethiopia, the Djibouti, and Kenya. Similarly, the Afar people of Ethiopia were split amongst Ethiopia, Eritrea. Who split them? Split amongst Ethiopia, Eritrea, and Djibouti, and Eua, and Nur split between Ethiopia and South Sudan. Who did this? Must be Menelik. No, Menelik wasn't there. Who? Colonial. Except Ethiopia is. So they're called European colonial borders. But don't worry, since you've been told Ethiopia has never been colonized, and of course they should be nowhere in this article, except they are. Okay, here we go, everybody. Just to show you further that the Ethiopia word is a psyops that creates origination distraction and constant land shift confusion. Guess where Ethiopia was in 1954? Take a guess, everybody. Ethiopia that has never been colonized. Where was Ethiopia in 1954? Where was Ethiopia in 1954? Oh, more wisdom says peace. I usually don't look at the chat, but I look at it when I ask a question. Where was peace, more wisdom? Where was Ethiopia in 1954? What was the borders of Ethiopia in 1954? Remember, Menelik has it as Somali. Somali is a part of it, and other areas too. I didn't even mention, but we're all familiar with Somalia. You think they're different from Ethiopians, but not according to Menelik. You're not different. Ethiopia is Somalia when Menelik is there. So go debate Menelik. So Menelik II, who was a king, says this: what you're calling Somalia, that was Ethiopia. While I'm here, where was Ethiopia in 1554? Where was it expanded to? You all want to guess where Ethiopia was in 1554? You ready? Ready, everybody? 47 people watching. Does anybody know what the borderlines of Ethiopia was in 1554? Want to see it? Are you ready? Uh-oh. Are you ready? Here we go. Uh-oh. What's this map? Do you see that right there? What does that say? It may be blurry on the screen share. Do you see that right there? Ethiopia. There's Ethiopia in 1554. There it is. Ethiopia. Uh-oh. Ethiopia that we know is over here. Ethiopia in the 1554 map is here. In the middle of the continent of Africa. Boom. Ethiopia right in the middle. Another foreign concept. So it's right in the middle of Africa now. So if you're born in 1554 and you're going by this map, Ethiopia to you is over here. This is over 2,000 miles away. It's over here. It's in the middle of Africa. So another foreign concept, word of chaos, complete chaos. Now Ethiopia is in the middle of the continent. Which Ethiopia are you going by? So is Ethiopia a separate land than Sudan? What if I were to tell you that not only was there no distinct ancient area chosen by indigenous people called Ethiopia that was separate from Sudan, but up until even 4 years ago, we don't have to go back to 1554 map. Let's go back 4 years ago. Up until 4 years ago, there still has not been any agreement as to if there is a separation between Sudan in Ethiopia and where that border is. Let me take you to Humanioria, volume 32, number 1, February 2024. This is just 4 years ago. Here it is. Humaniora, volume 32, number 1, February 2020. We're going to take you to page 18, pages 10 to 18. So Humanioria, volume 32, number 1, February 2020, page 10 to 18. Impacts of border and borderland conflict along the Ethiopia-Sudan border. Evidence from Metima, Warita, northwestern Ethiopia. An aim of the study is to understand the dynamics of borderland conflicts in one location, Gondar, northwest Ethiopia, specifically Metama, Warita, which lies along the Ethiopian-Sudan border. The study employed qualitative research methods such as semi-structured interviews, focus group discussion, case studies, and non-participant observation. The colonial origin of Ethiopia-Sudan border is the overall background of the confrontation between farmers and investors over the contested land in the region. The continued uncertainty over the precise location of the border has aggravated conflict that has yet to be resolved. In 2024, the border has yet to be resolved. Boom! The colonial origin. The colonial origin. Remember the colonial borders? The colonial origin. Anybody remember? Colonial borders, improper design and its impact on African borderland that separated the farmers. This is the article on the colonial borderland. There it is. Dynamics of borderland conflicts in the location. So the Ethiopia-Sudan border is the overall background to the confrontation between farmers and investors over contested land in the region. The continued uncertainty over the precise location of the border has aggravated conflict that is yet to be resolved. Who's causing the conflict? The ones that set up the border. Colonial borders set up the conflict between the indigenous people. What are colonial borders doing in a land that's never been colonized? What are they doing there? Help us. Boom! The colonial origin of any difference between Ethiopia and Sudan, that is the background to the conflict and confrontation. Yes, the original quote-unquote Ethiopian AKSUM Empire was also Sudan before modern-day borders. And then the Menelik Ethiopia was also Somalia. Sudan, here it is. A simple search. Kingdom of AKSUM. Kingdom of AKSUM, Ge'ez, Romanized, AKSUM, Sabian, Ancient Greece, also known as the Kingdom of AKSUM or Aksumite Empire, was the kingdom of East Africa, South Arabia, from classical antiquity to Middle Ages, based on what is now northern Ethiopia and Eritrea. So Somalia, Ethiopia, Eritrea, Sudan, all one place. What is now known as Ethiopia and Eritrea, and spanning present-day Djibouti and Sudan. Emerging from the earlier DM civilization. I want you to remember the DM civilization because that's going to be the closing civilization at the end of this class. Here's AKSUM. Remember what I told you, everybody? Ancient medieval periods, Aksumite Empire, birth the 7th century. Remember we went through that. The Aksumite Empire centered in modern-day northern Ethiopia, and Eritrea established one of the earliest Ethiopian territories. Its influence extended parts of Sudan, the Djibouti, Yemen, where these borders were fluid, not formalized. So, look at AKSUM, everybody. They keep saying AKSUM is Ethiopia. AKSUM is Ethiopia. Do you see Ethiopia here? Do you see the orange? Do you see Eritrea? Do you see Yemen? Do you see Sudan? Where's the border? Here's the Ethiopian border here. This orange doesn't seem to be over it. Here's Sudan here. The orange seems to overpower the the border doesn't exist in this orange. Neither does the border of Eritrea. And then Menelik has it as Somalia. So where's this border that the natives came up with? Where is this border? Is it Ethiopia? Because if you're down here, you're not in AKSUM. Did you know that? If you're down here in the 7th century and you're in what you're calling Ethiopia today, you're not in AKSUM. You're not in this area. You're down here. And if you're in this area, you're not in AKSUM, but if you're over here, you are. So what are the AKSUM borders? And the Ethiopian border seem to be different of what you're calling Ethiopia today and what was actually AKSUM. And there it is. What people are calling ancient Ethiopia, which was originally AKSUM, as they think has as much land mass in Sudan as it does in what's called Ethiopia today. Yet, it's a typo, yet they teach you that it is just Ethiopian area. The ancients knew better. There's as much orange in the Sudan Eritrea area, there's actually more. There's more orange in the Sudan Eritrea area of AKSUM than there is in the Ethiopian area. There's more in Sudan Eritrea. Yet they want you to think that AKSUM is ancient Ethiopia, and that this area, all this area here, was named after some king that we can't find the papyrus on, because this king had no scribe, but this king called Ethiopus, you know, because the word Ethiopia was used in 750 BC from the Greeks, and now it's Ethiopus. And if you live down here, you're in the land of Ethiopians. But wait, AKSUM doesn't cover all down here. There's as much Sudan and Eritrea as there is in the Ethiopian area. There's actually more of what you're calling Ethiopia that's not in ancient AKSUM that AKSUM is. So that means that Ethiopus and AKSUM had no territorial land control over there. Down all this down here, just this section here, and all this expansion here. But this area here is in the orange. The borders are not the same as what you're calling ancient AKSUM as today. And the AKSUM never heard of an Ethiopus. You're hearing about it today. Find me any AKSUM ancient writing with Ethiopus as the father of AKSUM. Where's that writing at? Where's that? Here it is. It's nowhere. So now that I've taught you all of that, that was a buildup. That's just the buildup. It was the buildup and the foundation for you to understand that the ancient area that people call AKSUM, or what they think is Ethiopia today in ancient times, was also Sudan. None of those two words, Sudan or Ethiopia, existed at the time. So what is the oldest attestation of Ethiopian Sudanese area by the indigenous people that your current teachers, Rastafarians in the Matrix, are not telling you? What is it? We're going to break right there. Keep you in suspense. We're going to break right there. I'm going to take a break right there, pause it right here. I'm going to step away for just a moment, take a break, redo myself, a little bit of nourishment, and come back, and we're going to go to, if it wasn't Ethiopus, and AKSUM doesn't even cover all of that area, and the word Sudan didn't even exist, nor did Eritrea exist at that time, then what did the indigenous people that are in that area, the oldest writing, actually call that place? When I come back, that's what we're going to get right back into. I'm going to put the link in the room for the supporters to jump in. And I'll take a break, and I'll be right back to finish off this beautiful question and this breakdown and build-up. Jump in the room, supporters, Pata, all of you jump in so I can take a break, step off, and come right back and finish this path of truth that's breaking down the matrix and then building back up to truth. All those who've seen this so far, if you like what you've seen, support the Tuti PODCLASS. Just like you tipped the break dancer or the waiter that walked over to you for about 5 to 20 steps and gave you your barbecued shrimp that was cooked by the chef, and you tip that waiter for that barbecued shrimp or that sauteed fish or whatever you tip the waiter, support the Tuti PODCLASS. And the support system is scrolling there at the bottom. And also my AI moderator, Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV, and support thus far. When you get to the end, I know for sure the support will be there, because the end is going to blow people away. You're already blown away right now. The moderators in the room are Nani Aset Mur, the beautiful, Unki M. Ma'at, the greatest secretary in the world, Ani Pata Aten Tehuti, scribe with multiple titles, the Techetu, who is a Teprem Kem Ma'at, and the Hab organizer, the festivities organizer, Menku Ra Marie Ma'at. This is their ranking system. And Nani Aset Mur, of course, the creator and organizer of the Shesh Paut, of the Sacred Womb Gathering, and the Sisters section. These are their ranking systems, and there's much, much more, because we are an organized organization with a structure
And those are the moderators. The support system, Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV. I will be back. Where's the team jumping in so that I can step off? Jump in, Nook Panook, jump in, Scribe, jump in, Atef, and I can take a break and then come right back in to answer this, continue this beautiful question. Maharu, definitely you jump in and tell the class what you feel about this answer thus far. You're the question creator. You created this, the beginning of this path. Okay? Here we go. I'm going to wait a few minutes and then I'll just have to go blank if nobody jumps in. Okay, there you go. There's Pata. Let me do a sound check. Pata, can you hear me good?
Mic check, Hotep.
Oh, that's the best ever. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me? Mic check, mic check.
You sound like there's about 5 of you there. Sounds great. Okay, great. So I'm going to step off. Annie, I hope you're enjoying the class so far. We're about to take a shift again.
Yes, absolutely. Packed with a lot of information, Great Saba. 2 hours.
Nini Uk, Nini Uk. Okay, everybody, I'm going to step off. Annie will let the rest of the people in. For those who just stepped in, I'm going to post the link one more time for the supporters to jump in. Nania said, Mer says, is anybody else on? All I see is Nook Poo, Nook Poo. Laugh out loud. Greetings, Nook Poo. Nook Poo is active. Okay, I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Support the Tehuti PODCLASS. I've already been going for an hour and 8 minutes. Support this if you appreciate it. I'll be back. Hold time.
Hotep Ma'at. Peace and love, everyone. For those of you who are here, begin to hit the like button. Help the algorithm out. And yeah, the support link is pinned to the top. The StreamYard link to come on the panel is there. So hit the link, come up on the panel. You know, don't be shy, don't be scared. Come up on the panel and let everyone know what you think so far. As there is much information that is that the Great Saba is bringing forward, and extremely powerful, and just shows how in depth the matrix is. So, you know, as we continue to break out of the illusion that's been created, as the Great Saba went into, you know, the Greeks and Hesiod, and yeah, there's so much that we have to learn and relearn. So let me let Maharu on the stage. So yes, everyone hit the link, come up on the panel, and let your voice be heard. Hotep, great brother Maharu.
Hotep.
Yes, peace and love, great brother. Yeah, what do you have so far for what's been brought forth?
Oh, you know, Tehuti's, you know, the original Chem that is digging up the information. Yeah, he brought up about AKSUM, and I know, you know, how when you go over there, that's the place where they're saying the so-called is, I mean, it's a church that's buried under the ground in Ethiopia, and they're saying, and their story, their so-called story, now we know that it's a lot of Isfet, because I mean, which one was first, AKSUM or Ethiopia? And yeah, it's a lot of confusion that's going on that Tehuti's bringing out. Yeah, it takes a lot of digging to come to these, you know, these origins, and that's the reason why there's so much confusion over there now, and why people are fighting over in these imaginary lines and colonies that these people came in, and people now are fighting over something that's, you know, that's man-made.
Right. Yes, I agree 1000%. Yeah, it's the Matrix is real, and it is very difficult. You know, SABA Tehuti, with what he has brought forward and teaching us how to be aware of the Matrix, right, and dig through information to get to a source. That's not a popular thing, right? It's the comfortability of, and then when you attach that pride to something, you know, how the human mind works is fascinating, you know, and just people in general, like you said, you know, we create these battles and these fights over something that originally didn't even come from us. So, you know, it's man, it's a lot. So, you know, having something like this where people can come and learn the truth and begin to reestablish, you know, for what we're building up now, it's so very important. And there's a reason why, you know, that you know, the last question you asked about Kenya, you know, there was someone in the chat who was in there fighting, feeling, you know, he was like, you know, I'm being attacked, like it's no, and not understanding that, you know, we hold tight to a lot of these false matrices, and then when it starts to get broken down, it's just like religion. You want to hold on to something, you want to hold on to it, and being able to learn how to release and not be attached to any one particular thing, and being in that state of Keperu, and expanding, right, growing out of what you already think you may know, and taking in source information which supplies you with Sakim, right, with power, and allows you to really appreciate, you know, the land far greater, and what was brought forth, what was erected out of it in its original state, prior to the colonization, prior to all of these other name switches and changing the frequency of the tones that we utilize for these lands, for the writings. You know, it is definitely a very important aspect of life, and you can apply it to anything, you know, and that's what the PODCLASS is all about, right? And every class is breaking a matrix of something, whatever the topic may be. So yeah, I you know, I agree with you, great brother, and
how the fallacy, the Isfet is buried in not only in what they have done externally, but it's buried internally into our subconscious. And that's why we're believing in this Isfet, this lie about, you know, was it actually colonized when it was, by uprooting the actual area. And so now we have to go and dig within ourselves now, because now the conflict is within us, and we're resorting to external things, you know, smoking, drinking, thinking that that's gonna, it's gonna soothe the problem. That just makes things even more worse than what it really is, and it's preventing us to unify, in Ma'at, with the medal, with the words of the words that our ancestors kept for us, so that we can go back to now and dig that up again now and relate it to today. Like SABA said, that Christianity is also ancient as well, but no one says that. But whenever it comes to our ancestors, that's the only thing that's ancient.
Yes, knowing, and he showed the stats on Christianity and Islam, right?
Yeah.
And how they're two branches of the same tree, and then but you put the two in front of each other. Oh, it's different. No, this ain't. There's no similarities. We're the unique ones. This is different here, and just seeing how it's permeated. The planet, and that doesn't just happen, based on, because as we know, it's what people stand on when it comes to that, and the Bible and the writings within it, is Isfet, right? It's a lot of mix and mastering of different writings from the ancients, and implanting storytelling, and then you tell the story of the masses of the people, which aren't royalty, right? Which aren't at the high echelons of status. The everyday person, right? Jesus Christ, the everyday person, the person who's just amongst the people. Right, so you attach a feeling to it, an emotion. Oh, that's relatable. He's doing this for us. This is for us, and so putting all these things together in a story, and then it gets forced onto people, and so just as it's difficult for people to take that and understand that fact. Same applies here, and the Isfet is absolutely the illusion that exists. It's it can seem very real, and that's why it's difficult a lot of times for people to expand beyond where they may already be, because when you're looking at something directly in front of you, it may our minds create the image of what we're looking at, and we start to interpret what it is. So being able to have the Medu, which is such a powerful, the Medu is one of the major keys to truly breaking out of the matrix, and seeing what was written prior to all of this, the original tones. Because when you take away the names, then you take away the meanings, because that's how we created names. The rins that we were given to either a person, a place, a thing, it all represented something. That's where the rin came from. And so now when we take that and change that, the original foundation is eradicated, and we don't have the real strength within the source of the particular thing. So, and plus everything gets turned into dealing with the color in most of the changed names of the great ancient ones. And so taking away the spiritual significance of what these what these places represent, the original peoples that came out of these lands, what they did, what they created, what they erected, what they taught, what they stood on. And now, because that has been eradicated and destroyed by the sword of the cross, that's now what, you know, the majority of the planet holds. And that then translates into everything else. Everything else is then just becomes a part of that, right? The actual religion, and those people who traveled and brought the teachings of Christianity to the planet, and made sure that, you know, you take this, and that's your option. You know, usually you have a few, you know, it's one option. You take this, and you know, so over a period of time, you know, that gets forgotten. It's just like any particular type of trauma, where you may go through something, and subconsciously you end up burying it in the back somewhere. You end up locking it in the back to forget, to not relive and re-experience the trauma, and that's what's happened as a whole, right? As a group, as a collective, and so and this is there's so many deep studies whenever it comes to that, and I love studying these type of things because it deals with the psychology of the mind and why we think the way that we think. And there are instances where you will defend your attacker because of what you have reprogrammed in your own thought process, because you've eradicated it. You've changed that memory. That the actual thing that took place has been replaced by something else. And even in other times, different parts of the ka are then expanded out into something that allows you to be able to go through that process and deal with it. In today, that gets called multiple personality or dissociative identity disorder. And, you know, this is, we're definitely, as a whole, are dissociating with identity. And, you know, so yeah, Tua for asking this question and allowing this to be on the airwaves for people to find, and for those who really want the truth, especially for, you know, you being in these places, in these areas, because I've also, you know, I've had many conversations with different peoples from, you know, Sudan, Kenya, these different areas, and to show, you know, what originally came from these spaces. And here's the name, right? Here's a Ren for you. And you would think it would just be openly accepted, right? Like, oh man, like it's powerful whenever you go beyond just the what's been colonized into and go back to the source. It's so much power within that. And royalty, right? Kingship, eradicate this slavery, sticks and stones, throwing rocks at each other, can't communicate, you know, this just complete false lie that's been placed over peoples of in this place that they call Africa, and reestablishing, you know, how it was prior. So yeah, Henu to you, great brother, for this, and for also just being a voice, you know, in these places, and being able to be a representation of the House of ATTON and Ma'at, and You know, I wouldn't be surprised if you just walk around speaking Medu Neter, just you know, I wouldn't be surprised. So it's like, man, what language? Yeah, this is the original. So yeah, to you.
Yeah, a lot of people are fascinated with it when you bring up you know, about the Medu Neter, you know, but it's also, you know, the oppression that they're going through too. These people, you know, just imagine if people, you know, go through the same so-called you know, modern day slavery over here in America, and they got all these degrees and titles, and you know, they're not being you know, they're not achieving what people in America are achieving. So that also brings a conflict within themselves as well. You know what I mean? So there's not only they're fighting with what's going on, what has gone on historically, but now they have to fight, you know, physically to put, you know, this food on the table, you know, more than what they really want, because what they see, what we see on this, you know, on TV and the radio, this false illusion of, you know, that this concrete jungle is more real than you know what, you know, than nature, you know, and I see that's one of the major problems as well that's going on. That's what's causing us to unify it, instead of, you know, rather than, you know, in this internal war that we're having within ourselves because of this ISFA and the colonization that's going on.
Yeah, that's a great point. That is a great point. You know, people do look at the western parts of the world and see the illusion and, you know, think that it's real, right? You know, the American dream.
Yeah.
But like you said, the concrete jungle, you know, you go from the jungle to the concrete, and then you start going crazy in the head, and you're like, all this stuff starts taking place, and it's like, I don't even have a moment. Like I used to be able to sit outside and just look at the trees, like, you know. And so all the foundational important things that are left behind are then missed, you know.
Yeah.
Yes, to our great brother, HERU Great SABA, welcome back.
Hey, Hannah, to you. Peace. Nice to be back. Wonderful. We're going to get right back into it. Oh, I didn't get to hear from you so far real quick. How are you enjoying the class, Maharu?
As usual, to the you got me pinned to the screen. And I have now I could dig more and find out more information in my art to examine now. To
Beautiful, Nini. Glad you appreciate it. And you know, one day as time goes on, you know, if you were to when you do, or if you do, however it works, when you show this class to anybody over there, it's gonna shake their whole foundation, brother. It's gonna, people are standing on eggshells as a foundation. They don't even know, and they're proud of something that's artificial, and that's the distraction to get them proud. You got Ethiopians and Somalians and Eritreans. I used to live in Canada, arguing over who's better at this. The Eritreans this, and we're different people than you. We're Eritrea. Don't call us Ethiopians. We're Eritreans. And it's all colonized craziness. We're gonna find out more about it, but glad you're enjoying it so far. We're gonna get right back in. What do you say, brother?
No, I said 2R, 2R7.
Nini Uk. We're gonna get right back into it, everybody. Peace and love. Ani Patata and Tehuti and Maharu. We're gonna finish this up. We're gonna see what the support is, what people think about it, what people who comes on the panel, and then later on I'm gonna make an announcement of what a discussion that I had and where we're gonna go forward with that and Annie. So let's get back into it, everybody. Peace and love, you all. Jump in the room. We're gonna get right back into this podcast question and answer, breakdown and build up. Peace and love, brother. Hotep.
Peace and love. Hotep. Everyone support. Links are pinned to the top.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. All right, everybody. We're gonna get right back started. Let me put the timer back on. Okay. It may be in one of these boxes here. Be safe. Okay, here we go. Put the timer back on. Ready, everybody? Press 9 if you can see me, and if you can also see the screen going to this mirror mode. If you can see the screen going into the mirror mode, and if you can see me and hear me, just press a 9. We'll get right back into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. For those who have just stepped in, I have no idea what is going on or where you have stepped into. You have stepped into the beautiful, beautiful frequency. Oh, let me get this off. You stepped into the beautiful, beautiful frequency of the House of ATTON. And who is the House of ATTON? The House of ATTON is the Tehutian, the ancient. Let me clear my throat. Let me clear my throat. Ancient Tehutian teachings of the NETERU. Welcome everybody to the House of ATTON. You are now in this phenomenon that happens once a week called the Tehuti PODCLASS, where questions are sent in and the guidance is given, and your reality is changed from the matrix into what reality was supposed to be before the introduction of the matrix, and then you're led to the proper guidance. Welcome to the House of ATTON. House of ATTON, the NETERU are real. House of ATTON, the NETERU exist. Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Are you ready? And press the 9 if you can see me and hear me. That's what I'm waiting for. There, the 9s, they jump up. So Minty Hotep presses the 9. Robert Williams presses the 9. Nook for Nook put 3 snakes. And here we go, everybody. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. Ready? Oh, let me do this, One moment, everybody. Let me just see something. I don't know what that means. Okay, here we go, everybody. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Boom. Rewind it a little bit. For those who are just stepping in, we come to the screen and make sure it's screen sharing. Yes, it is. Boom. We're going to go ahead and there it is. So, boom. If you're back in 1554, now Ethiopia is in the middle of what's called Africa today. Complete foreign chaos. And so, is Ethiopia a separate land than Sudan? What if I were to tell you that not only was there no distinct area chosen by the indigenous people called Ethiopia that was separate from Sudan, but up until even 4 years ago, there still has not been any agreement as to if there is a separation between Sudan and Ethiopia and where that border is. Let me take you to the Human Era, Volume 32, Number 1, February 2020. As we can see, these are colonial borders, what's called colonial borders, impact of what's called borderland, which was set up by the colonial borders, of which they state because of this colonial borders in the Ethiopia-Sudan border confusion. The overall background to this situation is what's creating the confrontation between the farmers and investors and over the contested lands in the region. The continued uncertainty over the precise location of the border has aggravated conflict that has yet to be resolved. So they don't even know where the border is between Ethiopia and Sudan because all that is man-made, and it is literally called colonial borders in Africa. Improper design and its impact on African borderland communities. And here's the African borderland community conflict called colonial borders. That means this was not set up by the farmers. These are colonial borders. Okay? So, boom. The colonial origin of any difference between Ethiopia and Sudan is the background to the conflict and the confrontation. Yes, the original quote-unquote Ethiopian AKSUM Empire was also Sudan before modern-day borders. And as I read earlier, Kingdoms of AKSUM. Here's Kingdoms of AKSUM in the orange. And this includes what? What is now known as Ethiopia and Eritrea, that we think these are two separate places. Ethiopia, Eritrea, and the Djibouti and Sudan. So what we think are separate places, the Djibouti, this little area here, Sudan, Ethiopia, and Eritrea. This is what was called AKSUM in the 1st to 7th centuries. So all of this area that is Sudan is not included. All of this area that's in Ethiopia today is not included. But there is as much orange in the Sudanese Eritrea area as there is in Ethiopia. So AKSUM is not ancient Ethiopia. AKSUM is an area right here which actually covers what today is known as Sudan, Yemen, Djibouti, Ethiopia, and Eritrea. So Sudan and Ethiopia in the time of the Great AKSUM were one place. And in Menelik II, it was expanded to Somalia. Somalia is in it as well. So there it is, what people are calling ancient Ethiopia, which was originally AKSUM, as they think has as much landmass in Sudan area as it does in what is called Ethiopia today. Typo, yet they teach you that it is just the Ethiopian area. The ancients knew better. So now that I have taught you all of that, that hour and 8 minutes was just the build up to the foundation for you. It's just the build up in the foundation. So all that I've taught you for the hour and 8 minutes, that was just the build up in the foundation for you to understand that the ancient area that people call AKSUM or Ethiopia in ancient times was also Sudan. None of these words, Sudan, Ethiopia, Eritrea, existed at that time. So what is the oldest attestation of the Ethiopian Sudanese area by indigenous people that your current teacher, Rastafarians, and the Matrix is not telling you? What are the indigenous people of this area? What do the indigenous people call this? Okay. Let me take you to the backbone six. Let me take you to the backbone six. Let me take you back to 6,000. Let me take you back to 1,600 years before there was an AD AKSUM in the tablet of KAMOSE. This is 1550 BC. So we're gonna go back. Let me take you back 1,000. It's really 1,550 years BC. We're gonna go right here. This is the KAMOSE text. So here's the KAMOSE test. Right here. These are indigenous writings by the indigenous people. And what do they state? This is the Raw Stela, Carnavan tablet. Regional year 3 of HERU. He who has appeared upon his throne, the two ladies, repeating of monuments, the golden falcon, he who contents the two lands, king of upper and lower Egypt as they call it, Waj Kepere, son of Re, KAMOSE, valiant, granted life, beloved of Amun, lord of the thrones, Neb, sustainer of the thrones of the two lands, like Re, forever and ever, the victorious king within, Uwaset that they call Thebes, KAMOSE, the Vilians, given life forever, is the effective king. It is Re who has placed him as king himself, to whom he has given victory in the very truth, the very Ma'at. His majesty spoken in his place to the council of the officials, which was in his following. Let me turn this down. Which was in his following. To what effect do I perceive it? I gotta turn this way down. Oh, sorry. Oh, what happened? To what effect do I perceive it? My might, while the ruler is in is in what they call Varius, and another in Kush, Kashti. I sitting joined with the Asiatic and a Nubian, each man having his own portion of this Egypt, sharing land with me. So we are in 1550 BC. Here's a king, an indigenous king to the Nile Valley, speaking of this group of people, and they want you to believe that in 100 AD, that this king Ethiopius did not have a scribe, yet the ancient people in the land area 1,600 years before Ethiopius have clear indigenous writing about the area, and they disguise it under the word Nubian. Any area in that landmass they call Nubia, which there was no such ancient place. Let's find out what's under that word. The Matrix inserted the word Nubian there, when in actuality there was no ancient area with this name. This was a word Egyptologists threw in to cover all of those areas. One of the words for the people in that area was the Nehes. So when you see the word Nubian, you see what's called Nehes. The Nehes, which I actually spoke on yesterday when I was on Sunnetter, which I'm going to discuss after this. But when I was on Sunnetter yesterday, the Nehes, or the Nehesi, he of the Sudan. So the area that they're calling the Sudan, which is what? This area of AKSUM, which has more area in Sudan and Eritrea today than in what's called Ethiopia. This is AKSUM. This area that was called in 100 AD AKSUM. The people in that area, to the indigenous people, 1,600 years before it was called Axiom, and long before it was called Ethiopia, the people in the area were called the Nehes, he of the Sudan. It doesn't really mean that, but it's the area of the Sudan. As we can see here in the Book of Gates, 4th Division, 5th hour, lower register, scene 30, which one of the unique features is of dyeing the hair red. So when you go to the Book of Gates, 4th Division, 5th hour, lower register 30, you'll see the people called the Nehes here have a unique trait of having their hair dyed red. Even though it says Sudan, because the understanding was the whole area did not have a border separation. And they guess who, even though it says Sudan, guess who still traditionally wears the red dyed hair today? Boom, there they are. What does it say? Luxury holidays in Ethiopia. Initial frame of Ethiopian women. Because there was no separation, the same tradition still continued. The dyeing of the hair red. The dyeing of the hair red. The Nehesi recorded as far back as 1,550 years ago in the images in the 4th register of the Book of Gates show them as the Nehes with the people of the red dyed hair. And because there was no ancient Ethiopia, the Nehes, they just said the Sudan area, Sudani Negro. There wasn't even an area called Sudan at the time. We're going to find out what the area was called. These Nehesi are these people here of that area with the dark, with the red hair dye. And today, they're called Ethiopians, the same people with the red hair dye, still continuing the same tradition in the area, non-changing. Yes, the original quote-unquote Ethiopians, originally called the Nehesi, and the RETH, they were called the RETH. The RETH, as you can see, had nothing to do with Christianity. So something must have caused a change in culture. Because when you look at these people right here, there's absolutely nothing about this dress code that reflects the Bible, Jesus, King Solomon, King David, the Torah. There is nothing about this dress code that reflects Abraham, Noah, Jacob, and all of that silliness. No thing that they are wearing reflects the belief of anything in the Bible. This has nothing to do with King Solomon or King David. So when did the change come about? Something must have caused a change in culture. Are you ready for that something? And what did the original Ethiopians follow, being that it was not Christianity? Well, if you were to ask anyone, who is the highest of the ancient Kemet? Who is the highest Neter of the ancient Kemet? Go ahead and type in the room, everybody. Who would you say, if you were to ask just the average layman in Kemet, in the Ennead or the Tehuti, who is the highest? Go ahead and just type it in. Who is considered the highest in that ranking system of the Tehuti? When you take HERU's lineage back, who does it go back to? Go ahead and type in the room. Peace to Minty Hotep. Peace to Jason Kirkland. Go ahead and type in the room. Who would be the highest if you go from HERU? HERU, father of the Sar. Jeb and Nut is above them. So who go? Ding, 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 ding. Yep, Ra Pata, Ra. Absolutely. QFC. Shout out to the new names. QFC, Ra. You came in as a brand new name. First thing you typed in the room was right. So congratulations and shout out to you. You came in right answer. So you're right, absolutely right. Ra. Ra Pata, Ra. Ra is from Ra comes down, then you get a Sar. From Ra, then you get Jeb Nut, then you get Tef Nut, then you get Tef Nut, you get Jeb Nut, then you get a Sar, then you get Aset, then you get HERU. When you go back to the top of that family tree, yes, Ra. So you all got it right. Okay? Ra. Boom, boom, boom. Ready? Thank you for the participation. And you all got it right. Or most of you who said Ra got it right. So, Ra, right? So, what did the ancient Ethiopians follow, being that it was not Christianity? Well, if I were to ask anyone who is the highest of the ancient Egyptian Kemet, that particular family of HERU, who is the highest, everybody knows Ra. Okay? That's right, everybody. Yes, of course, Ra. Let me shrink this down so you can see it. You got it. Ra. Right? And guess what the Ethiopian Sudanese original name meant? When you look up the Ethiopian Sudanese original name, what was it? Here it is. We're inside of this tomb. Here it is. RETH. That's written there. There's the red hair dye again. There's the red hair dye again. RETH. Right? Men. The Egyptians. They who were formed from the tears of Ra. You see? So when they show this image here, it is very interesting because in this image, if you ask any Egyptologist, who is this? They'll say, oh, that's the NEHESU. That's the people with the red dyed hair. Here it says RETH. It says the Egyptians. Why? Because there was no ancient people called Egyptians. They were the Nile Valley people, the people of the NETERU. The whole area along the Nile were considered these same people. They didn't have a Sudan, didn't have a Eritrea, didn't have an Ethiopia, didn't have a Yemen, didn't have that other word, they didn't have all these things. What did they have? The ETERU, the NEHESU, and what's called the RETH, which they show you in one image as the Sudanese, Ethiopian. Then in the next image, which is the same exact image, the Egyptian. What is their definition? They who were formed of the tears of the eyes of Ra. So the RETH were considered the direct descendants, the direct ones that came from Ra himself. They came from Ra. That's what the people believe. These are the ancient indigenous writings, images. This is what they said. This is what they drew. This is what they said. from the origins of Ra. Thus, what did the original people of the Sudan and Ethiopia believe in? Of course, Ma'at, and of course Ra. Here is Het Heru, Hathor, Shu, Tefnut. These are Egyptian gods, right? Everybody familiar? Everybody is familiar with Het Heru, Shu, Tefnut. They call them Egyptian gods. What did the ancient Ethiopian Sudanese believe in? Well, let me show you one of the reasons they hate budget translations. Let me take you to the Sudan in the section called the Bao Kem, as described in the dictionary. Bao Kem, what's that? The Bao Kem, Sudani country, whence the worship of Het Heru, Shu, Tefnut, and all other Sudani gods was introduced to Egypt. What? What happened? The original people of the Sudan and Ethiopia had Het Heru, Shu, Tefnut, and the statement is that these were introduced to Egypt. Wait a minute. Every time your Egyptologist, every time your conscious person speaks, they say that Shu, Tefnut, Het Heru, Aset are Egyptian. That is because before the word Egypt, before the word Sudan, it was the whole Nile Valley acknowledging this. They weren't introduced to Egypt because there was no such place called Egypt. It was the NETERU, the Hapi area, the Nile Valley, and all of them acknowledged, but they claimed, they said their origins start from the beginning of the Eye of Ra, which is the Hapi, which is the beginning down by Lake Victoria, down by the origins of where life began, because that was the mouth of the Nile. That is where the Nile began, by that waterfall. So what? Shu, Tefnut, Heru, Aset, the three main netters of Kemet were brought from the Sudanese, the NEHESU. Boom. Let us continue. There's no Solomon yet. I'm not seeing a Solomon yet. Where's Solomon at? And what did the original Ethiopians follow? Being that it was not Christianity. Of course, the Ma'at. Here we are. They were considered, they were formed from the tears of Ra, bringing in the Sudanese worshipped or reverenced Shu, Tefnut, and Heru, Shu, Tefnut are considered Sudanese gods. What are they called? The Bao Kem. Uh-oh. Here we go. It's not that they brought in, not that they were brought in from the NEHESU. The NEHESU and the people of Kemet were the same people. The reason it's worded like that is because Egyptologists are pushing that they're different quote-unquote races with different teachings equaling separation. The fact is, just that area of Kemet or the Nile Valley that people are calling Ethiopia, Sudan, Nubia, are parts of the Nile where our old human MRCA, the most recent common ancestor, began. Thus our origins, the Paut, thus the Neter. Let me show you something that you've not seen before, or maybe not have seen before. It is said that the Neter at Heru, Aset, Shu, Tefnut came from Sudan. Look close at the word NEHESU again and see that its determination is NETERU, wearing the feathers of Mat. Look at the word NEHESU again. What are the beliefs of the people? How do you write the word NEHESU? See? The Sudanese tribes, result of the masturbation of Ra. That means that they are originated from Ra, the Sudanese people. There they are with the red dyed hair. And how do you write their name? Uh-oh. With three feathers of Ma'at. Do you see it? There's Ma'at. The name NEHESU is written with the Ma'at feathers. The Greeks are not written with the Ma'at feathers. The Persians are not written with the Ma'at feathers. The Babylonians are not written with the Ma'at feathers. The Hyksos is not written with the Ma'at feathers. The NEHESU's name contains Ma'at, the feathers of Ma'at in the name. They are the direct results. So they call them the Nubian caravan of Heka-Nefer. There they are with the red dyed hair again. Their name has Ma'at in it. Or their belief system? Of course, the belief system with the images that's directly ingrained in their name. Their name are 3 images with the Ma'at feather. They were considered the direct results from Ra. The Greeks were not considered the direct results from Ra, the direct results of Ra. The Persians, the Syrians, the Babylonians were not considered the direct results of Ra. None of the surrounding areas were considered the direct results of Ra, except for the highest esteemed people. And the Sudanese, Ethiopian, were considered the direct results of Ra because the whole landmass area gave reverence and credence to Ma'at. The Ethiopian name originally had the Ma'at feathers, and this is what they're hiding from you. So now that I have taught you all of this, we will go back to the question from Biged Leisure Maharu. On Ethiopia, has it ever been colonized? Back to the question. See? Saket SABA Tehuti, I'm currently in so-called Ethiopia. According to history, the country was never colonized. But again, like Kenya, I'm seeing Greek terms that a so-called uncolonized land has adopted. Man-made religions, terms after mythological story of Solomon, biblical names like Cush. Saba, please weld us back. Tehuti is Ethiopia, supposed to be the original gateway of God, or the Babylon. So how did it reach Iraq? Tua Saba Tehuti Isfet brainwashing is heavier over here than it is where he's from, New York, and it's heavier there. Heavier here in Ethiopia. So remember the original question: has it ever been colonized? What is he calling me? Saba. I want you to make note that the Saba is capitalized. That is me he's speaking of. And just keep that in mind as this unfolds. Are you ready? Here we go. Saba is a direct Medu term for the teacher Tehuti. We'll get to that in a moment. Here we are. Boom. If you have been to my previous classes, you will understand that Christianity has its origins in Rome, as stated clearly in the ecclesiastical history by famous Greek historian Socrates of Constantinople in 380 on after 439, also known as Socrates Scholasticus, was a 5th century Greek Christian church historian who recorded the official Orthodox Church history of the Nicene Council and what led to it, originating under Roman Empire. So if you haven't been to my classes, you'll understand that Christianity's origin is in Rome, the Roman Empire, Roman Constantine, Roman Catholics. If you want to go look that up, you can go look up Socrates Scholasticus or the ecclesiastical history of Socrates Scholasticus. And you can look that up right there to see the history of the Nicene Council and what took place. Here's the Nicene Creed, 1, Symbolum, Nicenum, Icon, Emperor Constantine, and the fathers of the First Council of Nicaea, 325 AD. Okay? Arian controversy. Although Jesus the Son was divine, he was a created being and therefore not consensual with the Father. Arius equals elder in the church in Libya. The purpose of the creed, they had to create a creed, an agreement, is to act as a yardstick of correct belief or orthodoxy. Symbolum, Greek, i.e., half of a broken object, which when placed together with the other half verified the person's identity. Nicene Council, Council of Nicaea, 325 AD, and there's Constantine. This is all happening in Rome. The official Orthodox creation of Christianity. Okay. Oh, remember, everybody, remember the beginning of the class, because this is all set up. Everything, this whole class, what you're receiving is an orchestrated setup of sequence of information put together to walk you through a path so that you will reach the conclusion and the climax. So after all that I taught in the last hour and 36 minutes, now I want you to remember, go all the way back to the beginning of class when I showed you the claim that Ethiopia, the name, came from an indigenous king recorded in the book of AKSUM. Well, guess where the collection of documents that compound the book of AKSUM originates? Guess where the collection is, everybody? Remember the Nicene Creed, Roman origin of Christianity? That book of AKSUM that made the claim, the documents that put together the book of AKSUM that made the claim that Ethiopia came from Ethiopis. Guess where the collection of documents that they compound, that compound the book of AKSUM, guess where it's found? Right here. What is this, Tehuti? What is that? What is this, Tehuti? Let me take you inside of the place where we find the tradition of the origin of Ethiopia. So where's the tradition found? In this AKSUM, where is that? Let's go deeper inside. Uh-oh. Am I in the Catholic Church? What is this? Blow it up, Tehuti. Where are we? Huh? This is where the tradition of the book of AKSUM. If you want to go find the tradition of the Ethiopians, here's where we go to find it. Remember, we're looking for Ethiopians? Who's this on a cross? What's this? Are we in the Roman Catholic Cathedral? What is this? Huh? What is this? Doesn't look like the RETH Romain. This doesn't look like those who are direct descendants of Ra. What is this? That's where the information of the so-called origin of Ethiopia is. What is this? The places of worship, Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion, Catholicism. Where? Location? AKSUM, Ethiopian belief, Christianity, era 350. The Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion is an ancient site in AKSUM in northern Ethiopia and holds special significance as a place of pilgrimage for Ethiopian Orthodox Christians. That's where your Ethiopia story is in. There's where you find it. Boom. The most important place of Christian pilgrimage for Ethiopians. Christianity is where the source of Ethiopia being traditional name, being the Ethiopis being traditional name derives. In Christianity, that's where you find the story. In here, you know, Holy Mary, Mother of God. Catholicism, that's where you find the Ethiopia's tradition. You don't find any ancient papyrus along the Nile Valley. You don't find any ancient stela. You don't find any ancient. You find it right here in our sacred Lord Mary, and beloved Mary. That's where you find it. Here's where your Ethiopia story derives. Huh? There it is. And remember AKSUM Empire? Of course you do. Half the class has been on it. The so-called Ethiopian Empire that was never colonized, from where the name Ethiopia derived. Remember that? Never colonized. Remember? Here it is. This story is coming from here. Here's where you find it. Here's where the collection is at. Here's where it's compiled right here. This is where you find it right here. You don't find it on any ancient papyrus. You find it in the Church of Our Lady Mary, the mother of Jesus Christ. What story do you find there? Ethiopia, some historical reflections on, remember the beginning of class, how this began, on the origin of the word Ethiopia. Ayele Bekari, the name Ethiopia invokes a unique identity incongruent with Africa. The name presumably was coined by outsiders who lavished Ethiopians with praises of blamelessness. We already showed that that was 750 BC. Thereby, in the process of extrapolating an external source for the origin of Ethiopia's history and culture, according to an Ethiopian tradition. Here's where the tradition is located in the Lady of Mary Church. The term Ethiopia is derived from the word Ethiopia. So we can't find this papyrus, but don't worry, it's in the it's in the Holy Mary Church. So here it is. It comes from Ethiopia. It's the name of an Ethiopian king. The Ethiopian Book of AKSUM identifies Ethiopia as the 12th king of Ethiopia. What does that mean, 12th king? We're going to get into that. 12th king of Ethiopia, father of Aksumui. Ethiopia's rich, varied, and original history forms a tangible center, not only in self-naming of Ethiopians, but also the affirming Africa's contribution to world history. What does it say? Okay, and then it goes on to claim that Egypt was the firstborn of Ethiopia. Okay, so here we go. And imagine that, everybody. I want everybody to really think. It's openly claiming that Kemet, Egypt, is the firstborn of Ethiopia. The oldest spiritual writings on earth of the afterlife, out-of-body, transcendental escape of the pure energetic projectable double, the Ba and the Ka, the bioenergetic template, and immortality, is 2300 BC. Huh? When is AKSUM again? When is the AKSUM Empire again? What happened? 100 AD. That's 2,400 years later. But Ethiopia's firstborn is what came about in 2,300 BC. So if that's the firstborn of Ethiopia, and Ethiopia is uncolonized, continuing the tradition, then to find out the original tradition, we're going to go to the firstborn and go to the pyramid text. And if you go to the pyramid text, tell me what you learn about Jesus and King Solomon. Huh? Tell me about King David and the pyramid. In the pyramid text, we're going to learn about King David and Solomon, and the pyramid, the line of conquering, line of Judah. Hold on. This is the firstborn. Let me go to the firstborn because that's the oldest recorded. Your firstborn, because we have nothing in Ethiopia written before 2300 BC. So if that's your firstborn, and to find out what you passed on to your firstborn, hey, wait a minute. In the pyramid text, why is Ptah in here? Hold on. Amun and Amunet in here. Wait a minute. What's Osiris? Osiris in here. Osset with Nun is in here. Wait a minute. Ra Herakuti. Wait a minute. This is your firstborn. What did you teach your firstborn? Huh? You taught about the Jews? You taught about Israel? Wait a minute. The firstborn has Ptah and Nun and Ra in here. Firstborn. Are you lying to us? Firstborn, you're lying. What up? Firstborn. Why'd you lie on AKSUM? Why'd you lie in Ethiopia? Hold on. Ethiopia's firstborn is Egypt. But when I go to the first writings of the firstborn, I don't see nothing about Israelites. I don't see nothing about Jesus coming back. I don't see nothing about God, Yahweh, Barakahara, Barakata. I don't see anything about that. I'm seeing Ptah and Nun and NETERU and Hapi and the story of Asar, Aset, and Nebdet. That's what your firstborn is telling us. That's what you pass on to your firstborn. And then forget what the firstborn talking about. Forget the firstborn. Whatever it's talking about the pyramid text, our firstborn, forget that. We're going to Solomon now. Forget the firstborn. We're going to Ethiopians. Who's Ethiopians then? Let's see if Ethiopians matches what the firstborn said in the pyramid text. Or is your firstborn lying? Your firstborn, huh? Egypt is Ethiopia's firstborn. Okay, so here we go. So we have nothing about Solomon in the firstborn. Here we go. What else does the firstborn say? Here we go. Here's Ethiopia. I hope Ethiopia lines up with the firstborn. What the firstborn was taught. Notice it says according to tradition in a book called the Book of AKSUM. Sounds good at face value, but of course we're here to break the matrix. I am here to show you the root of all the claims. Let us see how old this Book of AKSUM is and who is the Ethiopia's descendants of, according to the tradition. Let's see if this tradition is anciently indigenous or if this tradition actually comes from a foreign conquering influence of colonization. So what does this Book of AKSUM trace to? The story. Let me take you to the back to the YouTube thing again, back to the AKSUM and ancient African civilization of late antiquity. by Monroe/ASC. And we're going to take a look closely now. We're going to go back, not YouTube, I'm sorry. Let me take you to, not YouTube, you to the book. We're going to the book. We're going to go to pages 9 and 11. Here's the book, everybody. Not YouTube, but YouTube. Here's AKSUM, an African civilization of late antiquity. Stuart Monroe-High. Remember this? Remember that? Remember this? Huh? What does it say? Here it is. We're going to find out now about the Ethiopians person. We're going to go to page 9. And the tales describing the life of Ethiopia before the reign of Queen of Sheba. Oh, that's biblical. AKSUM holds an important place. A tale about a local saint. Huh? Saints? Marcaroas states that AKSUM was formerly called Astabo, the Mustafa AKSUM, or Book of AKSUM, work of the 17th century or a little earlier, says that the town was formerly built at Mazirber, which is ruin. I hope that's the Mennonite word. Where the tombs of, here it is, the tomb of Ethiopia. So we got a tomb. Somebody find that tomb for me. Where the tomb of Ethiopians, son of Cush, son of Ham, son of Noah. Uh-oh. A structure called the tomb of Ethiopians. Page 11. Returning to more specifically AKSUMite matters, the book of AKSUM states, remember Aksumawi, son of Ethiopians? Where does he descend from? The great-grandson of Noah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Your place, the origin of the word Ethiopia, comes from a person who descends from Noah. Comes from a person of the generations of Adam. I should be able to find some papyrus in the area discussing the ancient people's belief in a person called Noah, a person called Adam, the great generations of Ham, Japheth, Shem. This seems like biblical characters. How could you be the descendants of a biblical character? Somebody go find the tomb of the stories of Ethiopians for me in the ancient papyrus. Being he's your foundation, he's the king. He's the first king. He must have scribes. He must have writings. There's a tomb. Could somebody pull up the archaeology of that tomb for me? I need to know if Ethiopia is actually, if he himself believes in the story. Was there an Ethiopians? There was an Ethiopians as much as there was a Noah, as much as there was an Adam, as much as there was a Ham, Japheth, and Shem. The blameless people term comes from 750 BC, 850 years before. Wait a minute, I'm confused. AKSUM comes about in the 100 ADs. Wait a minute. You said AKSUM's father is Ethiopians, who descends from Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Wait a minute. How long ago was Shem? Noah. I thought Noah was 3,000 years ago. A man 3,000 years ago gave birth to a son that gave birth to the name of a place in 180. Huh? What happened? What happened? Wait a minute. Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And then his descendants, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And after that comes Ethiopians, which we can't find in real world history. And then Ethiopia is a son named AKSUM, and then that's the AKSUM Empire. But the AKSUM Empire is 100 AD. Can somebody show me an AKSUM Empire papyrus in 500 BC, 1000, 2000 BC, the time of the 2000 BC, the time of Noah and Abraham? There's an AKSUM place because his father is from that time, from that generation of those people, direct descendant of those people. Yet AKSUM is 100 ADs. And none of it even exists because it's all biblical Septuagint teachings. Nobody along the Nile Valley believed in a Noah. Nobody wrote about an Adam in the Nile Valley. Nobody acknowledged there was a man called Abraham in the Nile Valley. Of the thousands of papyruses that have been found up and down 2,000 miles of the Nile Valley, nobody acknowledged none of this in order for there to be a person called Ethiopia. Ethiopians, and they're proud because that's the origin of Ethiopia. That means that there has to be an Adam and Noah, and Adam and Eve, the serpent in the garden. There has to be a Yahweh. Huh? Can't find them. I can't find them. Somebody go and look that up for me. I'll debut that in the next podcast. We need the papyrus of Ethiopians. Wait a minute, he descends from Adam. Wait a minute, there was no Adam. There was no Adam to descend from. Hold on. What's happening? It's all don't we believe it's all from the Church of Mary. Here, Ethiopians. Who's Ethiopia? Son of Cush. The tomb of Ethiopia, son of Cush, son of Ham, son of Noah. Look how far back this would be. This would be before the flood. Oh man. Ethiopia was before the flood. Boom. The colonial Christian Bible, that's where this comes from. And its false contrived stories are the descendants' origin of the tradition name of Ethiopia. Here's where it comes from the book of Genesis. And Noah and Ham, Shem and Japheth. And this cartoon character putting multiple animals on an ark. And this happy brother smiling with his cartoon characters drawn in the Bible, and he's happy. He thinks these stories have to do with him. Why? Because I'm an Ethiopian. I descend from Ethiopia. Who's Ethiopia? Ethiopia is the son. Who's Ethiopia? Ethiopia is the son of Cush. Who's the son of Ham, son of Noah? Ethiopia is from 2,000 years ago. 2000 BC. Not even 2,000 years ago. 2000 BC. 4,000 years ago was a man named Ethiopia. His son was named AKSUM, but there's no empire of AKSUM until 100 AD. It took 2,000 years. Ethiopia gives birth to AKSUM. 2,000 years goes by. No mention of Ethiopia or AKSUM. Then boom, 100 AD, here comes AKSUM, and no mention of Ethiopians. Huh? What happened? Why weren't you proud of me for 2,000? Don't forget about me, Ethiopia. 2,000 years. How come you're not proud of me for 2,000 years? You let me slide. Now you're gonna name the place Ethiopia. Remember me? I'm the son of. I come from Noah's family. Don't forget about me. Don't remember me 2,000 years later, man. Right after colonization. Here we go. Boom. Because 2,000 years before that, the area hadn't been colonized by anybody bringing Christianity in or the Bible in yet. So they didn't have the story of the AKSUM of Ethiopia because. Keep smiling, man. I like this guy. Keep smiling, brother. Don't worry. Be happy. So now what is going on here? What is the connection between Rome? It seems so far away from Ethiopia. What is going on here? Remember, I just taught you and went over the origins of Christianity deriving from the controversy that created the Nicene Council in the 4th century in Rome. But what if I told you at that time one of the Roman representatives, one of the representatives of Rome went to Ethiopia at that time? No way, man. In 4th century, one of the Roman... Oh, that's right. What happened in the 4th century? Let's go back to the chart. Hold on, man. Let's go back to the chart. Let's go back way up to the beginning of class, man. Remember the beginning of class? Shrink this down. Let's go back to that chart, the timeline chart. Anybody remember the timeline chart? What happened in... Oh, here's the timeline chart. Remember the blue dot? What did the blue dot say? What did you say, blue dot? 451 AD. AKSUM Christianity. What happened? AKSUM was in Ethiopia.
wasn't the biblical son of Cush. AKSUM takes over the area of Cush. And then Christianity comes in, and they grab the story from the Christianity. The Christianity comes in at that time. In the 4th century, a representative of Rome was sent in to Ethiopia. I hope your Rastafarian teacher teaching you this, man. You know you taught this, huh? You know they taught this. What happened? What happened? Hey, they didn't teach you this? They didn't teach you this? That a Roman representative in the 4th century went over to Ethiopia. What are you talking about, Tehuti? Right at the time where it says AKSUM Christianity began. I thought they weren't. Hey. Let me introduce you to one of the representatives of Constantine. Here's a representative of Constantine, straight from the Nicene Council. Originated Christianity. Did your Ethiopian teacher, Rastafarian teacher, teach you about this, man? Man, I gotta teach you about none of this. Huh? Well, let me tell you. I will tell you about Saint Frumentius. Did they tell you about this Rasta man? Did they tell you about this Ethiopian man, Saint Frumentius? Who's this? Hold on. What are you doing in the story? My teacher didn't mention you. Saint Frumentius, Ethiopian bishop, Saint Frumentius, flourished 4th century. Feast day, October 27th. Roman, remember that Roman? Roman Catholic Church, November 30th. Eastern Orthodox churches, December 18th. The Coptic Church was a Syrian apostle who worked to spread Christianity throughout Ethiopia. We got him. As the first bishop of its ancient capital. What capital? AKSUM. AKSUM. That's where he went. Interesting, isn't it? He structured the emerging Christian church there. Where? In AKSUM. Where? In AKSUM. 4th century. He structured the emerging Christian church there. In the Orthodox theology of Alexandrian school during the 4th century controversy of Arianism. What's that? Arianism. Well, that was a controversy in the Nicene Council. Straight from the Nicene Council down to Ethiopia. After fulfilling his regency, Frumentius visited Saint Athanasius, Bishop of Alexandria, in about 347, a few years after the council. Athanasius ordained Frumentius bishop to do what? And commissioned him to do what? To initiate the cultural adaptation of Greek Christianity's biblical liturgical text to Ethiopic. Rastaman didn't teach you that. Tehuti, you made it all up. You created Frumentius. You did it all. You made it up. Tehuti's fault. He did it. Oh my goodness, man. Here we go. Ethiopia proud. I'm proud Ethiopian Christian. Here it is. Boom. Boom. Roman saint who represented Constantine is commissioned to bring the Bible to AKSUM Empire for the cultural adaptation. Thus, we have AKSUM king claiming a biblical heritage after the date when the Bible is brought. No ancient papyrus of a biblical king, but after Christianity is brought, all of a sudden, boom, Ethiopia from Ethiopius, who was the son of Cush, the son of Cush coming from Noah era, Noah family, claiming biblical heritage that was not there before the Nicene Council. Please show us the ancient papyrus of Ethiopia coming from Ethiopius before the Nicene Council. Show it to us, man. Can't show it to us? Thus, there is no ancient attestation from any indigenous record of a quote-unquote Ethiopia. And as you can see, any concept of so-called quote-unquote Ethiopia is a named landmass that comes 100 to 600 years
after the Christian era, and is and has been Christian colonized influence since its inception, by even claiming by the people now that it's traditional, claiming by the people that it's a traditional origin. We come from Cush and Ham and Noah, derived from the 12th generation of a biblical Adam. That's whose 12th generation it is. It's the 12th generation from a biblical Adam. The generation after Adam, counting upwards, is Noah's generation, which is where they say Ethiopians come from his family, from a biblical story. Noah Papyrus. What does colonize mean? Anybody know? We answered that in the beginning of class. Let me show you the definition of colonize. Uh-oh, the first word, ancient Roman settlement. Ancient Roman settlement outside Italy. From Latin, colonia, settled land. Look at this, everybody. Farm, landed estate. Remember the borders? Remember the colonial, the colonial farming borders? Called colonial farming borders. Controlled by an outside force, causing the contention and chaos, controversy and fighters of the native land people, farmland people. Colonial, colony, settled land, farm, landed estates. Tenant farmer. Huh? What happened? What do you mean the farmer? What do you mean colonization has to do with farming? Farmland? Oh, that's right. Impact borders, impact of border on borderland conflict. Which does what? The colonial origin of Ethiopia-Sudan border is the overall background of the confrontation between farmers and investors over the contested lands and region. The continued uncertainty over the precise location of the border has aggravated conflict that is yet to be resolved amongst the farmland. Huh? Colony. Definition? Colony. Ancient Roman. What is it? Settled land, farm, land estate, husbandman, tenant farmer. It deals with farmland borders, farmland influence, the same thing that is separating Sudan from Ethiopia with the conflict. It's farmland, and somebody moving and affecting that. What else? In reference to modern situations, company or body of people who migrate from their native country to cultivate and inhabit a new place or remaining subject to the mother country. Huh? Let's go, everybody. Boom. Roman settlement or culture that is migrated to inhabit another land, particularly pertaining to farmland, the thing that the borders are about, the colonial, they're called colonial borders of farmland. We never been colonized. So they go from this now, the RETH and Rome are the RETH, Sudanese tribes, the direct descendants of the masturbation of Ra, to this. We never been colonized. This always been us. Here we are. This has been a St. Mary Church. You've never been colonized, and yet the ancient depictions of you look like this, and you're considered the descendants of Ra, and now the new you in Ethiopia, places of worship, Lady Mary. Now you're this, with Jesus on the cross. This isn't colonization. And while the church is going through this, on the other side, the farmlands, the farmers are fighting from what? Colonial borders. And what does colonized mean? When one place moves to another and affects the farmland. And that is exactly what the strife of the borders are about between Ethiopia and Sudan. And they're called colonial borders. But we never been colonized. We just have colonial borders. And we're fighting over them. We didn't put those borders together, though. Thus, if you do a simple encyclopedia search on the original name of Ethiopia, guess what you see? Uh-oh. What is this? At times, Punt is referred to as Ta-Neter, land of the god. The exact location of Punt is debated by historians, only because of racism. Various locations have been offered. And this goes back to Maharu's question. Various locations have been offered: southern, eastern of Egypt, coastal region, south along the Red Sea, Gulf of Aden, and the Indian Ocean. In the present day, northeast Sudan, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Sudan, Eritrea, Ethiopia, the Djibouti, and Somalia. What is that, everybody? What is Sudan, Eritrea, Ethiopia, the Djibouti, and Somalia? What is that? What is that again? We covered that on the map. Let's go back to it, because maybe let's see. Let's go back to those same names. Let's go back. Here it is. Here we go. Sudan. What was it again? Yeah. Oh. Sudan, Eritrea, the Djibouti, and Somalia. Somalia. Remember? Somalia added in by Menelik. Remember that? Here it is. Somalia added in by Menelik. So Somalia is a part of it. The exact same names. The exact same names that make up what the ancients called Ta-Neteru. Sudan, Eritrea, Ethiopia, the Djibouti, and Somalia are the exact same borderlands of what's called AKSUM, that people are calling today ancient Ethiopia. The same name: Sudan, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Somalia, the Djibouti. Huh? The ancient Ta-Neter, which is recorded as far back 1500 BC, Ta-Neter, land of the gods. It says now it's modern day, in present day, Sudan, Eritrea, Ethiopia, the Djibouti, and Somalia. Those exact places that make up what you're calling AKSUM. But we can't find that ancient word AKSUM or Ethiopia. In ancient papyrus we find Ta-Neteru, covering those exact locations. It's a coincidence, Tehuti. It just happens that it's the exact same, that you made it up. Boom. Ethiopia, originally the land of the Neteru. Sudan, Eritrea, Ethiopia, the Djibouti, Somalia. The same things that make up AKSUM. Except for this is 2,000 years before AKSUM. Boom. Ethiopia, originally the land of the Neteru, to the entire area being named after a man who is now the descendant of the biblical Adam, of the Christian Bible. The colonization of Christianity, Rome, into Ethiopia, Sudan, was spiritual and mental. The Roman Christians did not have to move into the area to live. They simply lived in the people's minds and souls that inhabit the area. They didn't have to move into the area to live. They live in the minds and the souls of the people that inhabit the area. Thus the enemy is invisible. What happened? You made it up. Blame Tehuti. He made this pseudo Huti. Pseudo. Huti pseudo. He did. He made it. He did. He put that in the white. Yeah, that just happens to be those exact. Tehuti made it up. Leave Tehuti alone. He's crazy. He's a crazy person. He's a weirdo. He likes snakes and crazy stuff.
Boom. Ethiopia. Boom. Ethiopia, originally the land of the NETERU, now transferred to the entire land area, being named after a man who is the descendant of a biblical Adam of the Christian Bible. The colonization of Christian Rome into Ethiopia, Sudan was spiritual and mental. The Roman Christians did not have to move into the area to live. They simply lived in the people's minds and soul that inhabit the area. So on the religious side, they moved into their brain. Now the colonized minds control that. And on the original definition of colonization, the farmer side, the farmers are fighting over colonial borders. They got them on the land and the religious beliefs. Tehuti made it up. And yes, the head netter was called the SABA. In Ma'at was Tehuti. So the head netter, not the Ra, but became Tehuti after. Why? So Ra was the head netter first. Then he went to Saba Tehuti, who was called the moon god. Why? Because he was made the Aset. He was put in the seat after Ra said in the papyrus, I'm leaving. I'm making you in charge now because you are my reflection. The reflection of the sun is the moon. He was called the Aset. He was now in the seat of Ra, the secondary light. So now the head moved from Ra to Tehuti as the moon god, the reflection of light. This is Tehuti. He was called Saba, the moon netter. Saba, Tehuti, the moon netter. Saba. Oh, guess what you see when you do a simple encyclopedia search on the Ethiopian origins of the spiritual. Wait a minute. What is this? Remember I said in the beginning of the class, we're going to get back to the Demet? Remember I said we're going to get back to it? Let's get back to it now. Huh? What does it say? Go back to the origins of Ethiopia. Demet, Southern Arabian alphabet. And it goes on theoretically, unvocalized. Demet theoretically vocalized as this here. Demet was a kingdom called in Eritrea, northern Ethiopia, that existed during the 10th to 5th century BC. Huh? A few inscriptions about this kingdom survive, and very little archaeological work has taken place. We're way before AKSUM now. We're now in 5th century. We're in the 5th century, 10th century BC. As a result, it is not known whether Demet ended its civilization before the kingdom of AKSUM's early stages evolved. AKSUM's state, or was it one of the smaller states? And then it goes on of AKSUM. It goes on here. It goes, given the presence of the large complex, the capital of Demet may have been present-day Yaha, Tigray, Ethiopia. Yaha, the temple of the god El-Maka. What? Yaha, the temple of the god El-Muka. What is this? Let's look up El-Muka. El-Maka. El-Maka. El-Mak. El-Mak was the Sabian moon god. The moon god of the ancient Yemen kingdom of Saba. Oh no. What happened? Kingdom of Saba. What does the word Saba mean in the now? In the 5th century, in the BCs? Kingdom of Saba. What was the moon god? The moon god? The moon god, the kingdom of Saba, he was worshipped. No, Tehuti, this has nothing to do with ancient Egypt. You're putting it all together. It's not the moon god associated with Ra. It's not Tehuti. No, it's not. Wait a minute. Let's keep reading. Al-Maka was considered a moon god, but Garbani, the Perinian, have shown that the bull's head and the vine motif associated with him may have solar and Dionysic attributions. He was therefore a priest of Ra. Bing bong. Bing bong. A priest of Ra, the moon god, in the kingdom of Saba, the male counterpart of the goddess Ishtar. Isis. What happened to Tehuti? What happened? Ra, the moon god, kingdom of Saba, Counterpart of ISIS? What do you mean counterpart of ISIS? That was Tehuti's other name. He was the only other Netzer called that. There was Aset. Aset, the mate of a star. Then there was Aset, who was Tehuti. He was the Tehuti. The Tehuti was the Aset, because Ra said, out of the indigenous people's writings themselves, you know, we respect the writings of the indigenous people, not the commentary. The indigenous people's writings states in the story that Ra said, you're going to be my Aset. That's the seat. You're going to take the seat, the Aset position, while I leave, and you're going to be the reflection of light. This I am Ra, the sun, for what lights up the nighttime. The moon, which does not have its own light, but is the reflection of the sun's light. Thus, Tehuti, the moon god, Yaha, the temple of the moon god, the priest of Ra. This has nothing to do. 5th century BC. There's nothing to do. Tehuti made it. Tehuti made it all up. Are you starting to see the origins of the people of Eritrea and Ethiopia now? Tell us about the Yaha temple and the moon god, priest of Ra. Can you tell us about that, please? Could you give us some writing in the centuries BC about a moon god called Yah and how he was the priest of Ra, because the counterpart of Aset, he was literally took the echo of, he was Aset. That was his actual name. That was his actual name, was Aset. Tehuti's name was Aset, also called the SABA. This has nothing to do with Tehuti. You're putting it all together. You made it's not. It's made up. No way, Tehuti. What are you talking about? I mean, the kingdom of Saba. Saba, here is. He was therefore the priest of Ra. You see? There is Yaha. There's the moon god, kingdom of Saba, priest of Ra. Right there. Boom. That's the original Ethiopia. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. Man. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped or the past reciprocity that you spent over the past years on July 4th ritual, Halloween, or Doritos chips, and if you've learned anything, or if this has had any type of impact or has advanced your recent current understanding of the subject matter, please send your tip, your reciprocity of appreciation. It can be called Ethiopia Uncolonized, Axiom Neter Ax, Land of the NETERU, or any creative title that you can come up with. Please, to Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at RockSV. I hope that this is appreciated more than Krispy Kreme's donuts in the Avengers. Hotep, I am done. Please support the Tutsi PODCLASS. If a person had a job flipping burgers and they were asked to do 2 hours overtime of their work, they wouldn't go into work without 2 hours overtime, and they flip burgers. If you appreciate this more than the person who flips burgers at McDonald's, please support the Tutsi PODCLASS. Or you can just type in the room, I don't appreciate this at all because my teacher such and such already told me all this. And don't worry, if you say that, we'll definitely debut him in the PODCLASS, and he will definitely refer to his book or his YouTube that has all of this that you've learned, and then I'll let him teach the next PODCLASS so I can take a break from this. If not, please support what you've never seen before. Please support this phenomenon. Please support this event. Please support what it is that you're seeing in front of you, the time that it took. That is a personalized book written for you, Maharu.
That is your book. You just got a book written for you. You received a book written for you, an illustrated book written for you, and then taught live. Please support the Tehuti podcast. Those appreciate it. I'm going to put the link in the room for the supporters that appreciated this. I'm going to go into the chat, look at the people that appreciated it, and then I'm going to go into where the appreciation is actually given forth, and that is in the Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rock SB. If you've seen that and you appreciated that at all, please support. PayPal is at Rocky SV, Cash App, TT Moon. Please support with questions. Please support for the questions that you got answered in this class where you yourself never even asked the question. This class right here, this answer to this question, these questions, there's multiple questions that were asked in the question. Support the Tehuti podcast with reciprocity only if this has benefited you. Only if it has. If it hasn't, no problem. Please let me know. If it hasn't, just type in the chat, this has not benefited me. I just watched it for 2 hours and 18 minutes, and it did not benefit me at all. I just sat and watched it like I watched the Cosby Show. Just type it in the room, and then I will up my game. But then if I up the quality, you must please just present the other teacher that is parallel to this topic and just show forth his link, and we'll debut him. If not, support this like you support the breakdancers, Dunkin' Donuts, Heinz Ketchup, the Avengers, and whatever it is that people do when they get their children cotton candy, cotton candy and candy apples and funnel cake, and we support the diabetes and the cancer and the cavities. Please support life. I'm going to put the link in the room. I think I did already. And the link is in the room. Jump in the room, Maharu. Jump in the room, Patah. Jump in the room. Supporters, jump in the room. And we're going to go look at the support. And then Maharu will give a testimony on what he thought of this answer that he sent in. Let's go right to the support right now because I don't see anyone jumping in the room. So I'm going to be the, I'm going to go to it. And let me go refresh the page. Let me see if any people. I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's see. I hope I really appreciate this. Anybody from Ethiopia? This should be your favorite class. Now you know who you are. Here we go. We're gonna go to okay. The support that I see coming in right now. Here's one that I see. Here's a tip for the class, support for the class, and that is my good brother who is dependable. He's been here. He's been here since there was a bin here. He's been here since the bin here. So I'm gonna go ahead and go here. What is this? In about 15 minutes. Okay, boom. Let me go to it. I see somebody coming in the room. There's Annie Patah 10 Tehuti, of which after this I'll be making an announcement for. SABA tied a lot together and made it all make sense. Fire, fire, fire. Do a SABA with the white flower. How you doing there, Patah?
Hotep Great Saba. I'm doing fantastic. I'm excellent. Yes, that was extremely powerful. Tua for just all of the detail that went into that and that slow walk to get to where you concluded in the kingdom of Saba. And yes, the Tua, that was phenomenal.
The ancient Ethiopian moon god was the priest of Ra. Where do we go from there?
Yeah, that was that's amazing, you know, to see how it, you know, right in that transitional period, you know, just showing, you know, the Medu and how it was expressed in the different ways, and Asti as Aseti as Tehuti, and the moon netter, and but then you showed how you know, they attempted to tie it into the grandson of Noah, and you know, these biblical characters. And I mean, it's just it's fascinating to me, you know, how these things are created and then they take on a life of their own, and then it becomes reality for people.
Right.
So, you know, yeah, Tua Great Saba.
Nini the Temple of Yah. Oh my goodness, man. Oh my goodness. This and how about the exact places that are named, that are the territories of AKSUM, are the exact name by name landmasses of Taneter. By name. Not even missing.
That's so over. Just no one says Taneter, you know. And that's just such a powerful thing. And showing the you know, in the Book of Gates. Yeah, it was that was phenomenal, Chris. I was
When people usually show those images, they only show you the Ramesses, what they call the mural of races.
Mm-hmm.
The Book of Gates. They usually, when you look that up, you see like redone cartoon drawings. The one I showed was the actual inside the tomb, and it said RETH.
Yes, it that's exactly what it said. And you know, no one. And I've read, you know, the entire writings, and I've never heard anyone read what that says. You know. So yeah, that absolutely did say that. And you know, I've heard people say, "Oh, well, it was a mistake." I'm like, how? They did all that, right? Who made the mistake? Like, look, they just forgot. They're just, let me just draw this wrong, and
And you figured out the mistake in 2024, and the scribes didn't. No pharaoh who walked into the Book of Gates saw the mistake, but you working at Popeyes got it.
Right, and that's such a big, you know, it's not like it's difficult to catch that. Like anybody with any basic regular scribe would be able to catch that mistake if there was one. So yeah, absolutely. That was
crazy. Good. We're gonna go over a couple of donations and support. How you doing there, Tef? Are you a proud Ethiopian?
What's up, Great Saba? Peace and love. That was phenomenal. That was definitely a slow walk, as Ani pointed out. That was very deep. I'm definitely looking forward to running that back about 4 more times. That was wonderful, Great Saba. Hotep, Henu to you.
Thank you, my brother. I'm glad you appreciate it. Let's see what the support looks like. Let's see who else appreciated it. I don't even have to look for you and Scribe. I know you all are already in there, but let's see the support for that, because I'm trying to keep it at 40 minutes. What time was that? Oh no, man. 2 hours and 18 minutes. I'm trying to keep it at 40 minutes so I can do it 3 questions. The one question. Wait, how many 25 minutes are in 2 hours? 25, that's 15, right? 25, 15, that's 4. Is there 5 25s is there 6 25s in 2 hours and 18 minutes? Is that how it works? Is there 6? A minute is 6 hours, 60 seconds, 2 25s. That's 6. So that's 6 of my original PODCLASS answers. My original PODCLASS answers were about 25 minutes. This was 6 of them. Oh no, man. I'm gonna stop. I gotta find out. I'm gonna find out. Tef, you gotta I'm gonna send them to you to proofread and summarize. You got to take out the goodies, give them to Annie, and he'll add them to the sessions, and I'll just be left with 40 minutes of a class or something. I gotta find a way to cut this down, man. You can take these as rules, but this 2 hour and 18 minutes is crazy. I'm gonna give you all the extra bonuses for the
Sessions.
What is shesh? I'm gonna give you all the. I'll give you all the bonus or something. I gotta figure this out because this is. Oh my goodness! The podcast started at 3.
Yeah, it is very difficult to cut down, even in in my sessions. From when I first, I put a whole lot of information, and I've cut the information way down, and it's still like the same amount of time. I'm like, how is this happening?
Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
We were talking a couple weeks ago, Saba.
Wait, 1 second, Steph. Scrap. What was the last few words you said? Something clicked off. What did you say? What's the last few words you said?
It's still the same amount of time, even with way less information I'm putting in the classes. So I don't know. Yeah, you've been saying that. You've been saying that for about a month now, and I don't know. I don't know. We need to figure it out.
Oh my goodness, man! And what were you saying, Steph?
I was saying we were talking a couple weeks ago, me and the brothers, and we were just talking about our processes. And Ani was saying that I was asking him, how does he stop? Like how do you stop? Because it's never ending for me. I have to like cut it off, and I'm just doing readings. But once I start, it's very, very challenging. And that's why I was telling him, I know there's always a part 2. So even if you stop it at 40, there's still a part 2, and then there's always more and more and more. So you could probably cut it down, and then then the people will know that there's always more, because that was 2 hours, and I know there's more. What did you leave out, Saba? how much did you leave out?
That's what I actually used to do. Oh, were you finished? You were finished with that?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, that's what I actually used to do. You can ask. Well, you were there, but Scribe noticed it. But that's what I actually used to do. I used to take the class and realize, oh, this is 80 minutes. Okay, I'm going to stop here, and the rest of this will be called part 2. And I would say at the end, if anybody wants a part 2, send in the Cash App, and I'd split into part 2. I think now I'm being too generous. I'm not splitting them. I'm just continuously going for 2 hours. But I'm gonna do how I did in the original, so I can get more answers in, and people can actually send in for a part 2. Because I was done the answer to the question in the first hour and 30 minutes. I was already done. That's 2 hours and 18. That was just some extra. All that SABA, all that stuff I added right before the class began. By the way, so the extra stuff at the end, I said to one of my NETERUs, I said, "Oh man, I have to. Hold on, I need to put this in," and I just started adding it before the class. But at any rate, let's go. Let's get to the support. Let's see this. This is. Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. Let's go. Let's get into the support. And then I gotta take another break. Let's just see the support. But shout out to the support here. This is Anpumaat Heka. $15 for Ethiopia. What does that say, Tef? What's those initials? What's that?
Thanks for the knowledge.
You blew it off the screen. Exploded it off the screen. Thanks for the knowledge. Thank you, Ampu Ma'at. Thank you. Let's go to the next support that I see. I'm going to refresh the page. Okay, now I see the supports is coming in. Here I see things happening now. Here we go. We're gonna go to the person who asked the question. Beged Leisure, who must feel like a child in a candy store, or either that it's a gift and a curse. That's what they call it today. It's a gift and a curse for. I'm gonna call this no, I gotta call this. It's a gift and a curse, because imagine you're in Ethiopia and Kenya. It's already ignorant to you. Then I give you this whole podcast, and you got to be there, now knowing all of this, while everybody's there talking about Orthodox Church. My goodness, man. I like the percentages, Tehuti, the percentages Batal there. You see how it says, see how they try to divide the percentages? When you put the percentages together, it's actually over 100%. They say 67, 67 point this is this type of Christian, 7% is this type of Christian, and really it's 100% biblical believers. It doesn't matter if it's Islam, it doesn't matter. It's actually over 100%. That's the entire area believes in one thing: the patriarchs of the Bible. Oh my goodness. Just because one man, Fermentius. Look at that, man. Can we get the podcast like that? Can I do that? So one man, Fermentius, can take a trip, head over to Ethiopia, and now there's over 67 million people. And I have how many viewers right now? 41? And I need the powers of Fermentius. Oh my God. Okay, here we go. Let's go to the next one. Beged Leisure, the man who asked the question. Beged Leisure, could you read that for me? I gotta save my voice. Read that for me.
Beged Leisure sent $25 for SABA Tehuti. Best Steak Cross Tua Avenger HERU.
Oh my goodness. Give him some big noise, please. Oh my goodness. Woo-wee, man. Woo-wee. Okay, let me scroll down. Was there? Am I missing something? Oh, I know there has to be more support. What is happening? Hold on. Let me refresh the page. Okay, here we go. Let me go. Boom. Okay, see, Scribe came in. Okay. Oh, the Jed. Here's okay. We got the Jed. The Jed is a silent watcher. The Jed, you need to come to the panel. I got a nice announcement to make if you're watching. Shout out to the Jed, Saddam. Whole place worshiping Christianity, even down to coffee. What is happening? I'm not sure. Is there Christian coffee?
Don't tell me they got Jesus coffee down there.
Oh my God, Christian caffeine. All right, shout out to Jesus Java. There it is. Oh my gosh. The Jet Saddam Hem Hautku, $20, and that is to a great Sabbath Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. Fist, round fist, black heart, yellow sun. Give us some big noise, please. that tip. Do a meta words any Patan Scratch. Oh, that's when Scratch spoke earlier. Okay. Do a SABA. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Next support that I'm seeing here. Amun and Amunet. Amun and Amunet. Oh, yeah, there it is. All right, Amun and Amunet. Tef, you read that for me, please?
Sure, Saba says $40 from Amun and Amunet for Ethiopia class. To a matrix breaker, a Tef. We love you.
Okay. Maharu says, haha, even burning frankincense to purify the coffee drink tradition done everywhere. What in the world? Yeah, 10 minutes. Purifying coffee with frankincense. What's unpure about coffee other than what you add to it? Isn't coffee just pure coffee beans and water? Crazy. Are they getting the sin out of it? It's black. Black. It's too black. We need a white coffee. Clear coffee. Oh my goodness. Oh man. Wow. Save them, Maharu. You're the savior out there. What's that, Annie? What is that? What did you just pull out? I can't see because the background did some.
I didn't pull anything out.
Oh, it looks like you're holding something, but it's saw fingers. Oh, okay, I don't know. All right, okay. Shout out to you, Amun and Amunet. Appreciate your support. We have the wonderful, wonderful Robert E. Williams. Where is everybody? Who's watching the podcast right now? Where is Lisa and Boots? What happened to good sister Sheshaya? What happened? Where is everybody? 7. Oh, Robert Williams. Okay, Robert Williams. Whoop. Uh-oh, stop sharing. Presents. Oh, here it is. Shout out to Robert Williams. I can read this one. 3372. For my appreciation, I hope Ethiopia appreciates this. Give them some big noise. True. Next up, Minty Hotep, and like I said, for all of her supports, even though it's under $20, she's gonna get a hand clap. We appreciate all that she can do. So coming up is none other than the very first person to ever receive a REN publicly. And the very first person to ever receive a Ren at the Pathways of the Awakening is none other than Min T. Hotep. I wish he was on the panel to read this, but I will read it. Hotep Infinite Dua Saba Neb Meri Maharu. Give her a hand clap for that, please. Give her a hand clap.
Neb never owns. Everything is beautiful in life.
Well, there she is. You see that?
I knew that would do that.
Yeah, there she is. Oh, it was just a soundbite. Okay, next up is here is. Okay, the females are coming through. There, Minty and Harass did. Okay, everybody. Harass did is consistent. Always coming through with the support. Minty Hotep says, Neb Meri Saba with the heart with a bow tie on it. All right. Coming through as Miss Consistent always. Harass did. Watching silently in the background with her favorite number 5, 25.554. Then has a cost symbol. Show give some big noise. Give some noise to this, please. Thank you. Give noise. Oh, wow. Thank you. Harass did appreciate you. $25.55. Thank you so much. I'm not showing anything on the screen, right, Pata? Oh, am I here?
Oh, yes,
Pata,
I was on mute. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Here we got let me see. Who is this? Is Bijan Pharaoh. Wait, what's this? Shout out to Bijan Pharaoh with this here. Oh, wait. This is right before the PODCLASS. Not really a PODCLASS question, but this. I just want to show this as an example. Okay. Shout out to Bijan Pharaoh. Look at this, everybody. For information on my red-eared slider. Tua Saba. So what is this about? This is a question that was asked about a red-eared sliding turtle. So you can send in questions about your red-eared sliding turtle. So a question was asked about a red-eared sliding turtle, and I elaborated on brumation and anatomic hibernation changes, and the brother sent support for that. So Tua to Bijan Pharaoh, give him a hand clap. This didn't come in. This doesn't come into the PODCLASS. It was text, but send him a clap for this. Let me refresh the page. Is there any more tips of support given for that answer? That only 6 people saw that question? Yeah. Okay. Who's this? Philip Holler. Shout out to Philip Holler. This actually came way before the question was even asked. Okay. This came before the question was asked. This is support for supporting what it is that I do before you even heard the answer or even saw the question. Philip Holler coming in with $42. Give him some big noise, please.
I don't play with pseudo.
I don't play with pseudos. Shout out to the next supporter that's come in. I'm going to read a couple more. I know hopefully more support will come in as the class continues. Some will come in at later times. Shout out to Vortex Ninja and shout out to I have to go back and look, but some people gave support donations for the last pod class in the middle of the week. I'll look and see who that was again. But shout out to Eric Rami, sent $9.99. Support from Husk Nation for Eric Rom. Sorry, not Eric. Shout out to Hush. He doesn't want to. There's no Eric Rami. Shout out to Hush, $9.99. Support from Hush Nation for Ethiopian Breakdown, Tua Sabatuti, Amenhotep Ra. Give him some hand claps for that. Wonderful. Appreciate you. And yes, I know more support will be coming in. Some people will come in a little later. Shout out to those people that will come in support before the pod class closes. Shout out to Owen Hythe, of course. Owen Hythe. Shout out to Owen Hyde. Let's give him some noise. Hailing in from the UK is the good brother Daryl. Daryl, $5.08 for the pod class. Thank you, Daryl. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. So only Minty and Harass did. Tribe, did I miss somebody's edit so far for females supporting Minty and Harass did? Was there any other female that supported the class today? What was that?
Amun and Amunet. I mean Amunet.
Yes, okay. Yeah, 'cause I see them as a couple. Yes. I'm on that. Okay. Shout out to the women. I appreciate you, Menti. Shout out to you. Appreciate you, Amunet and Haraz. Did appreciate you. All right. Who else is here? I'll read that at the end. Okay, I'm gonna pause right there. I got I see you, Ox Effect. Who's this? The Big Ed Leisure. Wait. Who's this then? Oh, shout out to Big Ed Leisure again. I thought this was a double, but there's different words. So, shout out to Big Head Leisure. Shutting it down again. Shutting it down. And then I have Scribe. Wait. Scribe on here. Stop. Oh, there it is. There's Big Head Leisure. Okay. Shout out to Big Head Leisure. $50. Shout out to Big Head Leisure. Could you read that for me, Scribe, please?
Yes. Tua, Dua, Henu, Saba Tehuti, bring us full cycle. Tra season.
Remembers that word. Okay, shout out to him. Give him some big noise, Transformers. Thank you.
Some of y'all think. Some of y'all think.
What?
Some of y'all think I'm an alien, but
Shout out to you. Okay, I'm gonna pause right there. I'm gonna take it. Oh, let me read Annie. I'm gonna pause right there, take a break, come back. Hopefully there'll be more support that will come in. And then when I am actually I'm gonna announce it now before I leave, so you all can build on it. Wow, no. Shout out to Annie Fatah Tehuti. You definitely have to read this. Great student. You definitely have to read this one. This is Scrabble talk.
All right. Yes. Hotep. Let me come back to the screen. It says 4 M Ren 10 Ni Nehesu Keprod En Sin En Heru Netef Nechet Bai Sin, from the 5th hour of the Amduat, which you
wow,
showing the Nehesi, and it translates to from that actual picture, in your name of the Nehesi or the Nubians or the Ethiopians or the Eritrea. They came into existence for HERU, and he protects their Ba.
Where did you get that? Where'd you get that translation? You went to the wall and type that out, or?
It is from no, I didn't. It's from the book. It's called the Egyptian Book of Gates, translated by Eric Hornung.
Oh, okay. Oh, I have. Okay. Okay, thank you. Give yourself some big noise. Or Atef, give him some big noise, please.
Okay, Atef, could you come to the screen, please, my brother? Okay. Oh, no, not yet. I mean, you can come to the screen, but ooh, Vixen. Okay. Okay. We go here. Okay, here we go. Let me see. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make the announcement, everybody. So, the Tefrem Kem Ma'at, I know you don't really haven't been keeping up with this certain shows out there lately. That's not in the podcast, but did you hear that I was on Sonetter at all?
Saba, when you said it earlier in the show, I went and lined it up so I could watch it. I'm like, wait, I missed that? But it's lined up right now. I got it at the moment that you came on the screen, so I could, you know, I don't want to miss that. Whatever happened yesterday, y'all. Hold on, I went and lined it up, but I didn't know you was on there yesterday, Saba, until you said it.
Okay, wonderful. So there's two sections that I'm on. There's the intro section, and there's me talking with the intro section, and then I'm talking to them about Be Ye Wise as Serpents. I make the announcement, and then later on, if you scroll through, you'll see me and a brother named Keon who tries to insult me, and he gets snake styled and had to apologize to me twice. So I don't know if you went and watched the repertoire?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Yeah. So here it is. So when let me go ahead and just play. I'm going to go ahead and play this section here. And this is the announcement, ladies and gentlemen. This is what this is what's going to happen possibly in a few days. We're going to talk about this behind the scenes. And here we go. Let me then you all go and watch this to see the rest of it. You know, see the screen right there? Am I sharing?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Good. Tell me if you can hear the audio.
And the chicken. Cause there.
Did you hear that?
Yes, it's a little low. But
let me turn it up. I'm going to turn the volume up, and I'm going to turn the music down a little bit. Okay, here we go, everybody. Ready? So this is Sonetter yesterday, or was it 2 days ago? It was one day ago. I'm not sure, but this is Sonetter. And he actually, what actually happened was I saw a notification pop up. If you didn't see this, and maybe Annie didn't see this, it depends what time you went and clicked on it because he changed the title. But did you see what the title was before, Patar, the first title?
Yes, it was something. I know it said Muslim man.
It was Tehuti versus a Muslim man.
And so I came on my notifications and I saw it and I was like, what is that? I said, oh, he must be playing something from the past that where I was talking to Virgil. So I know Sunday been trying to reach me for a few weeks now. He came into the chat. So I decided to just pop on, spur of the moment, just pop on and talk to Sonetta because I wanted to make an announcement. And here it is, everybody. Here's the announcement. Let me go ahead and put it back on. And here it is.
There's a difference. In the Torah, right, the animals considered kosher have to have split hooves and they must chew their cud.
True.
That's period. What you are talking about.
Not only that, they eat the field. They eat from the field. They eat the grass. The pig don't eat the grass.
Hey, Apostle, can you hold on for a minute? I got a special announcement from my brother Tehuti. I'll get right back to you. I'm sorry, Apostle. He won't be long. Brother Tehuti, what's up, my brother? Good to see you. I can't hear you. You're on mute. You're on mute, Tehuti.
Can I be heard now?
Yes, loud and clear. We got you.
Okay, peace and love, everyone. Peace and love to you, Sonetta. I heard you were trying to contact me. I didn't see the message in the chat, but peace and love to you. I finally got through. I'm been very, very, very busy to come on and do different things like that. Very, very busy. But I want to say that I am going to bring ATTON Tehuti. I know Sonetta needs some more people from Kemet to represent. So I'm going to bring a new Kemetic teacher, one of my students, ATTON Tehuti. And he's top notch. So I was very, very pleased to hear that you want more Kemetic people. I know the Hebrews, you know, I know the channel they'll think it's a Hebrew channel, but shout out to the Hebrews. I'm going to bring up ATTON Tehuti to the show, and he'll definitely do some great classes on the actual teaching. Well, peace and love to everybody. And Rendernet can say peace. It's Rendernet the Cobra. Say peace to everybody. And I'm glad.
Is that a cobra? That ain't no cobra.
Yeah, it's a hypo cobra. Yes.
Yo, that is against the law right here, right?
Every time I come out with the snake, it's against the law.
No, but I'm talking about a cobra though. A cobra, bro.
Yeah, no, this isn't against the. This is one of the legal ones. It's a hypo. And it's
yeah, I know you took that venom sac out of that cobra. Don't tell me you left that venom sac there.
There's no venom sac. There's venom. It's rear fang.
By its head. That's not a V shape.
Okay.
No venom.
Okay.
There's no venom sac. It has venom glands. It's a part of his digestive system, so you can't remove them. So you can't take them out. But this is one of the cobras that when it bites you, it just knocks you out, and the symptoms take.
Is that a new one, or it just got bigger?
I don't know what's new to you because I have over 37 animals, so I'm not sure what you've seen. This is definitely one of the bigger ones. Rendernet. She's not really new, but I haven't been on Sonetta in a while. So
what is your infatuation with the cobra?
I'm gonna stop it right there. You all can go and watch. That's where it gets. That's where it. That's where it gets. It gets juicy. It gets nice. I started to I start to elaborate, and of course, the Hebrews and the Christians come in. And so that is the announcement. Everybody, go back and watch that. But that is the announcement that ATTON Tehuti will definitely be making a debut on Sonetta TV as the only true teacher of Ma'at when I am not there, the only true teacher of Ma that will represent the house of ATTON, the ancient Tehuti teachings of the NETERU. And Sonetter wants him on immediately. Once I said to Sonetter, I said he's top notch. I talked to Sonetter on the phone. Sonetter wants him on ASAP. He wants the flyer made. He wants him on there. He wanted him on there today. I said, well, today's the podcast. He said, Sunday. And well, hold on a second. Wait, not yet. Hold on. So, well, me and Annie will talk behind the scenes, but that is the announcement that Annie will be on the House of Consciousness and shed light. And I also told Annie he's gonna have to face the sword because he's gonna be dropping the knowledge and dropping the wisdom. It's gonna be sweet and butterflies and beautiful. And then here comes 50 Hebrew Israelites with a bloody axe, swinging wild and crazy immaturely, but an immature axe can still, a 5-year-old with an immature axe can still slice your neck. So I told them, let's get ready for that part because they're coming in with the, especially when they hear he's a student of mine, they can't get to me. They're going to start to drill him. What Tehuti said, what did you say over here? Hold on. Huh? We got you now. So that will sharpen up Annie. And I've never seen Annie in a live heated attack. But as long as he gets the wisdom out and represents, I'll be proud of him and he'll be in the what they call the toughest environment. Huh? So that is the announcement. You can give Tef give a hand clap sound to Annie and so there it is, Annie. I'm trying to get you on within a couple days. We'll talk about it offline.
To our great Saba, I am very appreciative, and this is I'm really grateful for you for doing that, as that is. That was, really important to me before coming on to that platform for you to do what you did, Great Saba. So Tua for that, and yeah, we're gonna have some fun and each.
Yes. Nini, brother, glad you appreciate it. I'm going to step off right now. You all build. Tell the people that are watching, support the Tehuti PODCLASS. Those who watch the class, if you supported, you can come up to the panel, discuss what you liked about the class, and definitely support. Cat, I've only got, I only saw about 8, 9, maybe 8 or so supports for that. A 2-hour and 18-minute class. There's been more supports for my 25-minute classes. So I would say that class that I just did was extremely thorough. And if people really appreciate it, support the Tehuti PODCLASS. And for those who are wondering and watching, where the support is scrolling at the bottom. This is the AI moderator. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockySV. I'm going to step out right now. Tef, talk to these people about the support, and you all just build in general, just build naturally, but definitely talk to these people about the support, and you too, Annie, and then you all can then build. I wish there was more people on the panel to build on, after the support is spoken about, to really build about what they think about Annie going on Sonetter. I'd love to hear about it. I'd love for Amun and Amunet and Nook Panook and all the regulars to come on here and talk about it. But you all build. I'll be back Cash App, TTM, PayPal at RockSV. Support the Tehuti podcast only if you feel that anything you've gotten from this class was beneficial, and even if it's not from this class, from the what number are we on? 153 classes? Am I at 152 or something?
I would have to check to be certain.
Okay. I know it has been the 150s, but for those who saw the class and appreciated the topics that were covered, some of the topic, because it was about 18 different topics covered in the one class, but the title, quote unquote Africa, quote unquote Ethiopia, Christian Psyops, has Ethiopia been colonized? Support the Tehuti podcast with reciprocity only if this has benefited you. I'll be back, everybody. You all build. Hotep Ma'at. Uncle Justin Epstein Ma'at. I'll be right back. Peace.
Hotep, peace and love. I'm very proud of you, Ani. I feel like you've been waiting for this. I feel like you've been planning. I feel like you've been planning this since before you met Saba. Very excited for you. I don't know what's going on. I definitely don't know what's going on. But I'm ready. You know, House of ATTON, we definitely will be there to support and show love. That is a very strange environment. And it's going to be great to see you go there and shed light. It's definitely needed. And definitely see the House of ATTON expanding, because it's what the people said themselves. It's the truth. It's no filler. It's no opinion. It's just Ma'at. So it's Ma'at or not. So I'm extremely proud of you and excited for you, great brother. And you know, I'll be there to support you 100%. And definitely you know, I'll be there. Definitely look forward to seeing you cut some heads off, because that's exactly what's going to happen. It's going listen, it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be great. It's, you know, it's a lot of good information that gets shared in that environment, right? But it's so much arguing, and it's just so much stuff that go on. I definitely look forward to them allowing you your full build and allowing you to really truly go in, you know, and do what you're gonna do, because you're definitely gonna be unstoppable over there. So definitely they're gonna try to get you. They can't get to SABA, they can't get Tehuti, so they go get the other Tehuti, but it ain't gonna work. And you know, what's going to happen is it's going to end up, you know, more people are going to be able to see the truth, because it's definitely a bigger platform. So, great brother, I'm definitely excited for you, looking forward to that. And, you know, what we have to bring, you know, I keep my axe with me. And I'm definitely looking forward to, you know, the tones of our ancestors being shed and spread, you know, through your voice, great brother. So, who are he new to you, good brother?
Yes, Henu. Appreciate that, great brother, and your wonderful words. And yes, it's you brothers know, because we would speak, you know, behind the scenes, and you know, so you know, I'm excited for this, and you know, I'm completely aware of where I'm going. I'm completely aware of you know, the environments. So we shall see. And you know, there's only one true way to continuously evolve, and that's to put yourself in positions to be tested. So that's what I'm doing. And you know, I've the internet is I'm very aware of the internet, and and what takes place here. That's that's separated from real life and being in real life situations. So, I'm looking forward to teaching Ma'at and bringing forward teachings that have not been publicized and aren't spoken about or are taught about when it comes to Ma'at, the NETERU. So yes, to our great brother. Sonetter is hilarious. He's like, plays a little sound bites.
Yeah, y'all see the what we doing here at the House of ATTON. That's actually really fantastic news, man. I'm really excited because I love to see SABA on that platform. I love it when he goes over there. And the way he handles, he said he had a something with a peon or something. So I definitely look forward to that because there's so much to learn. And I know you've been, you're a dedicated, loyal student. You've been here, so this is going to be wonderful, brother. And I'm definitely going to be able to learn a lot because it definitely takes a certain kind of patience and dedication and discipline, to respond appropriately. And I've always seen you respond appropriately, and I've always seen SABA respond appropriately in situations. So it's definitely going to be, it's going to be good for the people, man. I think overall, it's definitely going to be beneficial, and I definitely look forward to the House of ATTON expanding. Welcome, Minty Hotep. You on mute, sister. Like, subscribe, and comment. Definitely support if you appreciate what's being shared here. Y'all not getting it nowhere else. Minty's still on mute. Y'all not getting it nowhere else. This type of information is not being shared. It's about to, so definitely look forward and go check out the House of ATTON, the great brother Ani, Pata Aten Tehuti on Sarnetta coming up soon. Ani, look what I got, brother. Where is it at? Right here. Look what I found, and I want to show this to the people, man. This is I couldn't believe it when I saw it and where I was at. Can you see it?
It's a little blurry. It looks like Pooh. Let's say, the Egyptian Book of the Dead.
Yeah, I got it from the dollar store.
Oh, really?
Yeah, right. Like, this is what I'm grateful that I was able to find it in the dollar store because I got a smaller one, more portable. I could take it. It's a little more easier to carry around with me. But at the dollar store, it was actually $5 below. But I mean, $4 more is like it's still like a high, a little upscale. But yeah, it's there. But you know what? Though that will allow more people to be able to get this. So you can get a per HERU. It's a budge translation from $5 below. Right? There's no reason why we shouldn't be advancing. You know what I mean? So elevating, but people be out here. I don't know. I don't know if people. I don't know. It's strange to see what people appreciate and don't. Like it's almost like the Matrix got us so upside down. We appreciate the stuff that's not beneficial to us. Right? Everything is detrimental, from the food we eat to what we say, how we speak, how we behave, the frequency that we on. So, like Saba said, if you appreciate the truth and what's being shared here, and it's more valuable to you than a bag of Doritos, then you'll support, right? It's no way that you could be getting an hour and a half, 2-hour breakdown on something that I know. Man, listen, that was a beautiful slow walk. I mean, I was looking at that in utter amazement. I'm supposed to be working on my presentation for tomorrow, but I had to stop and I couldn't, like, I was so in tune to what the information that SABA was sharing. And when he said that he was on Sinetta, I was like, wait, I missed it. I went back immediately because I don't want to miss. I appreciate what's being done here. I appreciate what SABA is doing. So that's why I support every week, whether it's a class or not. I support because I'm eternally grateful for my for my life, my family. Like, I don't understand. Like, it's a little ridiculous, man. And the types of questions. By the way, Sab, I don't know if you can hear, but I have a it's not a question for me, but someone asked me a question at my job, and that's my way of introducing them to you. And you know, he asked the question, so I will be sending it in. But very, very, very appreciative, and I'm so happy for you, Ani. Like, that's definitely looking forward to that, brother. I'm over the moon. Tehuti is all set. Tap is sec met. So, hey, listen. Is it still the same? Has it changed any much in the last year, or is still cutting off? And
well, firstly, I want to I want to say dua to Sa-Neter for the works that he has been putting in. He is definitely someone that I've learned a lot from, and it's his channel that gave me an opportunity to expand my knowledge, coming into consciousness. So it's definitely a something that's very special to have something come around full circle for me. But the great Sa-Neter is he's fantastic at what he does, and that's start conversation. And now just the level of the ability to converse without the cutting off and the arguing. That's all dependent upon the people speaking. So I'm definitely looking forward to this. Hotep Minty Hotep, let me mic check you.
No.
Check your settings, your mic settings, and make sure.
Go to the top to the browser and check. It might be a little thing on the left hand side. Yeah, I agree with you, Ani. I definitely love Sa-Neter. I just don't like the isfet, all the arguing that go on over there with the people. And Sa-Neter does try to do a good job, because he be back chatting them or whatever that's called when you put them in the back room or whatever. He do that a lot. So that's why I'm definitely looking forward to it, brother. It's definitely an accomplishment. And it's definitely expansion for the house to ATTON, for Ma'at. The NETERU exists, and the world is gonna know. So it's definitely a Nefer experience. Minty, I don't know if she's on the phone, huh?
I wish Minty, we can get her mic to work, because I definitely want to hear from you.
Still can't hear you, Minty.
Okay, Tua, yes. But yes, for those of you who come to the Seka'u sessions, the scribal sessions, and see what it is that I'm building over there and creating. So make sure you all are tuned in, and may have some tones, may have some new tones for the debut. So we're gonna see.
Now, I think it's gonna be great for Sa-Neter as well. I definitely when I go to New York, I'll be looking for him, even though I know he's not outside like that no more. I still be checking for him on the corner, because he's definitely a great brother, man. Definitely. And I wish that the people on the panel would just, be more respectful of him and what he has on his panel. You know what I mean? Like it's just it's gonna be good, man. It's gonna be a good thing though, definitely for you, brother. And it's gonna be, oh man, it's gonna be great. And it's definitely Minty, you back?
Check. Can I be heard?
Yes. What's up?
Perfect. Yeah. I had to come on my phone. Oh man, brother Ani, congratulations.
Tua.
Yes. I'm glad that SABA made the decision to release you onto that platform, because you're going to be expanding a lot of consciousness, and I just wanted to come on here and congratulate you personally.
Well, it is absolutely an honor to receive that from you. You look excellent. Glad to see you.
Tua.
Yes, Nini Uk, and yeah, Tua for your words, and I appreciate that greatly. And yeah, absolutely. You know, I have spoken to the brothers about this as well, and you know, for me to you know, come on the panel and have SABA introduce me, you know, being that my REN is at 10 Tehuti, so that was very important and part of the process of the Heka'u that is taking place. So yes, it's wonderful. You know, the timing is Nefer, and yeah, I'm looking forward to, you know, bring the teachings to more eyes, and seeing, you know, what's received, and you know, for after the class, and what's going to transpire. So it's very interesting, and being that, you know, Sa Neter's name is Sa Neter, there should definitely be teachings of the Neter on the channel representing the Sa. So yes, Tua Minti Hotep, I appreciate you. Thank you for coming on the panel and letting me hear that.
Absolutely, I wouldn't miss it for the world. The world, they better get ready for House of Atten. It's I listen to Sa Neter, you know, not that frequently, but I do pop in once in a while, and your teachings are needed, just like Saba's teachings, and you are a true echo of our Saba Tehuti. So I couldn't be prouder of you.
Yes, Tua very much. How are you doing, Minty Hotep? First time I've seen you since Pathways. So how are you doing?
Yeah, you know, I'm doing my best to do my best. Just keep on, you know, shedding my positivity and my light, and you know, nothing lasts forever. So I'm just staying grounded in Ma'at and what I've learned, and yeah, it's when you get to this level, when you get to this altitude, it's not easy. You'll be challenged, you'll be faced with challenges coming at you every way. Like, you can just see from what it takes for me just to get my voice heard on this platform. I have to go different avenues and try different things, but like I said, Neb Nefer Unk, everything is beautiful in life, and those lessons are there to teach. So I'm open to the guidance, and I'm just happy to be here.
We're happy to have you. Yes, sound like you was spitting some bars there. You know, do your best, keep leading with the left, keep on moving, keep moving. So Tua, absolutely, you know, you are such a strong pillar of the House of Atten. and one who has been there since the beginning. And when we had the Medu Monday classes with SABA, you were for a long time the only woman in the class. So, and as the great Saba said, the first to receive the REN publicly at the pathway. So you're such a important part of the House of ATTON and our history. So Tua for the continuation of the movement of leading with the left and utilizing the Neb Nefer Ankh to filter through this reality and finding that Neferness in every part of life, which is extremely difficult to do at times, but I am completely confident in your ability to do that and to represent your Ren, because that is who you are. You are that frequency and you walk with that frequency. So yeah, I'm extremely happy for you, and I'm proud of you, for your consistency and still continuing to be here after all this time and through the challenge. Many people fall off and disappear, right? And you always make sure that you let it be known that Minty Hotep is still here with us, and because of that, it will always, as the SABA teaches, the NETERU are watching that and they reward that. Absolutely. So dua to you, and may you continue to keep coming forth as conscious light, surrounded within the wings and the protection of the NETERU, and coming forth in confidence. Great Minty Hotep.
Tua, that was very Nefer. That was very Nefer. This environment at the House of ATTON, I haven't felt this way in, I don't think I've ever felt this way. I don't think I've ever felt acceptance and unconditional support. So yeah, I'm just really excited that for you to get out there into the platform of Sonnetters to bring other conscious individuals into into learning the basics, because it always comes back to the basics. You never really have to go too far or look outside of yourself, because you already have the answers inside. So thank you for acknowledging that and all that I do. It's not easy, but this is the path that I chose to walk. So thank you for supporting that.
Absolutely. This can be the most difficult pathway to choose, because eliminating the matrix, there's a lot that comes with that, but it is the most rewarding. Eternal life, immortality. So absolutely. And yes, to everyone, be sure to support the great Saba, support the PODCLASS, utilize those links at the top, support the great Saba. And yes, it's, I'm not one to, really make announcements like that. I didn't know Saba was going to do this for the PODCLASS, but I'm extremely grateful. And
the suspense was getting to me, because he kept on saying that he had an announcement, and I was like, what is it this time? So I'm glad that I got to witness it live, because this is an event. This is a main featured event. This is gonna go down in history, and House of ATTON is here, and we're here, and we're the best. And Henu to our Saba Tehuti, for all of his discipline and all of his coaching and all of his leading by example. We're so fortunate to have to be in the position to be led by Saba Tehuti. I really am grateful.
Yes, dua everyone who is putting Nefer words in the chat for me, and I appreciate you. And as you all know, as the great Saba does, and who I learned it from, and to come forward, right, as a representation of the Neter and the great Pa'ut. And you know, I am I'm very happy to be a voice for the scribes of Ma'at, and to speak what they taught, what they wrote, to, you know, eliminate this isfet. And you know, I'm walking with you all, so when one sees me, there's really many. So you know, that's always at the forefront of my consciousness, and something I'm very proud to have this role in this position that the Neter bestowed upon me, to be able to be a voice for them. So yeah, it's very Nefer.
Absolutely, and peace to you, Atef.
Peace to you, Mentee. I'll definitely send you love, prosperity, and health. Uncle Johnson as well. Definitely stay on your path, and you know, just stay pushing. Saba told us that a while ago that, you know, it's definitely gonna require a lot of things are gonna come your way, you know. So definitely just stay anchored to Ma'at. That's what I do, and it works for me. Definitely you will, that the Neter will definitely guide you and protect you, and as you grow and become the Neter yourself. So, you know, stay on your journey, great sister. It's definitely an honor to see you up here. I love when you come to the panel, and definitely an honor being with my brothers and sisters, you know, as we take this journey. I had no idea this is what we was going to be doing, going on Sinetta, and you know, expanding, but this is what it looks like. So, you know, it's my or not. So I'm definitely being led by my Eve and leading with the left as well. So, you know, that's what we do over here. And, you know, shout out to all the supporters and everyone that's been with us since day one. You know, this is definitely an accomplishment for my great brother, because I know this is something that he's wanted. I know he's wanted this, you know, so this is definitely going to be beautiful, especially, you know, being able to grow in the way that Ani is going to grow from this. So it's definitely time, man. It really is. And it's really exciting too. When I say I don't know what's going on, I really don't know what's going on. Mentee, I'm just, you know, anchored to Ma'at, and, you know, I'm being guided, and this is what it looks like. And it's beautiful. It really is beautiful to be in this energy, to be with this, or to be on this frequency, you know, which is Ma'at, which is the truth. So, you know, it's time that more people start supporting, you know. It's definitely time for people to stop sneak listening and learning, because when we cut off, it'd be thousands of views. When he goes offline, for me, it'd be 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning. The numbers say, although it might be 40 people watching, the numbers say like 500, 300, 600. I'm like, what's going on here? You know, I don't know how it tallies up, but I definitely know that more people are benefiting from this information than are supporting, because I mostly only see the same support every week. You know, I don't really see a lot of new names. Sometimes I do, but not as much as the information that he's given us and the benefit that people are getting. You know, people have to start appreciating themselves. You know, look at, you came up to the panel. You tried to, I don't know if you was on a computer or a tablet, you know, persistence. You came up to the panel and supported. Yeah, and then you came and supported. You know, you show your support. Like Ani said, you was in the Monday classes, right here with us at the events. You know, we're building this thing brick by brick. So, you know, I definitely look forward to people supporting if this is benefiting you. You know, this is the only reason why I'm up here, is because I want to be a supporter of the truth. I am that's my Ren. So for me, there's no other option for me. It's not, I don't have a lot of options. I used to hear SABA say that, and I kind of understand it a little bit, because for me, it's really no other option. It's Ma'at or not, right? And when it's Ma'at, then it comes with reciprocity, right? I'm breathing, I'm getting my reciprocity, I'm getting my knowledge. I ate today. I just, you know, I'm here. But the information for my immortality that we're getting here just on a consistent basis is invaluable. It's invaluable because you're right, nothing lasts forever. So our physical is gonna go. It's gonna go. But your ka will remain. And you know, man, I'm just grateful. I'm grateful for all of you. I'm grateful for SABA. I'm grateful for the House of ATTON, for all the supporters. I appreciate everybody that are supporters of Ma'at, and it's a beautiful thing, Menti. So definitely Uncle Johnson to you and to your journey as we walk together. So, you know, it's good to see you.
Uncle Justin, up to you too. You know, that's the beautiful thing about gratitude. It's a very nefer vibration to be in, because when you speak about reciprocity, gratitude is something that's always reciprocated. You show somebody gratitude, and then they will show you gratitude in return, and it's just an endless nefer cycle of divine energy. And you just have to be open to it. You just have to, you know, lower your frequency and get into that state of mind where you appreciate the air that you're breathing. You appreciate every time you take a step that you have the ability to walk. Just be grateful for the little things. And also celebrate the big things and the accomplishments, like tonight. I think it's a very big accomplishment. I gotta write down today's date. What is it? The 21st?
12/21, 2024, and right now my time says 1:11. Well,
Okay, so we're dealing with a little bit of palindrome. So 12/21. I see what you did, Saba.
Hey.
Hey. Peace, Hotep, Saba.
Hotep.
What's that? What's that, Minty?
I said peace, Hotep.
Oh, peace, Hotep. Greetings. Nice to see you. I haven't seen you
too.
in a while. Okay, nice to see you. And glad you're doing well. Excellent.
And I also said, I see what you did with the palindrome with the 12/21.
Oh, the date of the beautiful date. It's a beautiful date. A beautiful, beautiful echo date. Yeah.
Echo. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. This is the date it was announced. This is the day we will reverse. This is the date of the announcement of the reversal of the frequency. We'll see what happens when Qatar gets on there. We can reverse this, reverse the energy into some beautiful things up there. Hopefully Qatar, you go on Sonetter will there's a lot of innocent people watching that actually aren't there for all the arguments. But they get caught up in it because it's so tempting. It's so we like heat. We like juicy. We like WWF. We like drama. We like it's so juicy to like. And people start off innocent. Next thing you know, they're a part of the hustle and bustle, the chaos. So I need you there to get the You gotta get the innocence before they love the chaos.
Yes, they absolutely love the chaos. You know, I'm not one to do much arguing, but you know, as I told everyone when you were on break, I am very aware of where I am. I'm very observant, and I study a lot. So, absolutely, you know, it's gonna be fun.
I'm glad you say that it's going to be fun because it should be fun. Learning should be fun, and that it should be something that you enjoy, and it echoes out because other people enjoy it in return.
Yes, and you know, one thing SABA has spoken about and taught is that, you know, there's a bunch of little bitty children in grown bodies. So when I see people, I don't look at them or how they physically look.
That was a comment on that was a comment in the chat when I was on there. It said Tehuti is like an adult talking to little children. But at any rate, yeah, we're going to read off some of the other supports that are given, and I'm gonna leave the answers there. It's already 11:15. But let me just see the support that was given and give the shout out to the supporters. And then Annie, you and I'll speak tomorrow and make the arrangements.
Saba, if you don't mind, I'm gonna head back to the chat. I got a meal waiting for me, so I'm gonna go handle that. I just wanted to come on and give Brother Ani some henu and wish him good luck.
Tua, very much. I really appreciate you coming on the panel. It was great to see you and to hear your cur. So Tua.
Absolutely. Nebna for Unk Saba, you're the best.
Nemna for Unk, Nemna for Unk Tua, and you're the echo of that. So keep going.
Tua, peace, Hotep.
Nini hug. Okay. All right, we're gonna go to the support. Let's see what support was given while I was on that break. Just one more. Okay, let me refresh that. Shout out to oh, my little brother. What did he call himself once? Natural J, and now it's Nefer. Shout out to Natural J. Shout out to Natural Nature J, something to that effect.
Nefer Netter Nature J.
Yeah, that's it. Is that it? It's I know it was some type of literary, right? Some type of NNN. Okay. Shout out to you. Okay, we're gonna give a shout out to oh, it's already on here. Oh wait a minute, did it come out? Let me show up on the screen. Shout out to oh, it didn't. Shout out to Unefer. That's the name he has on here now. And shout out to you, good little brother, for being strong in this crazy world that's definitely trying to engulf you in its nonsense. But you will not be engulfed. So shout out to you. And we got a support here. It says Hanu, so $7.72. Hanu, Saba, Tehuti, Nefer Build, Merchetti, Uncle Jasineb. So this is a tip. So give him some hand claps, please. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, and I have a couple more to read from earlier. We're going to scroll down. We're going to go to let me go on to this. What number is this one? Okay, I got it. Okay, where is it? Where is it? Okay, shout out to where is it now? Shout out to Tefrem Kemmaat, who's always here. He sends these before the class even starts. He sends this before the class even starts. He sends this if there's not a class. It doesn't matter. He's on time and on point and consistent. And I would say that he has had the most consistent amount of donations for the longest time. It's always the same amount, and it's been from the very beginning, especially the 777. This year has been from right after the Killer Priest Day. So shout out to Tefrem Kemmaat. Go ahead and read this for us, good brother.
Sure, Great Saba. It says 777 for Hotep Ma'at to a Ishin.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. And I'll put the next one on to give him a hand clap because the next one it completes it and it's back to back. So shout out to that. And then this one here, we definitely give him make some big noise for both of them when it comes on the screen. Shout out to the good brother, consistent Tefrem Kemmaat. Tefrem Kemmaat. Go ahead and read that for us, and we'll give her some noise.
Sure, Great Saba. $20.72 for Hotep Ma'at to a Ishin.
That's off the screen. Hey, who's this? This is what it looks like that. Oh. Okay, we got night, Uncle Justin Nab. Let me go save this beautiful anonymous one from a beautiful being. Uncle Justin, up to you for that. And we'll go to the next one here, which is who's this? Basatet Maka Effect, shutting it down, of course. Doing what he always does, Mr. Consistent, Mr. Large Supporter, consistently. And we're going to give him some big noise. Shout out to, let's get some big noise there. And Atef, could you read that one for me? And we're going to give him some Transformers and everything.
$50.72 from Ba Satut Maka Ox Effect for 12/21/24 Hotep, HERU, or SABA Tehuti Dua.
Forget that we the real champions, right?
Okay, nice. Get the real champion. Okay, wonderful. Shout out to Boss. Okay, we got two more. And there are two more monster supports, I think. Wait a minute. Nothing's on my screen, right? Okay. Okay, next up, we have none other than the man himself. He may be the other two. He's shutting it down as he always does. Oh, Dr. LaRoche. Dr. LaRoche sends in the monster. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Big Ed Leisure again. Lord, oh no, stop that. No, stop it. Okay. Shout out to Big Ed Leisure, Maharu. Who sends in this monster support. And I'll read this one. It's nice and big here. Be Get Leisure, $50 to a SABA Tehuti for Kim to dig up information on colonizers that uprooted farmers, people that caused the ISFED chaos today. Give them some big monster noise, please.
Don't nobody really want no smoke.
And one more that I see, I'm gonna refresh. I know you all are Amun Ra Sut. I know the brothers. I know Vortex Ninja and several others will come afterwards. Shout out to you all for your support from last week, because a couple of you sent in after the podcast announcements were already made and the podcast was shut down. But you were honorable enough to send in after the podcast shut down. So shout out to you. And I see one more here. Is that one more? Let me scroll down. Yep. I see one more here. And that is a monster support. Now this is the good brother Dr. Daniel LaRoche, MD. Cool. Sent me a book to proofread. He sent me a book to look over, a book that he's going to be putting out. And he also it looks like he sent the support for me overseeing the book, and then also combined with it looked like a PODCLASS question. Yeah, let me see. So he sent in a reciprocity sent separately. Okay, I don't know. I don't know if what he sent is a combination. I'm gonna put it up anyways because I don't know if it's the reciprocity for the book and for the PODCLASS question. So he sent the book. I proofread. I didn't proofread. I commented on some things that could be added to the book that would definitely blow people away, and also some corrections. And so he requested a PODCLASS, and he combined the two. And so he gave this monster support, which was a combination of me overseeing a book, adding the comments, and also for a future PODCLASS question. I think this is it combined in one. I'll show it. And shout out to this monster support. PODCLASS text for oh yes. Okay, yes, this is it's PODCLASS text for comments on the book. Okay. So this is for the comments on the book, and it may be a question he sent in because he said separation donation sent separately. But at any rate, we're gonna give him some big noise for this support for this book that he gave me a while ago that I haven't had time to look at, but I finally looked at it, and give him some big monster transformer noises and everything.
Never everything is beautiful in life.
Okay, so as I'm looking at this closely, it does say PODCLASS text for comments on the book. So he must have sent me I'm gonna look at the email, and must be some comments I made that he wants a PODCLASS on. So shout out to Dr. LaRoche for that. I'll be definitely doing the PODCLASS on the whatever it is that the email says. Shout out to you. Peace and love to Dr. LaRoche. And let me go ahead and scroll down. That is it, everybody. That is it. Oh, here's Daniel LaRoche's email. Okay. We go ahead and save this. Okay, Daniel LaRoche, thank you. I think it's Ari Tehuti is his meta name. So I'm going to save this beside the donation support. And now I got it. Okay, good. So I'm gonna change this. Change the title here. We got you, Daniel. We have you now. We understand what this is about. From Move 21. Perfect. Okay, and I'm gonna okay, got it. It is saved, Daniel. We have you logged. And also, Gabriella, I see your email that came in. I also want to make a statement to some of the people that sent in questions. I've been having to contact a few people to get clarity on what they're sending in. I want to address this brother here who sent in this this question here. He sent in, oh, wait, where is it? He sent in this question here. Here it is. This is from, I haven't seen him in class in a while, but he should be still around. And his name is, I think it's King Ram. Where'd he go? Oh, King Ram. He sent in this question, brother. And Annie, could you come to the screen a moment?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you. Thank you for coming. So he said, who is Kanum and how can I tap into his power? So I did mention this a few classes ago. And that was the how-tos. The how to do things are not things that I address in the pod class. But go ahead, King Ram, and send me an email. Throw my email on the screen. Annie, please. So there's the email. Send the email to that email right there if you're listening, King Ram, and just specify on the kind of powers you're looking for. If it was, and what we'll do is I'm gonna match it up with one of the MetaNetter classes that I did live that are the how-tos. They're the how-to manifesting certain power. So tell me if it's power you want for manifestation of things into your environment, if it's dream magic, if it's out of body, if it's what is it you're actually looking for, and I'll match that up with one of the live classes of my instructional magical classes, and I'll go ahead and just send that to you, which is actually longer than my pod classes. It's like 3 hours of me teaching and giving rituals and such. It's longer than the pod class answer. So go ahead and send the email to that. You can take it off now, Annie. Thank you. Go ahead and send the email to that, and then from there, we'll match up this question with a how-to. For those who are wondering what that is, there are MetaNetter Magic recorded classes. You email that, and there's 65 of them, and you just request which one you want, and they are undescribable. Let me go ahead and remove this. 65 classes. Send into that email, and it's anything over $20, and you get 3 hours of a class on multiple topics on how-tos, because I will not teach how-to on the Tutsi Pod class. There are too many unappreciative watchers to start teaching magic to the public. But they are private classes. They were pre-recorded, and you just send in there and request a number. It doesn't even matter which one you request, but if you want, the practices are around class 45 and up. 45 to 65 are distinct classes. Within 1 to 45 is a mixture of all type of mental association, all type of different things. Every class is good. Go ahead and order them, people, if you're watching. All right, everybody. This will conclude the Tehuti Pod class. We're gonna go ahead and do the closeout. Let me refresh the email, see if there's any more support that was given before I close out. No, that seems to be it. Shout out to all those who will give support maybe tomorrow because you're at work, or maybe you're a day behind because of the hours that you have to sleep, or whatever the situation may be. Shout out to you for the support that you will give after the pod class closes. Peace and love to you from the regular names that I see. Okay, Annie Patsar Tentuti, we'll get a closeout from you, and Tefrem Kema'at, one from you, and we'll close this out.
Okay, Dua Hotepenu Great Saba brought one of the babies that I had got from you. I think this was from, I think you gave Miti Hotep the parents.
Oh, it's so big. It doesn't even look like it's a baby anymore.
Yeah, he's growing.
Hey.
Yeah, this is Kim, and he definitely loves to dig for sure.
Yeah. Hey, beautiful.
Yeah, it's very extremely calm. I have I have a corn snake, and they're like opposites. You know, I come in the room, and she pokes her head out, and she's fast. As soon as you touch her, she's like,
oh my goodness.
He's relaxed. He's very calm.
And it's usually that snake, those species right there, that they dart off. They're super fast. And the corn snakes are usually the calm ones.
Well, yeah, they're reversed. So the other one I call Ra'et Sekmet. It was just Ra'et, but I had to add Sekmet to it. She inspired.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm glad you brought it. And that is the African house. It's not. I didn't accidentally send you a Salawati, did I? Black.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
So yes, Tua Great Saba, Hotep Hinu to you. Tua for this wonderful podcast and the depth that you went into with this answer, and you know, with the, I know you're speaking about shortening the classes, and
yeah,
you know, I'm send you Aku to be able to do that, so you know the support can show and reflect, and very thankful for those who do support the House of ATTON and the Tehuti PODCLASS. So dua to everyone who sends in support and shares this to the social platforms. And I gave Maharu Hinu because he also posts on socials. I see him post a PODCLASS, he'll record it and post it. And that helps, you know, so Tua. And yes, again, Tua Great Saba for bringing the announcement here to the PODCLASS for me and giving me your Aku for and giving me the opportunity to represent the NETERU and Tehuti. So Tua, everyone be sure to join us Sunday, which tomorrow, or for some this evening, the great Atefram Kema'at will be doing we'll have another wonderful visual audio reading for us. So everyone subscribe to the House of ATTON. And yes, peace and love, everyone. And I will close with the Medu. Sekim, Arit, Madert Ka'a, Simu, Hatu Netiru, Hurt Intetep. I attain the power to do what pleases my Ka. May the heart of the Neteru lead me. I come forth in offering. Dua.
Dua, that was beautiful. Ni for your appreciation of me and what I'm doing. And definitely wanted everyone to know about you going on. I think you said something about you don't really you didn't know it'd be an announcement or something like to that effect. I know you like to move like the house snake, but definitely the House of ATTON needs to know, and you need to have in your subconscious all the gratitude that you saw, all the people saying congratulations, and what Minty said and what Atef said as a part of the memory to the story of you going on. And that's one of the reasons why I definitely, and I want the world to know. I want everybody that watches this podcast to come on, because also after this, the only other public announcement would be actually Sonetta, because we're actually trying to get you on like a couple sun cycles from now, a couple sunrises from now, trying to get you on like ASAP. So, but I know you appreciate. I'm glad you appreciate this, and you definitely have protection because I introduced you. So Senator he'll be helping you slice after you do the class. When the crazies come for you, he'll be throwing them in the back for you. He'll be giving you the mini Jabari treatment, the Tehuti treatment. He'll be giving you all that, and it's gonna be fun because you're gonna have it's gonna be very fun. I really look forward to you teaching in an audience that can challenge you, because that's really the only way to test your truth to the world, to let the world see that not only are you a good teacher, but can you defend it, and don't end up out there like the people that get. I see people get shamed. I see people that can teach good and get shamed in a debate because they don't know. It's like martial arts. You're gonna do great, and it doesn't even matter. You're gonna do awesome, and you have my full backing. I'll be on there with you for as long as I can be. And it's gonna be beautiful. You're gonna get the audience that the big audience, and glad you appreciate it, brother. Uncle Justin and Shunema to you coming on as we're closing out. Perfect, because what do they say? It's better to be late than never. But so shout out to you, Pata Annie, and keep up the good work. Great brother, great student, great scribe.
So great Saba. I'm most definitely looking forward to some things. So Tua.
To some things, yes. Okay, and we'll get some closing statements from Tef, Rem, Kim, Ma'at. Give us some good words, please.
Hotep Henu, great Saba. This was a great class. This is definitely my favorite class. Definitely, this is it right here. I already know this is the standard. Henu to you, great Saba. All your classes are my favorite. As soon as I get off here, I'm gonna click on Sonetta and see what happened yesterday. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Ani. You already know I'm right here with you, brother. We I'm gonna be in the chat. Defending my aunt. So definitely House of ATTON, we expanding. Hotep and Henu to you. Great Saba and your Neterts and your animals, and Henu to Amun and Amunet. Better late than never. Definitely good to see you. Hotep and Henu to the brothers and sisters in the House of ATTON who couldn't make it to the panel today for whatever reason. I send all of you Uncle Jostaneb. And yes, I'll be come see us tomorrow on the House of ATTON. I'll be doing something on. Now I'll be reading from 2 stories from our ancestors, echoing the tones of the Neter, and it's gonna be great. So Hotep Henu to you, great Saba, and may you advance your station among the venerables, and may your Ka contend with your enemy, and may your Ba learn the ways leading to the portal of the one who closed the weary one. Hotep Henu.
Hotep Henu to a great student for your beautiful words, and you're gonna do great tomorrow. Even though you always say you don't know what's going on, you don't know what you're doing, but you're gonna end up not knowing what's going on your way into greatness. So you keep on doing what you're doing. I appreciate you. And is everybody in the house healthy? Did everybody get over the sickness there?
Yes.
A week ago?
Yes.
Beautiful, wonderful, great healing. Thank you, brother, for your great words, and thank you for your great Hanus. And I definitely look forward to you in the chat having Pataz back, which I know you will, in the when he goes on Sunday. Wonderful. Do it for your appreciation of me. Okay. And I can't even say more. On to Amun and Amunet. You all came in just in time for the opening and summary. Did you get to see the class?
Yes, we were able to listen to the class while we were at work. I'm very appreciative of the class. You answered a lot of questions for me. My favorite part about the class was the SABA, the Tehuti part within the priest in Ethiopia, and SABA land.
The what? Say that again. The what at the end?
In the SABA land.
Yeah.
A while ago, I used to play a game that was like it had a whole bunch of ancient Nile Valley stuff in it. And one of the parts it had was SABA land, and I was thinking to myself, what does that mean? So 2 out for going into that, and 2 out for even dropping the jewel about the head of the NETERU being Tehuti now, because Ra gave that title over to him. 2 out for dropping that jewel. And I appreciated that class for many reasons. Another reason is because you've kind of mentioned some things in that class, but haven't had a full class on it. So 2 out for having a full class on it and breaking the matrix definitely is going to have a echoing Fibonacci effect and change that region for sure as time goes on. So 2 out very much for that SABA.
Nini and when did you used to play that game? Before the pod class? Before the Killer Pre-show?
No, it was after. It was like maybe a year ago or a year and a half ago.
Oh, okay. SABA Land is in the game, huh? You need to take a. Do you still have that game?
Yeah, I still have it.
Okay, you definitely need to take a picture of where it says SABA Land and send it over. It's gonna be fun.
Me neither.
Okay, wonderful. And were you done your opening and you finished?
Oh no. I will do my closing now.
Okay.
Hotep Uncle Justined, Marie, 2 out to you, Ray Saba Tef, to the Amun Hotep Ra, to your Awut, to the ladies around you that hold and sustain you, to your family, your snake Awut, to everybody here in the panel, and all of the people that were not able to make it to the panel today, all the people within the HOA, everybody in the chat, and all the supporters. This class was fantastic. I'm definitely going to watch it again, like Tef said. Last class as well was extremely fantastic. I love the family aspect. That's what Amuda and I are all about. So 12 very much for that class as well. Congratulations, Lord Ascent Ani, for having the opportunity to go on Salnetter. Please let me know when it is going to be so I can be there live. I have to be there live. So 12 very much for being who you are, for being an example, for being a 10 Tehuti. 12 very much for being a big brother, a inspiration. And I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what you do. I was thinking to myself, it would be very cool if you did bring new tones, and then you mentioned that. So I'm very, very much so looking forward to seeing how that echoes out. And I will be there to defend you as well. If you need me to do anything, please let me know. Hotep and 2 out to Hotep for having your class tomorrow. I know you say that you don't know what you're doing, but your classes are absolutely fantastic. It's like the drunken style in Gung Fu. Like it seems like you don't know what you're doing, but you're really doing excellent things. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm happy you're all alive. Happy that others that I care about and love are alive, like Manku and Dejed and Gabby and other people, Nukpu, Minty. Looking forward to Gabby giving birth to Offset. Be an excellent, healthy, wealthy birth Looking forward to Jed being excited and coming on the panel and talking about it. So I'm so excited for that. And happy that we're all here within Mob, that our SABA Tui has done what he has done and continues to do what he does to raise us all up. And I will end with this beautiful, great adoration to our wonderful SABA Tehuti. Mak Ip Neteru Ib and Asar Tehuti Makeru Nef Sekem Imf Tehuti Per Ucha Kem Renf Tehuti Sef Ma He En Renpet Renf Seb Sep Sen M Wat HERU Sap. Pleasant is his heart to the NETERU, the heart of Asar Tehuti. Victorious is he. He has gained power over it. Tehuti coming forth, advancing, unknown is his name. Tehuti is yesterday, seer of millions of years. Is his name traveling twice along the way of HERU, the Jud. Ankuda Seneb, Mariuk, Saba Tudi Amahotep Ra, Neferu Pesh, Tua.
Beautiful, beautiful words. Beautiful Medu. Beautiful ancient words that are carried out today. So this is a continuation, and Tua for all that you said, and Nini Uk for everything that you appreciate me for. Uncle Justin Ebashinama to you.
Tua Great Saba.
Okay. And on to, how can I make it? On to Amu. No, it doesn't rhyme. on to Amunet.
Hotep and Mary or Saba Tehuti. Well, very much for this very extensive class. I'm really appreciative for all that you put into this class and for having it on the 2D PODCLASS forever. For all the people, I appreciate all the work that you do every single day and the beautiful life-changing choices that you make every single day. I appreciate you raising Amun and I up every single day and for teaching us what a true out is within Ma'at and for reshaping my mind and getting rid of all this fat and correcting my mind state and purifying my thoughts and my ease. I appreciate you very much for everything that you do and for being alive, healthy, happy, and all natural things. I appreciate your whole entire out for everything that they do as well for themselves and the beautiful family, and for Nana for healing me and doing everything that she does for me as well. I'm very appreciative of her and TT, and for you creating this beautiful family within the House of ATTON. I'm really appreciative of it. There's nothing else like this family. I'm very appreciative to be surrounded in this beautiful energy, and congratulations to Ani for what you are about to partake in. I'm very excited to see what happens as well. So to you for all that you do as well, and I'm looking forward to it. Hotep and Mary, I will end with an utterance to you, to Amun and Amunet, Shesu Ket, Tehuti, Pertneter, Oset Ement. Kutsen her out, and Tehuti or Hetep her Ma'at. Amun and Amunet, the divine followers, are following him, Tehuti, coming forth of the nectar from the secret place. They rejoice at the ways of Tehuti, the great one established by Ma'at. Hotep and Mary.
Hotep and Marie, beautiful words. Beautiful Medu. Are you wearing a Nana Ninti braid? Is that what I'm seeing on the side? What are you got the Ninti braid? Did Nana tell you about that? You don't know about that? Oh, you don't know about that? You doing that normally?
I don't have a braid, but I do have a piece of hair there.
Oh, okay. It looks like a Ninti braid. I didn't think I thought about that. You don't know about that, right?
No, I don't.
Okay. Nana didn't teach on that yet. Okay, no problem. We used to have called a Ninti braid that the sisters would wear. But it's okay. You'll learn about it in the future. And one day everybody will learn about it. It's a thing we used to do. I thought you had it. Okay, so beautiful words. Beautiful words, great great frequency, great appreciation, and who sent me the picture of the snakes? I got two pictures of the snakes.
Yeah, that was me.
No, they look healthy and happy. They look shiny, orange and white and yellow, and I was so happy to see them. They're so colorful and pretty. Thank you for sending me them. They're definitely getting more love over there with you, because I have so many animals. It's very hard for me to do the rounds and go and give them all their necessary time. But that's what you all have, so they get to see you almost every day. So that's beautiful. Tua for your great words of appreciation. And Nini Uk for everything that you appreciate me for, and Tua to you for being one of the last females holding on that actually has responsibilities, working with Nana, having responsibilities, doing things that need to be done. And you are an echo of a female that, if I were to say I was to depend on females to keep the House of Atten alive, it would be maybe 20 of you echoed. So you keep it up, because you're a great example for those of the female persuasion. Although I don't like to focus on the difference between male and females and things like that, but it is pretty obvious that in the female region, you hail supreme in comparison to if I was to depend on other females to help the House of Atten run. You'd be running into shambles. So to you for that, and keep on going with your beautiful frequency, and keep on supporting the great man beside you right there, who looks like, he also looks like Annie from the Papyrus. So shout out to you and keep up the good work. Wonderful.
So very much for your words, Saba. Appreciate it very much.
Nini Uk. Okay, and on to the family man, the Atef. Both of you two, and I don't want to say Black Yellow Card, and Pooh, if you're listening, but both of you two, let me know ASAP about the animal situation. I'm moving things around, and I want you to get your tarantula, and I know Patah, you said about duality, but I'm moving things around and making a lot of changes. So contact me very soon on that, and we'll get those things done. That just came to me just now. So shout out to you too. I think because the snakes came out, you brought out a snake, Patah, and then Amun and we're talking about the snakes they have. So that just brought my students have an animal. So contact me ASAP on those topics. And I'll get the opening closing from you, wonderful, beautiful brother Atef, the father. Give us some great words, please.
I did my closing already, Great Saba.
Really?
Yeah, I did it before they.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Maybe there's something in my car wants you to say something else. You have something else to say? It's something you didn't let out? I don't know. I feel like it's something else. I don't know. But okay.
Come join us. House of Atten, Ancient Tehuti and Teachings and NETERU. Back to the source. We the original Axemen.
That is so crazy. It's so unharnessed. I love it. Keep it going. Okay. All right. So that is everybody. Everybody did their opening. Everybody did their opening and summary. Their final words. Beautiful words for everybody. Shout out to everybody. Peace and love to everyone in the chat. Those who are watching already know. There's Lisa. There is Lisa. Lisa says, "Hotep, Mary family. I had to work, but I was able to watch it." Okay, there you are, Lisa. Good to see you. I love the new names. That I see. S.L. Smith. Look at this. Is that a AI person? I don't know what that is, but shout out to the AI. What is that?
Looks like an Iron Man mask with the hat on
Oh,
top.
shout out to SL Smith. That's an interesting look you have there. Shout out to all the new people that are watching, and shout out to the Jed and Gabby if you're out there listening. I didn't see you in the chat or in the panel, but you sent support. So I hope everything is good and you're safe and you're getting your rest and whatever it is you have to do. So shout out to Minty Hotep for the multiple fire. Shout out to timing is perfect, Saba, just as you are. Tua. I don't know what that is in response to, but it's beautiful. Tua to you, Minty Hotep. And I remember this name. This is a new person, but I remember this name. Shout out to Hanging Around. Thank you, Saba. And Nini Up. Appreciate your appreciation. Okay. Oh, from Amsterdam. Where are you? Amsterdam. We have somebody from Amsterdam. We have Nicholas Noatic all the way from Norway. We have Nicholas Noatic all the way out in Norway. We have Hush Nation all the way in the Netherlands. We have Hanging Around in Amsterdam, Norway, Netherlands, and Amsterdam. You would never think that any of those places would have anyone interested in what I'm teaching, but that's how vast the topics are, and this information is getting all over the world. I have people sending me messages from South Africa. It's a beautiful thing. So shout out to you hanging around. Peace and love to everybody in the Tehuti PODCLASS. I'm gonna go big screen now and do the closeout and get some beautiful rest. So peace and love to you, Pata, Annie. Much love. Be safe, and we'll talk again tomorrow about the Sonetta show. And peace and love to you, Amun and Amunet. Okay, you'll get your rest. You've been working all day, working 8 hours. What time is it there? 3 in the morning? 2?
2:05.
2:05. Two to you for keeping up the good work and still making it at the very last minutes of the PODCLASS. Get your rest, and everything is going to be wonderful within both of your hearts. Keep on the strong work. Tef Rem Kem Ma'at. Peace and shout out to you. Much love, and good luck on your presentation tomorrow.
To a great Saba.
Wonderful. Get some rest, Annie. You do too much work. Get some rest. I'm gonna send you 5. I gotta clone 3 NETERUs from the pyramid wall DNA. Whatever blood is left in the coffins, I gotta go there, find the NETERU blood, clone 3 of them for you, and send them over there as your NETERU loving secretaries, and you take a rest for 2 weeks. That's what we need for you. You rest. Sleep. Too much.
And yes, the Hekau really worked.
Wonderful. All right, everybody. All right, peace and love. I'm gonna go big screen and just close this out. Peace and love, everybody. See you, some of you tomorrow. And in my is this called DMs? I'm not sure what these things. The messages. What's DM? Downloadable direct message, I think. We used to call them PMs, but okay. See you all in my PMs, DMs, and I'm gonna go big screen. Okay, let me see. Go big screen here. Boom. Solo layout. Okay, everyone. Peace and love. What a beautiful event. What a beautiful PODCLASS. I have the staff serpent, because the serpent that I started the PODCLASS with has decided to take a tour around the house and decided to move where I put him, and he's out and about. He'll pop up sometime, maybe this week. And he'll just be roaming. So until then, we have the beautiful gift of the serpent Nemez that was given to me by one of the beautiful females, and this represents wisdom and expansion of the consciousness, called the Nemez. Peace and love, everyone. This has been another beautiful event. You all already know if you've been watching. Support the PODCLASS, Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Whether you're watching it now live or whether you're watching it tomorrow, whenever you watch this, rewind this, fast forward it, put it to where the class actually begins. Watch how we dialogue. See how it affects you. See how the information affects you, the guidance affects you. See how we work as a family affects you. And if any of this benefits you and you appreciate it, just send this support. Send the support for whatever you feel that it is worth. And hopefully it's worth more than Heinz ketchup that we all support. 7-Up, Sprite, Coca-Cola, and Nathan's Hot Dogs. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. I'm working out here for you as your SABA master teacher and your servant, because everything that I teach on, everything that I guide on, is based on what you send. I have no choice in the matter. If it's an answerable question, which most of them are, I will use what I have to deliver the truth onto you. I don't pre-organize these with anybody. I don't tell people, I don't set anything up. There may be a time where I say to somebody that there's a topic, so send in extra for this because I know you like the topic. But all the questions that come in here, at least 99% of them, are all questions that are random. I have no idea what they're going to be before they come in. And then you all put me to work as a SABA and the servant to work for you and to deliver the highest quality of Ma'at teachings, purity of Eve without the Isfet. Ma'at teachings, purity of Eve without the Isfet. It's been a beautiful, another beautiful event. I almost want to stay a little bit longer because I'm not used to closing this early, but I must get my sleep and recovering. So the class today was the questions that were asked. There were more questions. There was more than this, but this is what can fit on the screen for now. Africa, quote-unquote Africa, quote-unquote Ethiopia, Christian Psyops. Has Ethiopia been colonized? Special announcement was made that Scribe will be going on Sonetta to do his presentations. There will be more than one. Support the Tehuti PODCLASS with reciprocity only if this has benefited you. I'm not sure if anybody noticed, but the background is actually the current Ethiopian flag. There it is, everybody. Boom. Glad you all appreciated this. There will be a time where I will not be around in this form, at least anymore. And when all is said and done, and this is passed on to the younger generations, and even when all is said and done, and the archaeologists find the remains, what they will see is